Damon firmly held Mark as he tried to listen to what was going on inside the room. Everything was messy and chaotic. They were all saying different things. He tried to listen past the shuffling feet, panicked voices, and monitor alarms. No, there was no code blue, no flatline. Her heartbeat was still there, rapid, erratic, but there. Through the thin barrier, he heard one nurse gasp, "Her vitals just spiked. What the hell? Her EEG is going crazy." A different voice, likely a doctor's, spoke in disbelief. "This doesn't make sense. Neural activity is returning. Get me the neurologist, now. And bring me her surgeon. He needs to see this." Damon's heart raced. Did it work after all? She is improving. She is healing. This is good. He was counting on it. Even if his blood did not transform her into a vampire, it should still possess enough blood energy to heal her injuries. However, he suddenly froze. A thought popped into his head. What if it worked too well? What if she actually turned into a vampire in the real life, just like him? What if his primordial bloodline was enough to overcome the race evolution restriction? What if Kate woke up like him, feeling bloodthirsty, and killed everyone in that room? Until now, he had been worried about his blood not working. And now that she showed signs of improvement, so many worst-case scenarios popped into his mind. His hands tightened around Mark's shoulders instinctively. His mind raced, playing through scenarios like a combat simulation. Kate had ingested his blood, a lot of it. What if she didn't awaken gently? What if the primal instincts hit first? Hunger, confusion, rage. She would feast on everyone around her. Even if he intervened, everyone would see who she was or what she has become. Hospital security would rush to the crime scene, cameras would record everything, the police would be involved, the government would be involved. No matter where they went, they would be hunted down like dogs. Did he have enough strength and power to stand up against the government? Fuck. It wouldn't be just the Canadian government. Every single political power in the world would hunt him down to get their hands on his power. Everything would become instantly complicated. If he left right now, no. Damon squished the thought as soon as it popped into his brain. Just because things became difficult, he wouldn't leave his friend and his friend's sister to fend for themselves. If he did this, what would be the difference between him and that bastard who backstabbed him? The truth is, he had already made his choice the moment he let that first drop of blood touch her lips. There was no taking it back now. He had to deal with the fallback one way or the other. He knew this and did it anyways. What else was he supposed to do? Watch Mark and Kate fall apart in front of him? No, he did not doubt his decision. He did not regret his actions. Whatever came next, he will deal with it. Damon released Mark's shoulders, jaw clenched, forcing himself to breathe slowly. Panic would only make things worse. If Kate had truly awakened as a vampire, she'd need guidance. She did not have to deal with any of it on her own. He was there to take care of them both. When he needed someone the most, Mark was there for him. And now, when his friend needed him the most, he would be there for them. What about Shadow Step? Could he use Shadow Step to teleport the three of them out of here? But wait, would Shadow Step even work like that? Could he take someone else with him? Damon remembered he had snagged a blink skill from one of the mages during the monkey event. Could he maybe use that? But blink required mana. His blood energy could provide that for him. He needed to work this out. Damon clenched his fists as determination filled his eyes. No matter what happened, he was not going to desert either of them. Damon prepared for the worst, but the commotion inside the room seemed to be fizzling down. Ready to burst into the damn door at any moment now, he carefully paid attention to the conversation. The door opened, and a nurse came out to call Mark inside. "Sorry, only family allowed at this time." She closed the door behind them. Damon nodded, senses still glued onto the room. He didn't pace, he didn't twitch, he stood rooted, spine straight, every muscle coiled and ready like a blade half drawn from its sheath. Inside, Kate's vitals had stabilized, heartbeat strong, breathing even. The doctors weren't shouting anymore, just murmuring in disbelief, cycling through diagnostics, probably questioning whether they'd misread the charts. Damon caught one line clear as day. "We need to run full imaging. This recovery isn't just unusual, it's impossible." He heard Mark choke out a sob, then another, this one lighter. "He squeezed my hand," he whispered. Damon's chest loosened slightly. The doctors essentially said that she was still in a semi-coma state and might need several days to recover from that condition. But her brain activity is no longer considered non-existent. She had a really good activity, even comparable to that of the healthy brain. They even removed all the equipment connected to her body, one by one. She no longer needed any ventilator or IV support. Her vitals were regulating on their own, as though her body had remembered how to breathe again, how to live again. She was stabilizing more and more. At this point, it looked like she was basically taking a nap. Then, Damon suddenly barged into the room. "Can we take her home and wait for her recovery, or does she have to stay here?" A startled silence fell over the room as Damon burst through the door. Half a dozen medical staff turned toward him, surprised by his sudden entrance. Mark jerked up from his seat at Kate's side, wide-eyed. The attending doctor, an older man with silver-framed glasses and a tired face, straightened, already preparing to protest. But Damon didn't waver. "Can we take her home and wait for her recovery?" he asked, eyes flicking briefly to the monitors, then to the stunned faces of the team. "Or does she have to stay here?" One of the nurses opened her mouth, but the doctor beat her to it. That depends. This level of recovery is unheard of. We'd like to keep her under observation, at least for the next 24 to 48 hours. Her condition was critical just hours ago. We can't release her until we understand what changed." "She's off everything," Damon pointed out flatly. "She's breathing on her own. Her vitals are stable. If there's no medical intervention left to be performed, you're just waiting and watching." "That's not incorrect," the doctor admitted cautiously, then frowned. "But it's still protocol. There are procedures, forms, risk disclosures." "Mark will sign whatever you need." Damon stepped closer to the bed. Mark looked between Damon and the doctor, visibly torn. "Maybe we should stay, just for one night, just to be safe." Damon did not relent. "I have read many news articles about how these types of patients recovered faster in their own homes rather than a hospital bed. How about we pay for a nurse to take care of her at home? Kate's recovery is what matters." "Just where did you read these news articles, young man?" The doctor raised a brow. "Are you saying I am wrong?" The doctor shook his head. "Well, ultimately it's up to her brother." Everyone looked at Mark for a decision, and the poor guy was in no position to make any decision. Damon knew he had to take drastic actions. "Mark, can I talk to you outside?" Mark looked confused, but he followed his friend nevertheless. Damon knew now he had no choice except to come clean about everything he had done. Otherwise, things were going to become exponentially complicated for everyone. After a few minutes of discussion, the two of them walked back to the room. Mark still had a dazed and confused expression on his face. He also had a fang mark on his arm that was already fading. The doctor looked up. "Have you made your decision?" Mark hesitated, then nodded slowly. "We're taking her home. I'll sign whatever you need. Damon's right. I just have a feeling she'll do better there." The words were shaky but firm enough to silence any protest. The medical staff exchanged uncertain glances, but the doctor finally sighed, rubbing his temple. "Fine, I'll begin the discharge paperwork, but I want a full-time nurse on call and a follow-up in 24 to 48 hours. If anything changes, call this number immediately." Remember, you are discharging her against the doctor's orders. You will be responsible if something happens to her. Police will be informed." "Understood," Damon said. Behind him, Mark sat beside Kate again, gently brushing her hair with shaking fingers. He hadn't said much after Damon had explained her condition, what she might become, what he had done to save her. It all sounded ridiculous, like some sort of fantasy story, but Mark still chose to trust him. The ride home was quiet. Damon and Mark sat in the back of the ambulance, along with the newly appointed nurse. Kate lay strapped gently to the gurney, pale but peaceful, her breathing even as the soft hum of the ambulance filled the space. Damon had asked for a VIP checkout and mentioned several times that he would foot the bill. This made sure all the procedures were quickly taken care of, and they were en route to Damon's apartment in no time. Mark's and Kate's apartment was even worse than his, so temporarily he brought them all to his cramped space. Mark kept glancing between her and Damon. His face was a disbelief and confusion, still struggling to wrap his head around what Damon had told him just moments earlier. About blood, about awakening, about vampires. "I don't get it," Mark whispered, not for the first time. "How is this possible?" Damon nodded. "I will tell you everything in detail, just not here." When they arrived at Damon's apartment, the nurse helped move Kate to the only real bed, while Mark followed behind with an overnight bag the hospital had rushed together. Damon directed them calmly, efficiently. He offered the nurse food and drink and an extra $1,000 if she could leave and come back the next day at 6 in the morning. The nurse hesitated. Clearly it was against protocol, but after a glance at Kate's vitals and a check for $1,000 in her hand, she finally nodded. "She's stable, just keep her resting. Call if anything changes." With that, she left, and Damon locked the door behind her. Now it was just the three of them. Mark hovered near the bed, fingers twitching, eyes flitting constantly to his sister's face. Damon pulled the blinds tight, casting the room in a dim hue, and then finally turned to Mark. "All right," he said, voice low. "No more dodging. I'll explain everything. What I did, what she's becoming, and what we're up against. It will be easier to explain inside the game." Damon didn't waste time. "I will be back in 15. Mark nodded, barely looking up, still seated beside Kate, his expression tight with exhaustion and disbelief. Damon didn't blame him. The guy had just been told that vampires were real, his sister might become one, and the person he trusted most had just fed her literal blood. If Mark had looked up, he would have seen Damon disappear into thin air. Damon activated Blink and reappeared in the dim, cluttered living room of two college students 2 buildings over, the scent of instant noodles and old pizza boxes lingering in the air. The two guys both did part-time jobs with him and were definitely not home during the daytime. Just like he thought, the place was completely empty. The first helmet sat on the desk and a second helmet sat on the bed. He hurriedly grabbed the 2 helmets and activated Blink again. They'd be returned. Eventually. Maybe. He could have gone to a shop to buy, but all the helmets were sold out at the moment. The stock would only be refreshed next week, and he did not want to wait until then. Within 5 minutes, he was back in his own apartment, 2 helmets in hand. He dropped them gently onto the table and glanced over at Mark, who hadn't moved. "All right," he said, his voice cool and steady. "Let's log in. I'll show you the world I've been living in and what you need to prepare for." It was already 6:30 in the evening, thanks to the tedious procedures in the hospital. They did not have to wait any longer. They could log in immediately. Mark took a helmet in his hand, still unsure of what was going on. Damon had already picked up his helmet, but there was one more helmet left. "I want to try something," Damon said, as he gently placed the gaming helmet on Kate's head. "By the way, my name inside the game is Blood God." Mark stared at Damon, dazed and confused. His friend had just placed the gaming helmet on his sister's head, like it was the most normal thing in the world. Like this wasn't the same girl who'd been comatose hours ago, the same sister he'd almost lost. "You're seriously doing this right now?" Mark's voice cracked, caught somewhere between disbelief and fear. "She's barely breathing on her own, and you want to throw her into a video game?" "Just trust me for one more minute. I know I am asking you a lot," Damon said calmly. Mark let out a sigh and sat down. He was frustrated with everything that was going on. Damon didn't take offense. He couldn't, not when Mark had every right to feel like the world had flipped upside down. His sister was barely out of a coma, and now his best friend was strapping her into a VR game like it was the cure to everything. But Damon knew what he was doing, or at least he hoped he did. He moved quickly, grabbing the second helmet and passing it to Mark. This isn't just about playing a game. It's about meeting her halfway. If I am correct, we will be able to talk to her and see her. Mark did not understand. He only weakly nodded before putting the helmet on. Damon switched it on for him, put on his own helmet, and switched it on. When Damon opened his eyes again, he found himself in the same spot, at the top of the trees on the outskirts of the Garth city. His gaze instantly darted to the many players waiting for him. Clearly, Arcane Dawn did not plan to take their humiliation lying down. Dozens of high-level Arcane Dawn players had set up a perimeter, all trained on this single spawn zone just outside Garth City. It wasn't just a manhunt, it was an ambush. Arvin's voice rang out from below, laced with venom. "That bastard thinks he can log in late and escape from us? We'll teach him a lesson today. I am using my divine sense every 10 seconds. That bastard will not get out of here alive under my watch," Lyriel declared, her eyes burning with rightful vengeance. The same type of look could be found on all the players' eyes. Everyone here definitely wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to deal with them right now. Before anyone could notice his reappearance, Damon silently slipped into the shadows and activated Shadow Step, Stalk, and Stealth. Within a single heartbeat, he vanished from sight. Arvin kept barking orders, unaware that the very man he wanted dead was already out of his grasp. "Fan out, circle formation. Don't let him pass the red marker. That guy definitely has a good item. If we kill him, our guild can acquire the item and we will immediately grab the top rank." "I am ready for that bastard," Lyriel said coldly, spinning her staff once. "If he even breathes within 10 meters, I'll know." And so the Arcane Dawn Guild continued waiting for the notorious Blood God. Meanwhile, Damon arrived at the city gates. Bloodwraith and his sister were already waiting for him inside. "My bad, I did not mean to keep you guys waiting," he apologized honestly. They had paid good money for a service, and he did delay from his end. "Big bro, what are you talking about? We just logged in. Don't worry about it." Damon nodded. "What level are you guys now?" He opened the party details to check out. Bloodwraith was currently at level 22, and Phoenix was at level 25. Damon raised a brow when Bloodwraith hurriedly explained. "My sis was doing some random quests in the city a few minutes back. He clearly wanted to explain more when the woman next to him gave him a stern glare. "Blood God, here is 10,000 gold coins. This is the payment for helping us both reach level 20 and get to the top of the rank leaderboard," Phoenix calmly said. "You can consider the extra gold coins as bonus reward for doing it so quickly." Damon accepted the trade request without hesitation, the faint chime of coins transferring echoing in his ears. 10,000 gold was no small amount, especially not for early game players. With each gold coin currently going for 50 USD, 10,000 gold coins was a whopping 500,000 USD, an astronomical amount for a middle-class family. Bloodwraith was a whale who could casually toss out such a big amount for something simple as leveling. Of course, Damon knew these two were not just paying for the carry, and right on time, the proposal arrived. "I have a proposal for you," Phoenix said coolly. "We just gave you 10,000 gold coins just like that. You should now know the kind of means and abilities under our disposal. We can easily bring you up to the top 1% of the world. Everything you would ever want or ever dream of will be within your reach. You will live like a king, and your family will be treated like royalty." Damon smiled. He didn't interrupt. He let her continue. "I have a proposal for you," Phoenix said, her gaze steady. "We're not interested in playing fair. We're interested in winning, dominating, and we believe you are the key to doing that." Damon smiled. "So you know." Damon smiled. "So you know." There was a slight flicker of surprise on Phoenix's calm face, but the woman quickly hid it. "There is nothing to know. This was only expected." Bloodwraith looked between the two, struggling to follow the conversation. "Are you guys talking about the gold coin conversion? Big bro, I almost forgot to tell you. Don't spend your gold coins yet. We heard that there is going to be a major patch to the game. They will enable selling in-game currency for USD. Our friends told us that the top politicians in the US got some sort of special deal for it. There is a rumor that even the president logged into the game and he got a God's blessing right from the beginning." Damon's expression froze for half a second. "The president?" he repeated, his voice unreadable. "With a God's blessing?" Bloodwraith nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, it's crazy, right? They're saying the whole U.S. economic model is going to be tied to Earth Online soon. Like, literally. Taxes, trades, influence points, citizenship perks, all linked to the game." "That's enough," Phoenix glared at the guy. "Very interesting. You knew about the currency exchange, and yet you did not know about the other things. May I know how you came across this piece of information?" Damon remained silent. "It doesn't matter. You might know someone influential or have a friend like my brother who can't keep a secret. But no matter who it is, they will never be able to provide the backing that our family can." "Is that so?" Damon said quietly. "And what exactly is your family, Phoenix?" Phoenix tilted her head, not answering immediately. "A family that can change the president of any country at our whim." Bloodwraith let out a nervous chuckle. "We're kind of big deals, like real-world big. Big bro, please consider. You definitely will not lose out. Even though we are probably one of the richest families in the world, we are not assholes, and we don't betray our own. I can promise you that." Phoenix added, "Of course he will consider our offer. After all, we can reach him and his family no matter where he lives." Damon's eyes narrowed. He did not like threats. "And what if I say no?" Phoenix didn't flinch. "Then we become rivals." Bloodwraith's smile faltered. "Wait, sis, he helped us. He's like our guy. Don't talk rubbish. No, big bro, nothing like that. She is just being stubborn." "I like him," Phoenix replied, calm and cool. "But that doesn't change the game board. You're either part of the Empire or you stand in its way. Like I said, we can reach you no matter where you live. Here, inside the game, you might be a big shot. But out there, no matter which corner you live in, you're still flesh and blood, and I can reach you or your family whenever I want." For a moment, silence settled between them like a heavy fog. Bloodwraith looked like he wanted to crawl into a hole. Phoenix was unshaken, her expression confident, cold, and final. But Damon just smiled again. Not the warm smile he had shown when Mark was struggling, not the polite one he'd used when accepting their trade. It was a cold, indifferent smile. "Good to know," he said, "but my answer is still no." With that, he no longer entertained the brother and sister duo. He disappeared from the vicinity and dissolved the party. Bloodwraith was livid when he saw that they had exited the party. "Ah, sis, why did you do this? I thought that you were the smart one in the family. You shouldn't have outright made him our enemy." She did not respond immediately. Her gaze lingered on the empty space where Damon had stood, her composure still intact, but there was the barest twitch in her jaw. Not anger, not regret. Calculation. She said after a long silence, her voice soft, "He was never going to join us. Not someone like him." Bloodwraith groaned, running both hands through his hair. "But he liked us. He trained with us. We laughed. We fought. Why did you have to go full mafia princess on him?" "It's fine. He has a soft corner for you. You can kiss his ass and make up." Bloodwraith gritted his teeth. "Stupid, sis!" Phoenix simply laughed, a beautiful laugh that could make many men drool over her. "What I did right now was important for many reasons. You will not understand. I only tested his limits today to see just how much confidence he has. Now I wonder just what he is so confident about." Bloodwraith flopped down onto a nearby bench, staring at the sky as if it might offer him answers. "Yeah, well, you might have just poked a dragon, sis. Let's hope he doesn't breathe fire next time we meet." Phoenix didn't reply right away. She was deep in thought, her finger idly tapping her lips. Damon's refusal hadn't rattled her, but it had intrigued her. He hadn't hesitated, not bargained, not even asked what was in it for him. He'd simply said no, smiled, and walked away. That level of confidence was dangerous. She murmured to herself, "He doesn't just have power, he knows something." Bloodwraith glanced over. "You're not going to try to kill him, are you?" "No," Phoenix said, eyes gleaming. "Not yet. He's too useful alive. For now, let's try our best to be allies with him. Send him another message. Tell him that you are sorry for your sister's actions and that you will pay him a compensation of another 10,000 gold coins." Bloodwraith opened his mouth in surprise. $1 million in a day should be enough to make him see we're serious about building bridges, not burning them. Bloodwraith blinked. "Sis, are you sure?" "Yes," she replied smoothly. "Consider it an investment in information. If we can't buy his loyalty, we can at least try to measure the weight of his principles." Bloodwraith looked uncertain, but he opened his interface anyway. Okay, message incoming." "Ding bro, I'm really sorry about earlier. My sister got a little intense. She's just used to getting her way, you know? Please don't take it the wrong way. You've been amazing to us and we both respect you like crazy. To show there are no hard feelings, we're sending over another 10,000 gold. No strings attached, just thanks. Hope we can still team up sometime." Phoenix watched her brother type, then added her own note under her breath, audible only to herself. "Let's see how the blood god responds to a mountain of gold, or if he's the kind of monster you can't buy." Many people have said no before and acted as if they were above the lure of wealth, but that always changed when they get their hands on the actual money. Men were simple like that. Now it was only a matter of time before this one comes and joins their team. "Sis, he accepted the 10,000 gold coins!" Bloodwraith suddenly shouted in glee. Phoenix smiled, her face even more beautiful in that moment, serene, triumphant, and laced with quiet arrogance. She turned her head slightly, brushing an errant strand of hair behind her ear, as if she'd just proven a fundamental truth of the world. "Of course he did," she said softly, her voice like silk drawn over steel. "They always do. Even the monsters bleed gold in the end." Bloodwraith pumped a fist in the air, visibly relieved. "See, I told you he liked us. This is good, right? Maybe he's cooling off now. Maybe he'll team up again." Phoenix smiled and shrugged. "And what?" Bloodwraith asked her in confusion. "And what else did he say?" Phoenix sighed in exasperation at her brother. Bloodwraith scratched his head. "Nothing?" "What?" Phoenix's face flickered just for a second. Then her lips pressed into a thin line, and her eyes narrowed as she leaned closer to her brother's screen, confirming for herself that Damon had indeed accepted the 10,000 gold coins without responding. No thank you, no remark, nothing. "Are you serious?" Her face twitched. Bloodwraith blinked. "Huh? Isn't it good that he didn't say no and reject the gold coins?" Phoenix wanted to slap the shit out of her brother, but instead she closed her eyes and exhaled slowly through her nose, reining in the urge. "You absolute golden retriever," she muttered. Bloodwraith tilted his head. "Thanks." "That wasn't a compliment." Her voice was flat. "He did the worst thing he could possibly do." "Which is?" "Nothing," Phoenix said cold and sharp. "He left us in the dark. We made a move, and he acknowledged it, but gave us no read, no angle, no counter. That kind of silence is control, you idiot." Bloodwraith still looked confused. Phoenix sighed, starting to walk away. "It's fine. Let me see how long this attitude of his is going to last. He will join our team sooner or later. The world as we know it is going to change. He will realize it soon enough and come back begging to us. Let's go." Bloodwraith shrugged it off and hurried behind her sister. "Where are we going?" "I got a special quest to unlock a hidden class." Bloodwraith's eyes lit up like a kid told he could skip school. "A hidden class? Which one? Is it flashy? Do you get wings? A dragon? Wait, is it an S rank? SSS? Phoenix didn't break stride. Her tone was clipped, but there was an edge of satisfaction underneath. "It's a unique class chain quest line. It unlocked because of my high affinity with fire." "Wow! You were going to quit the game yesterday, and today you're about to become a top player. All because of my big bro blood god. Tell me honestly, sis, you came back to the game because you were impressed by him, right?" Bloodwraith wagged his eyebrows, but he quickly stopped after he got a fiery glare from her. Damon did not care about the brother and sister duo. While Bloodwraith was straightforward enough, his sister, that Phoenix woman, seemed to be fond of playing some mental tricks. He did not like women like that, and he did not have time for all those mind games. Of course, he was not going to say no to money. He simply accepted the gold coins and moved on. He needed to focus on what was important right now. He looked at the system screen and mainly his friends list. If someone logged in from the same internet, then the game allowed them to show up on each other's friend list automatically, even if they hadn't added each other yet. And right now, Mark and Kate were yet to show up. He should be in the tutorial. Damon quickly sped through the streets, reaching a familiar alleyway that led to the big market square of Garth City. He had a couple of minutes to spare, and he decided he might as well finish what he started. Once in the market square, Damon quickly walked over to one of the tailor shops, Uncle Al's. "What do you need, brat?" Al asked in his tattoo-mark gruff voice. Damon smiled and took out a monkey hide. This was just one of the normal monkey drops, but the middle-aged man's face visibly changed. "These bastard monkeys! Do you know how long they have tormented me? Every time I go outside the city, they jump me, steal my packages, ruined 3 of my best shipments last year alone. And the guards, useless, said I was exaggerating." He straightened up and held the hide to the light. "How many of these do you have? I will reward you handsomely for your courage and bravery to stand up to these villainous beasts." Damon smiled. He took out a stack of monkey hides from the storage ring and passed it over to Al. Damon did not remember very many details about Garth City, except for the zone event. He knew there was a world boss trigger somewhere, but it was not coming to him right this second. So after finishing his task with the tailor shop, he simply prepared to leave the city. He opened his system screen and saw that Mark and Kate still weren't online. He thought about it for a moment and decided to wait a while before teleporting. He might be rolling in gold coins now, but the game was a money drain. The gold he had probably wouldn't even last him for the next couple of days. It was best to avoid teleporting back and forth if possible. He also had many rewards saved up, which his hands were itching to open. Damon walked over to one of the top-tier restaurants in Garth City and ordered himself a nice cup of coffee and some snacks. Damon took a seat by the window, far from the buzz of the main floor. His crimson eyes scanned the quiet street outside while he sipped his coffee. It was good, surprisingly so, rich, bitter, and bold, like everything else he liked these days. The waitress who came to serve him hovered around him for a moment, flashing her splendid assets in his face a couple of times. With a smile, Damon allowed himself to enjoy the view. He was not a saint, but after a few seconds, he switched his focus to his system screen. There was a lot that needed to be done, and extracurricular activities could wait until he had a good grip on everything. With one hand wrapped around the cup, Damon opened his inventory. Rows of loot shimmered before his eyes. His shadow clone had meticulously collected all the dropped items, and surprisingly, many of them were quite good. There were also other drops from the many kills and the dungeon run. Damon quickly ignored everything and paid attention to the legendary skill roll token first. Just looking at the thing made his heart ache. Everyone right now were envious of him for obtaining such an item, but this particular item was a huge headache. Even though the name was Legendary Skill Roll, there was only a 1% chance of actually obtaining a legendary skill. How could the game toss around skills or weapons that were legendary tier? This was a rare reward, all right, and there was a big chance of getting a rare grade skill. However, when it came to legendary skill, it was the same as buying lottery tickets. Never gonna happen. Damon was tempted to spin the wheel, but he decided against it. There was something he wanted to try. There was a strange phenomenon in the Earth Online game called The Sky Full of Stars. In his last life, when this happened, everyone's luck temporarily shot up. Damon had tried really hard to find out what event this was, but he could not. No one knew what the event was about. Whoever unlocked the event kept everything about it a secret. But for that one moment, where a beautiful scenery was painted across the sky and stars, everyone's luck shot up 100 times. It was only for a fraction of a second. But maybe he could make use of that fraction of a second this time around. Or maybe there were some beasts in the game that had a luck stat. If he could farm many such beasts, he could farm some luck stat points and then activate the skill roll. Damon decisively left the legendary skill roll token alone and moved on to the rare chests. He did not plan to wait for opening them and quickly popped them all open one after the other. Ding! You have opened Rare Chest, X1. Ding! You have obtained Blood-Drenched Cloak, Rare. Increases evasion and blood affinity. Ding! You have obtained Darkwood Essence, X5. Ding! You have obtained Vampire Tooth Pendant, Uncommon. Minor lifesteal on melee hits. Ding! You have opened Rare Chest, X2. Ding! You have obtained Elixir of Crimson Veil. Temporarily conceals all hostile aggro and player tracking. Ding! You have obtained Shadow Meld Boots, Rare. Grants 10% movement speed in darkness. Ding! You have opened Rare Chest X3. Ding! You have obtained Bloodthirsty Rune Shard X3. Can be socketed into compatible equipment for bonus crit chance. Ding! You have obtained Map Fragment Catacombs of the Forgotten Sun, Part 1 of 3. Damon's eyes narrowed at the last item. He hadn't expected that. He stared at the map fragment, lips curling into a slow grin. He remembered this dungeon. It was one of those side content places that most people ignored in his previous life because getting the last part of the 3 parts was nearly impossible. Most players had 2 out of 3 fragments and were stuck there. Finally, someone obtained the last part and then the dungeon was opened. Unfortunately, it was still only accessible by those who had all 3 parts, thanks to which this whole thing was a sore point for many. Damon also had no idea how to get the 3 fragments, so he simply ignored this one too. He already had several leads and did not want to waste his time on a random goose chase. As for the other items in the rare chests, He ignored the blood-drenched cloak. It was way too eye-catching, and he might as well be screaming from the top of his lungs that he was a dark faction player sitting around in the light faction. The boots were good. He switched out his beginner, crappy boots with the new ones. He also equipped the vampire tooth pendant. "Nice," he muttered under his breath, his lips curving into a satisfied smirk. He took another sip of his coffee and mentally filed away the rest of the items for future consideration. The bloodthirsty rune shards could be used later once he got access to high-tier gear with sockets. There was no rush to use them. Damon then opened another treasure chest that he had obtained after the first dungeon clear. That was a silver-tier treasure chest. Different treasure chests had different grades based on how they were obtained. Some were graded common, rare, epic, and legendary, while others were graded as bronze, silver, and gold. This particular one was a silver one. Ding! You have opened Dungeon Reward Chest, Silver Tier. Ding! You have obtained Shadow Bone Ring, Rare, +5 Intelligence, +2 Mana Regen per second, and increases the potency of shadow magic by 10%. Damon whistled in excitement. Now that's more like it. He grabbed the ring and immediately equipped it. It synergized well with his current shadow skills and his boots. It also looked very cool with its sleek black design. A really good addition to his current gear. Well, his current gear was still mostly the newbie clothes, but that was going to change soon. Damon took another sip of his coffee and hurriedly went through all the dropped loot. Voila! He found a couple more shadow-type items. Amid the random vendor trash and mid-tier gear were 2 more shadow-aligned pieces, an obsidian-tinged shirt and a tattered shadow hood that granted minor buffs in shadow magic and a couple of extra stats. He mentally thanked the 2 players who had gotten this for him and equipped them. "This is shaping up better than I expected," Damon muttered as he pulled on the hood. It adjusted automatically, cloaking part of his face in shadow. Combined with his red eyes, the whole ensemble gave him the vibe of a walking nightmare. He leaned back, satisfied, and cracked his neck. The last thing was the Tier 2 Class Advancement Token. A Tier 2 Class Advancement Token had the ability to instantly upgrade a class by an entire rank. If someone used the token on a basic class like Warrior, it would start a series of chain quests and could evolve into something like Blood Knight or Dreadblade Gladiator, assuming the user met hidden conditions. But for Damon, things were different. He had no active class. He did not know if in future this might change, but there was no need to save such an item waiting for something to happen in the future. Besides, his path seemed very unusual with a mix of skills from various classes. This kind of token might not be applicable at all. I should just give it to Mark, Damon decided. He checked the system interface again to see if his friends had shown up online and suddenly saw Kate's name pop up as green. Ding! You have gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! You have gained 1 gold coin. Ding! You have leveled up. The duo had big smiles as if cut from the same cloth. Uncle Al smiled because there was nothing he hated more than those horrendous monkeys, and Damon smiled because he knew what was coming next. "Got any more of those?" Uncle Al asked, and Damon quickly took out another stack of monkey hide. All hail awesome, repeatable quest. Normally this quest wasn't worth it because the monkeys were a pain in the butt and the experience points reward wasn't all that much. However, his new title, Banana Reaper, made a lot of difference. Ding! You have gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! You have gained 1 gold coin. Ding! You have leveled up. Got any more of those? Uncle Al asked again. Thanks to the monkey hater, Damon was easily able to get 9 more levels after unloading all of his stacked hides. Unfortunately, Uncle Al did not discriminate between elite monkeys and normal monkeys, but Damon was fine with it. He ended up gaining a total of 9 levels with Uncle Al repeating the quest. The last submission, however, only gave him 1,000 experience points, and Damon did not bother continuing the quest any longer. The zone event had given him 3 whole levels, even though the experience points were shared with 2 others. With this quest giving him 9 levels, his standing on the leaderboard instantly shot up, and he reached level 30, the first major checkpoint in the game. A series of system-wide notifications immediately rang out. Naturally, a choice was given for Damon to remain anonymous, and he firmly rejected it as usual. Ding! World announcement! Player Blood God has become the first player to reach level 30. Ding! Blood God has received the special title First Awakener. Ding! Blood God has received a class advancement token Tier 2. Ding! Blood God has earned 100 gold coins as a reward. Ding! Blood God has earned 100 fame as a reward. A flurry of notifications exploded across the game world. Every player, regardless of location or faction, saw the golden message flash across their interface. The world trembled. Players stopped what they were doing and stared at the notification with one unified expression: disbelief. Blood God again? How is he always first? Wait, doesn't that mean he just gained like 12 levels in a day? Forget that. He got the First Awakener title. That's got to unlock something broken. The forums exploded into chaos. Speculation, conspiracy theories, fan art, assassination bounties. Every corner of Earth Online was suddenly flooded with one question. Who the hell is Blood God, and how the hell do we stop him? The zone event from the previous day once again became a highlight, and the glorious rewards of 3 rare chests and 1 legendary skill roll were talked about a lot with envy. Getting a legendary skill was not a simple matter. Legendary skills were similar to legendary weapons in that they could redefine a build completely. A whole class could be built based off a single legendary skill, and the person would instantly become a top player. But unlike gear, which could be lost, broken, or stolen, legendary skills were bound to the soul. They couldn't be traded, copied, or replicated. The players could only curse Blood God for obtaining such a good item. The game clearly gave a lot of chances for many people to become overpowered. But what happens when a single player amasses many such chances? The answer was simple. You got someone like Blood God, a walking glitch, a myth in the making. Not a player climbing the ranks, but a storm taking over the game. The forums were ablaze with memes and outrage. Blood God became the final boss of the game everyone wanted to take down. The truth was grimmer for many top guilds and solo elites. Earth Online was still new, still mysterious, but it was already clear that power snowballed. Hidden interactions between titles, bloodlines, quests, and unique class advancements meant that players who stacked early advantages could reach a point where catching up was no longer an option. And Blood God? Blood God wasn't just stacking advantages, he was collecting exceptions. The legendary skill scroll he obtained during the stone-skinned monkey event, bound directly to his bloodline, was one such exception. And now, with the First Awakener title and a Tier 2 class advancement token in hand, he stood at a crossroads few players would ever even glimpse. The guy was becoming untouchable, unassailable. Not a king on the leaderboard, but a legend etched into the game's very foundation. Outside Garth City, the Arcane Dawn's players were still camping the trees waiting for Blood God to show up. Their faces turned ashen when they saw the system messages. Their ambush, their plans, their pride, all of it shattered in a single golden flash. Level 30? Arvon's voice cracked, disbelief morphing into panic. How did he log in? We were right here. How did he get so many levels in such a short time? Wasn't he only 22 a few minutes back? L'Oreal's fingers tightened around her staff. Her jaw clenched. He was under our noses the entire time?
On the other side of Garth City, Bloodwraith let out an excited shout and Phoenix stood frozen in her tracks. Her eyes were wide. She had clearly seen that Blood God was the same level as her just a couple of minutes ago when they had met in person, but now he had sprinted ahead, completely leaving her in the dust. "Level 30, Phoenix muttered. She gritted her teeth as a fiery aura erupted around her. Soon she will overtake that asshole. She clenched her fists in determination. Meanwhile, in Nira City. What? Blood God is not here anymore? Aurora bit her lips in frustration. Her team had been hunting that ruffian non-stop for the special hidden quest, combing through the forests outside the Nira City, but now it looked like all their effort was for naught. With these many gold coins, he could practically be anywhere in this world. She stabbed her staff into a python, the creature twisting and turning from the burst of divine energy before it turned into ashes. Was her hidden quest for an S-ranked legendary class going to be just a dream? The quest was right there in her hands, and yet it was slipping away like smoke. Aurora stared at the fading ashes of the python, her heart hammering in her chest. Blood God. The name now felt like a chain around her progress. A curse. She will soon break this curse and come out victorious. Another group in Nira City was equally unhappy. An underling of Daddy Brutal saw the system-wide announcement and cackled like a villain. "Boss, your strategy is working. Our little lamb, Blood God, is become fatter and fatter." He rubbed his hand in enthusiasm. "When will we slaughter the lamb, big boss? When will we? Hee hee hee! I am very excited." Daddy Brutal turned to look at his subordinate, his face twitching in anger. "Fucking idiot! Shut the hell up!" The underling did not understand why their big boss was so upset. "Boss, what happened? Wasn't the plan to let the lamb fatten up first?" Daddy Brutal completely lost it. "He is becoming too fucking fat! Okay? Do you understand now? Does your tiny pea-sized brain get it now? He is becoming too fucking fat!"
Damon's eyes lit up as the green dot appeared next to Kate's name. "She's in," he muttered, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Without hesitation, he tapped the party invite and sent it across. Almost instantly, a system notification pinged back. "K8 has joined your party." "Kate, which newbie town are you in?" "Ronark," she replied. The next second, Mark's name popped up online too. Damon sent the invite to Mark as well, and surprisingly, the bro-sister duo had spawned in the same newbie town. Usually the players were distributed, but sometimes friends did start together, so it was not very uncommon. It didn't matter. They were here, and he needed to get there ASAP. Damon was quite confident about Kate's condition, but despite that, he was very anxious and nervous. If anything wrong happened to her, he would be responsible for it. He needed to go and see her right this second. Ronark. That's near Holum City. The city was in the neighboring kingdom, but it was a friendly kingdom, so there was a teleportation portal for the city. It cost double the amount of gold coins, which Damon did not hesitate to pay up. The next second, he was standing in Holum City. The teleportation circle flashed beneath his feet, and Damon emerged in the heart of Holum City. Unlike Garth, this place was quieter, more serene, its cobbled streets lined with flowering trees and gentle streams that ran through the open squares. But Damon wasn't here for the scenery. He quickly opened the party interface, tracking Kate and Mark's locations. The marker pulsed on the edge of Ronark Village, just outside the western training field. His footsteps quickened. He reached the outskirts of Ronark in no time. The outskirts of Ronark were just as he remembered, a quiet village with straw roofs, wooden palisades, and NPC farmers endlessly hoeing their fields like enchanted clockwork. A few level 1 players were swatting at tutorial slimes, yelling in panic when the creatures bounced too close. Damon's eyes locked on the 2 markers just ahead near the sparring dummies by the training field. There they were. He arrived at the training field, and the first thing he noticed was a pale face completely and utterly lacking any and all emotions.
Damon's eyes dropped. As soon as Kate saw him, without a word, she quietly bowed. "I am here to serve my Lord Master. Please give me your orders." "Fuck, I screwed up." "What did you say, Master? You want me to screw you?" "Huh?" Damon stared at Kate in confusion when he realized something was off. The next second, the woman burst into laughter. Kate doubled over, clutching her stomach as peals of laughter rang out across the training field. A few nearby players turned to stare, baffled by the sudden outburst. But Damon, however, stood frozen in place, eyes wide. "You—" She waved a hand at him, still laughing. "I had one chance to mess with you. How could I waste it?" Damon exhaled sharply, torn between relief and outrage. "You absolute troll." Kate straightened up, wiping away a fake tear. Her crimson eyes were no longer vacant. They sparkled with mischief. "Did you really think I turned into some brainwashed blood servant?" "Well, yeah," Damon muttered, trying to hide the small, stupid grin tugging at his mouth. "You scared the hell out of me." "Good." She stepped forward and casually flicked his forehead. "That's for turning me without asking, and also for the funeral-level dramatics. I am here to serve my Lord Master. Seriously, that's what you thought I'd say?" "I panicked," Damon said deadpan. "You looked like you were about to start calling me His Vampiric Highness." "I was tempted." They both laughed. It was brief, but it was enough to shatter the tension, and Damon finally let himself breathe again. Behind them, Mark stared at the two like they'd grown second heads. "Are you guys joking around? Are you serious? What the hell is going on? How can all of this be real? Kate, please talk to me. How are you feeling?" Kate's laughter softened as she turned to face her brother. Her smile dimmed into something gentler, warmer, and for a moment she just looked at him, as if seeing Mark for the first time all over again. "I'm good," she said finally, with surprising calm. "Really good, actually. Better than I've felt in a long time." Mark looked completely unconvinced. "You died, Kate. I was there. I saw you flatline. And now you're joking around like this is normal?" His voice cracked with emotion. "What even is this game? Damon said he saved you, but how is that possible?" Then he turned to Damon. "How can you be a vampire in real life? Are you both vampires now? Do you drink blood now?" Kate stepped closer and placed a hand on her brother's arm. "I don't know all the answers, not yet, but I believe him." She glanced at Damon and her voice dropped. "I remember some things. It was like I was falling into a void, cold, dark, and endless. But then something pulled me back. It wasn't gentle. It burned, but it worked." Mark's eyes flicked between her and Damon, struggling to process. Damon cleared his throat and stepped in. "Just wait a second. Let me start from the beginning. I have a lot to explain to the two of you." Damon stopped for a moment and then decided to skip the part about him traveling back in time. It was not that he did not trust Mark, but it just seemed as if it was unnecessary to toss that one into the mix as well. He told them about Bloodrain's soul and explained that he had stumbled onto it in his newbie village. That, combined with his fragmented primordial bloodline, slowly made everything clear to both Kate and Mark. Kate listened quietly as Damon laid out everything that had happened since the game began. He skipped a few details, but he was surprisingly open. Mark, on the other hand, looked like he'd been hit by a truck. He kept blinking, like he was waiting to wake up and find out it was all a dream. "You're telling me you got some kind of legendary soul weapon that talks to you?" Mark asked slowly. "And then what, it turned you into Dracula?" "Not Dracula," Damon corrected. "Something worse. Something older. A primordial." Kate raised an eyebrow. "And then you became my hero, lord, and savior?" Damon gave her a flat look. Okay, Kate laughed, holding up her hands. "I'll stop teasing." Mark glanced between the two of them like he was the only sane man left. "I don't know what's crazier, that this game lets you become a vampire in real life, or that my sister is laughing about it while calling you master." "I am never calling this doofus master," Kate huffed, mock offended. "Besides, I'm clearly the cooler vampire now. So what class did you pick up, huh? I need to know how strong I have to get. No way I'm letting you stay stronger than me." Damon grinned, something wicked dancing in his eyes. "You'll see soon enough." The three of them shared a laugh, and for the first time in a long while, Damon felt something warm settle in his chest. Like, just maybe, he was exactly where he belonged. He did not know how the world was going to change tomorrow, but no matter what, he would fight to protect this small world of his. Damon's mind wandered to Phoenix and what she said. She talked about a rumor that the President of the United States was personally going to log into the game with the God's blessing, but he already knew that it was not a mere rumor. During their conversation, he did not reveal any shock, but he was definitely shocked to find out that it was the President who started with a God's blessing. In fact, it was not just one person. In about 6 months' time, there were going to be 10 players who would enter the game with 10 different God's blessings. These 10 players would then become the backbone and strength of 10 powerful guilds, collectively called the Super 10. The thought made Damon's expression harden, his smile fading as the weight of what was coming settled on his shoulders again. The Super 10. He remembered that name well from his past life, the 10 pillars of chaos that had reshaped the game and, eventually, the world itself. Entire nations would align themselves with those players. A player like the President. Probably the other 10 players were other influential political people from around the world, from different countries. The identities of these players were always kept secretive, but from the way the nations aligned with them and the massive waves of recruitment of talented players, now Damon could join many dots. All of this made him wonder, did these people know something beforehand about how the game was going to change the world? Damon's thoughts spiraled. The President of the United States, world leaders, titans of influence, quietly entering a game that, at the time, was marketed as nothing more than the most immersive virtual reality MMO ever made. But looking back, how had they known? How had they prepared so thoroughly? Was it just foresight? Or had they been tipped off? Or rather, who was it who tipped them all off? A name entered his mind. All these players had what they called a God's blessing, so maybe the person who tipped them was a... He clenched his fists slowly, his eyes losing focus as paranoia and clarity warred inside his mind. Were the gods real? Were they watching? Had they chosen vessels in advance? And if so, what did that make him? A rogue variable? A mistake? Or maybe a threat? "Hello? Earth to Damon? Earth to Damon!" Kate flicked him on the forehead playfully. "What are you thinking about?" Damon blinked, pulled back from the depths of his spiraling thoughts by the light tap of Kate's finger on his forehead. Her mischievous grin was in contrast to the storm that had been brewing in his mind, but it grounded him, reminded him of the now, of the people he had to protect. "What are you thinking about?" she repeated, tilting her head. "Nothing," Damon lied, offering a small smile. "So, what class do you both want to pick?" Kate narrowed her eyes immediately. "That's a deflection. You are lying. I know when you're lying, Damon." Mark didn't say anything and shrugged. Damon raised both hands in surrender. "Fine. I was thinking about how the world's about to go to hell and that we're all standing on the fault line. Happy?" Kate smiled. "We'll deal with it. Together." Mark, still looking like he was waiting for an alien mothership to beam them all up, scratched the back of his neck. "Well, if the world is going to hell, then I'm going to need a strong class to stand next to you." Kate grinned. "You should go necromancer, then we can start a band, Blood and Bones." "Hard pass," Mark muttered. Damon chuckled. "Honestly, it doesn't matter what class you pick. If you both stick close to me, I'll make sure no one touches you. But you should choose something that matches your nature. Let's first take care of your awakening ceremony and then worry about picking a class." "What's that?" I will tell you about it. First, let's go to Neris City. I have the maximum influence there and might need some help from the vampire base." The three of them started walking into the forest. Damon summoned his clone, and Kate spent the next few minutes examining it, completely shocked. While she was messing around, Mark pulled Damon back to talk in private. I have no idea how to thank you. Damon waved him off casually. Don't. Just stay alive. That's enough. But Mark didn't let it go so easily. I mean it. You saved my sister. You could have walked away and let her die, but you didn't. He glanced ahead at Kate, who was now poking the clone's face and laughing like a child with a new toy. She's the only family I've got left. You risked everything to save her. I can never repay you for that. Damon didn't say anything for a long moment. His jaw tensed, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He didn't know how to deal with gratitude, not when it came from a place so raw. Not after the way his last life had ended, drowning in betrayal. Finally, he gave Mark a short nod. Don't get sentimental on me, he muttered. You're going to make me think I'm a good person. Mark snorted. Too late for that. You were always a good guy, Damon. Better than me, at least. Have you read the forums? Damon chuckled. Fucking hell, yeah, how are we not talking about that? Blood God! Dude! You're famous! Mark started laughing. Ugh, groan. Damon ran a hand through his hair. I hate that name. Oh, come on, Mark grinned. You massacred a guild mid-event while farming elite monsters and players like it was a weekend hobby. You've got a blood-red name, the MVP title, a bounty on your head, and your own forum mega thread with 50 pages of people arguing if you're a bug, a dev, or an actual demon. Damon groaned louder. I don't want to know. But you are famous now, Mark said with a smirk. And I got to admit, it's kind of cool knowing the guy terrifying half the server is my childhood friend. You've always had that main character syndrome, man. Just embrace it. Yes, Blood God, my lord and savior. Kate laughed as she walked back to them. Hey, do we need to bow to you every time we see you now? I mean, we are amongst royalty. Damon's face twitched. You know what, Kate? It should be any time now. What any time? Kate looked confused. Aren't you feeling a tad hungry? Damon smiled. Hungry? Kate's eyes instantly froze. Fuck, yes, she was feeling hungry. Very hungry. Hunger was all she could think about now. She looked at Damon's wicked smile and slowly asked in disbelief, Don't tell me. Yes, my dear Kate. Vampires drink blood.
Kate stared at him like he'd just told her the moon was made of cheese. No, she whispered. Yes, Damon said cheerfully. No. Yes, Damon was clearly enjoying this far too much. Kate clutched her stomach, her face frozen in a mixture of disbelief and horror. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? I thought I was just craving burgers or something after that hospital visit. I was going to get the Big Mac. Damon burst out laughing. Big Mac? Oh my God! Don't laugh at me, you idiot, she growled, baring her fangs, which, now that she noticed, had gotten sharper. How am I supposed to get blood? I'm not going to bite someone. That's insane. You'll learn to control it, Damon said, his tone calming now. At first, the hunger's overwhelming, but after your first real feed, you'll stabilize. Come on, let's go and find something for you to eat. Kate looked reluctant, but when Damon's shadow clone dragged a half-dead wolf to them, she instantly jumped on the beast. One whiff of the blood and her eyes changed, darkened, deepened, turned feral. Without a word, Kate lunged at the wolf, fangs bared. She didn't bite like a person would. She bit like a starving animal, desperate, instinctual, wild. The moment her lips touched the creature's neck, a shiver ran down her spine and she started sucking. Damon watched silently. Mark had a complicated look on his face. A few seconds later, the wolf let out a faint whimper before falling silent. Kate's shoulders trembled, then gradually stilled as her breathing deepened. A flush of crimson spread across her cheeks, and her hunger began to fade. Finally, she pulled away, blood smeared across her mouth, her chest rising and falling like she'd just surfaced from underwater. She blinked, dazed, then looked up at Damon. That was disgusting, but also... She paused, licking a spot off her lip. Really, really good. Damon chuckled. Told you, Big Mac just got dethroned. Kate wiped her mouth on her sleeve and stood. I'm still not biting people. You say that now, Damon grinned. Give it time.
Kate huffed and dramatically turned away. She was about to say something in protest when suddenly a system screen flashed in front of her. "Ding! Your transformation is complete. Ding! You have been sired by the touch of a primordial bloodline. Do you wish to accept your god's blessing?" Kate looked at Damon for a moment and then selected yes. All the joking aside, she knew that the man standing in front of her had saved her from definite death. After all that, she was not going to reject his good intentions by being some prude who couldn't handle being a vampire. After all, Damon had always been... Kate shook her head. There was already so much going on, and she did not want to dredge up some old feelings and make everything messier. She selected yes, and instantly her face changed. Both Mark and Damon rushed to her. What happened? Kate couldn't answer. A look of pain filled her face as her body arched slightly and her chest lit up with a deep crimson glow. The mark of her bond with Damon's bloodline ignited like a rune etched in flame. Symbols not from any known language shimmered around her, orbiting her body like satellites, then, just as suddenly, were sucked inward and vanished beneath her skin. Ding! You have accepted the blessing of a primordial. Ding! The grade of your blessing is minor. Ding! All your stats are increased by 50. Kate collapsed to her knees, panting, her hands clutching at the glowing mark over her chest. The runes had disappeared, but the heat still lingered in her bones. Damon reached her side in an instant, crouching as Kate tried to catch her breath. Mark hovered behind, panic flickering in his eyes. But Damon wasn't panicked. He recognized this. If he was not wrong, then this was a sort of awakening. The next second his suspicions were confirmed. A system screen flashed in front of him. Ding! Kate 8 has accepted the blessing. Ding! A bond has been forged through the blood pact and Kate 8 has become your first bloodbound follower. Ding! She has received minor blessing. All her stats are increased by 50. Ding! The stronger the blessing, the stronger the bond and the influence. Bloodline stabilization is required before altering the grade of the blessing. Damon stared at the cascading system messages, each one more unexpected than the last. Bloodbound follower. Kate, his first. He looked at Kate again. Her aura had changed. She was a lot stronger now. Mark, watching silently, asked the obvious question. Is she okay? Damon didn't answer right away. He stood slowly, offering Kate his hand. She took it, rising to her feet with effort, her expression a blend of awe and confusion. She just became my first follower. For a second, he was worried about how his friends were going to react. After all, becoming a follower was just a polished way of calling someone an underling. However, the two of them simply nodded. It looked like they had already expected something like this to happen. Sweet! I got a big stat bonus! Kate grinned, checking out her newly modified body. She could zoom and run a lot faster now, and she was sure as hell enjoying it. Kate dashed forward suddenly, zipping between two trees before flipping off a low-hanging branch and landing beside them with a grin that screamed trouble. I think I could race a car now, or run one over. Mark looked at her, half impressed and half terrified. I don't know whether to be proud of you or scared. Kate smirked. Both, definitely both. She continued enjoying her new body when Mark turned to Damon. There is something I need to ask you. Damon raised a brow. Sure, anything. I want to become your next follower. Damon froze. He studied him for a moment, trying to read beyond the words. You know what that means, right? It's not just a power-up. It's a bond, a tie. You'll be tied to me and to the bloodline forever. There's no going back. Yeah, I know. I had to do that to Kate because she was dying or already dead. There is no reason for you to... What about the reason that I want to? Mark responded, firm and steady. Damon blinked, surprised not just by the interruption, but by the steel in Mark's voice. There was no hesitation, no joking mask to hide behind, just raw conviction. Mark stepped closer. I want to do this. I want to become your right hand. I want to stand by you and support you when you need me and watch your back when you don't need me. Damon stared at him for a long time. Then slowly he let out a breath. You really mean that? You've already made up your mind. Are you doing this to repay me? Mark nodded. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. You're both my only family. I don't want to become something different than both of you. If you're becoming a monster, then I will become one too." Damon looked a little surprised. "I know I might be asking too much, considering you're a primordial and whatnot, but I will make sure you don't regret this decision. I'm not the strongest, not the smartest, but I'm loyal. I will never betray you. You said the world's about to change? Then I will stand by you when it changes and fight right beside you." Mark's words were clear. He was determined. Damon knew he had made up his mind, and Damon was more than okay with it. He was about to open his mouth to respond when Bloodrain's voice sounded in his mind. "Stop! The sister did not have any unique bloodline, and probably the brother doesn't either. You are not strong yet. You cannot afford to hand over freebies left and right. If I'm not wrong, you can only give out 5 blessings before you unlock more of your bloodline. I suggest you save it." Damon smiled. Bloodrain might be right, but he did not care because she did not know his friend as well as he did. Mark was one of the most grounded people he knew. He might not be a genius or something, but there was no one as hard-working as him. Having Mark by his side could only become his strength, never his weakness. He was sure of it. Damon's smile deepened, slow and certain, even as Bloodrain grumbled in his mind. "You know, for a guy who was already betrayed once, you are way too trusting." She was definitely against this decision. "You're making a mistake," she hissed. "No," Damon replied silently. "I'm making a choice." Damon nicked his thumb and used a potion vial to drain some of his blood into it. He handed it over to Mark. "You sure?" Damon asked one last time. Mark didn't blink. He drank the blood in a single swig. The next second, he clutched his heart, dropped the vial, and doubled over, a hoarse scream ripping from his throat. The transformation hit him harder than it had hit Kate. Mark's body convulsed violently like it was rejecting the very essence now flooding his veins. His fingers clawed at the dirt, breath catching as if something primal had seized his lungs and refused to let go. Blood pulsed at his temples, veins darkening beneath his skin as the transformation tore through him like wildfire.
Ding! Zero has accepted the blessing. Ding! A bond has been forged through the blood pact, and Zero has become your second blood-bound follower. Ding! He has received minor blessing. All his stats are increased by 50. Ding! The stronger the blessing, the stronger the bond and the influence. Bloodline stabilization is required before altering the grade of the blessing. Ding! Zero has awakened a hidden bloodline, bloodline of the Titan. Damon was surprised. So Mark had a bloodline after all. He was just about to ask Mark about it when he himself spoke up. "Hey, take a look at this. I have awakened something called a Titan bloodline." Bloodrain immediately chimed in. "What? Damon, can you confirm, did that useless person actually have a Titan bloodline? It's impossible." Damon smiled. He is not useless. And yes, he does have the bloodline, he mentally responded to the woman. Bloodrain shrieked in excitement. "Yeah! You have really lucked out this time. Do you know how rare this is? Outside of their clan, Titan bloodline is almost non-existent. The kind of raw physical strength the bloodline gives is unrivaled. You have chosen the perfect person to become your follower. You have an incredible foresight." Damon did not respond to the woman. She was flip-flopping faster than a politician, and she was not done. "If you combine this with your blessing and support, your friend's rise to power will be astronomical. More importantly, when he sires biological descendants, you can farm as many descendants as want until you extract all of the beneficial bloodline abilities." What the hell was this lunatic talking about? Did she just ask him to kill Mark's kids and farm them for abilities? Bloodrain's tone was bubbling with excitement. It was like she was just talking about something that normally happens. "Sure, I'll get right on that," Damon sarcastically replied to the woman and shifted his attention to Mark. "How are you feeling? Did you get any special skills or any other special conditions?" Damon asked, thinking about his own personal death sentence waiting for him at the end of 30 days. "Yes, I got a skill," Mark nodded, sharing his skill screen with Damon.
Titan's Bulwark, passive skill, bloodline skill, level 1. Your body resonates with the will of ancient giants, increases maximum HP by 100%, grants plus 30% resistance to all physical damage, and makes you immune to knockback effects below your tier. When your HP falls below 30%, gain a temporary plus 50 strength for 10 seconds, cooldown 90 seconds. Kate also stared in shock. She already knew that Mark would do something like this eventually, but she didn't think he would be so decisive with his actions. "Good job, bro!" She punched him lightly on the shoulder, though it probably hurt her more than it hurt him now. "Remind me never to piss you off again. You've officially gone from my adorable dork brother to a juggernaut I need to bride with snacks." Damon, however, was still staring at the skill screen, brows slightly furrowed. This is no joke," he muttered. "At full potential, this alone could make you frontline a boss raid without blinking, and it's only level 1. Mark grinned. "I also have this active one, just unlocked it." Another window appeared. Titan's Tremor, active skill, bloodline skill, level 1. Strike the ground with the force of an ancient behemoth. Creates a shockwave in a 10-meter radius, dealing AoE damage equal to 200% of your strength and stunning enemies for 3 seconds. Structures and terrain in the radius take minor environmental damage. Kate's jaw dropped. "This is simply too overpowered." Mark shrugged with mock modesty. "It's nothing much." "This is so unfair. How come I did not have any of these bloodline abilities? I bet Mom and Dad secretly adopted you. They definitely picked you up from the local dustbin." Kate nodded her head definitively. Mark smiled and just patted her. "You are such an idiot." "You both are idiots," Damon sighed. It looked like finally everything was sorted out. "Let's go to the vampire base. I want Kate to improve her levels as soon as possible. Maybe that will help in her getting healed quicker in the outside world." Kate's teasing grin slipped at the mention of the real world. She rubbed her stomach subconsciously where her body had ached just days ago in the hospital. "Right, my body's still technically recovering out there, huh? I might or might not even wake up." Damon gave a slight nod. "Your condition might have stabilized, but you're still not in the clear. If we can raise your level and evolve your class fast enough, maybe the transformation can speed up the healing process in both worlds." Mark nodded seriously. Damon had already purchased the vampire charms for the duo from another shop in Garth City, run by a known vampire's NPC. He handed them the charms, and the two of them equipped them immediately. Thanks to the increased stats, the duo were able to easily match Damon's speed, and they were in the city area in no time. Starting with this many stat points was simply ridiculous. Even though Damon would probably outshine them in the future, it would require a lot of hard work on his part. On the other hand, these two got an instant power-up right from the get-go. Good. If anybody deserved an easy life, it was these two. Between their absent mother and their abusive father, he knew how bad these two had it. Damon fished out gold coins for the teleportation, and the three of them finally arrived in Nira City. But the small city was no longer as quiet and calm as it used to be. The amount of Divine Temple and Holy Church players had once again increased in the city area and the nearby forests. Players in gleaming white robes and radiant armor strolled the cobbled streets, pretending to browse vendors, but their eyes were sharp and scanning. They were like little insects crawling everywhere in the city. Damon heard a couple of people talking about it. Apparently someone leaked online that a special quest will unlock for priest and paladin class players and holy healers if they manage to kill him or even spot him and report the location to the church. Huge bounties were on his head in both the Mercenary Guild and the Adventurers Guild. Of course, normal player guilds also had extensive rewards for cornering him. The entire city had become a death trap. The players had even started doing unofficial checkpoints all over the city and at the city gate entrance. Most of these players had the Golden Lotus Guild tabard and were clearly from Aurora's Golden Lotus Guild. Damon's face twitched at this new development. It looked like they wanted to trap him, corner him, and catch him like a mouse in a trap. It's only been 3 days since the game launched. Wasn't this a bit too soon to go all in? Damon, what are we going to do now? Mark and Kate looked troubled. Those 3 guys have been eyeing us since we arrived. Do you think they found out? Damon smiled. They need 3 more years of experience before they can compete with me. He had half a mind to take on the whole gang, but now, with Mark and Kate, the things he needed to get done had drastically increased. He couldn't afford to simply keep messing with these idiots. Let's go this way. He led the group to the old hag shop. A couple of people seemed interested in following them, but Damon lost them soon enough by taking multiple weird turns in the city streets. These idiots did not have enough manpower yet, so it was easy enough to ditch them. The group entered the shop, and Alora was, as usual, swatting flies with no one else around. "I am busy. Come again tomorrow," she absent-mindedly replied. However, the next second, her eyes flew wide. "My lord, my lady!" She immediately appeared in front of them with a speed that defied her hunched frame. Bowing so low, her nose nearly brushed the dusty floorboards. "Forgive me, I did not recognize your exalted presence." Kate blinked. Mark stared dumbfounded. She was talking to the both of them, and not Damon? Even Damon was confused. Bloodrain laughed in his head, explaining him the reason. He had covered up all of his aura, but his initiates still emitted the aura of his blessing. "He said they have a primordial blessing?" "Not possible," Bloodrain said. "But she can tell that they have a powerful god's blessing." While everyone was still confused by this, something even more unexpected happened. Elora's figure started morphing. She was no longer the old hag with a hunchback. Instead, standing in her place was a devilishly wicked beauty. Her skin darkened to obsidian sheen, smooth and flawless, as crimson tattoos slithered across her arms and neck. Her back straightened, her robes fell away, replaced by a shimmering gown woven of shadow and embers. Horns coiled back from her temples, delicate and sharp like onyx spirals, and her eyes, once dull and faded, now gleamed a deep, bottomless violet. Kate took a reflexive step back. What the hell? Mark instinctively reached for his starter weapon, but Damon stopped them both. "She is just showing you both respect." Elora's eyes briefly clicked to Damon before ignoring him completely. She flashed another smile at Mark and Kate as some tokens appeared on her hand. "Please use them, my lord and my lady. Our humble base eagerly awaits your presence." "What about me?" Damon smiled bitterly. With a sharp look, Elora tossed one at him as well, once again ignoring him after that. Kate laughed softly and nudged him with her elbow. "Jealous that someone else is getting all the attention?" "Not at all," Damon shrugged. "Huh, you're definitely lying. I know she is your type." His type? He was about to say something, but he quickly shut his mouth. He had fallen into this trap many times. He was not going to do the same mistake again. It was better to simply remain silent for these types of questions and comments. As the sexy version of Alora bowed before them, revealing a second majestic view of the great mountains, the 3 activated the tokens and left the small shop. The very next moment, they appeared in the dilapidated underground tunnel that led to the deserted Blood Hall, the main base of the vampires in and around this area. Damon couldn't help but wonder if Varnix would react the same way to Mark and Kate. His question was answered when the old vampire revealed a visibly shocked expression and bowed to the both of them. "My lady and my lord, please forgive this old man for the blood hall's desolate appearance. Welcome to our humble abode," Varnix intoned reverently, his deep voice echoing off the cracked stone walls. He lowered himself to one knee, crimson cloak pooling around him like a shadow. "We had not anticipated your descent this soon. The blood stirs and the sanctum responds." Kate blinked. Hi." Mark just smiled awkwardly. Damon shook his head. These two need to learn a lot. Unlike them, he knew how exactly to take advantage of situations. "Lord Varnix, I met these two newly awakened bloodlings wandering about. They seem to lack the memory of their origin. Perhaps there is some way you can help them to become stronger and reclaim their place in the dark faction." Varnix's gaze sharpened with sudden understanding. So they are not merely of the blood, but of the old blood, unaware of their calling." He rose slowly, reverence in every motion. "Then it is my honor, no, my duty, to serve." Varnix gestured to the hallway beyond, where the darkness now parted in slow, swirling tendrils. "There is a trial chamber below the sanctum. It was once used to awaken fledgling nobles. If they survive the trial, the blood reveals their path." "If they survive?" Mark asked, raising a brow. Varnix's smile was gentle, and just a little terrifying. "Growth demands risk, young lord, but fear not. You shall not face it alone." "Oh, that's good. Looks like you will have some help," Damon nodded. But the next second, Varnix simply added, "I meant your God's blessing will always be with you." Damon's face twitched. "I guess you are screwed then," he smiled bitterly. "These trials are usually tough. Just do your best. No need to risk anything, especially Kate." "Yes, master," Kate playfully winked. But Damon quickly grabbed her and looked at her pointedly. "Listen to me, I'm not joking. Your condition is weird. I don't know what's happening to your body in the real world, so don't unnecessarily take any risks." "Geez, okay, I know, you dummy. I'm just playing with you." "Kate." "Okay, no more playing. I will listen to you, all right?" She pouted. Varnix cleared his throat awkwardly. "If my lordship and my ladyship would follow me." He led them both further underground, and when Damon tried to follow, he quickly turned to give a sharp glance. "I guess I'm not welcome there." Damon chuckled awkwardly. He watched the three of them disappear and then decided to get back to his business. There was a lot that needed to be done, and he did not plan on babysitting Mark and Kate forever. That would only be detrimental to their growth. He helped them get a foothold in the game, and now it was up to them to carve out their own path, just like he had. Damon turned back toward the main blood hall chamber. The small orb on the altar was still glowing faintly. He placed his hand on it, and immediately the system panel popped up. Thanks to Bloodwraith, he had more than enough money to contribute to the rebuild. Quest: Rebuilding the Blood Hall. The Vampire Race Hall lies in ruins. Do you wish to contribute towards its restoration and become its founding pillar? Objective: Pledge yourself to the Blood Hall. Donate mana stones and wealth to aid in its reconstruction. Reward: Reputation points. Blood Hall Restoration Panel. Contributions: Gold coins, 0 of 10,000. Mana stones, 0 of 500. Elite mana cores, 0 of 100. Current status: Crumbling Ruins, Tier 0. Next stage: Shattered Sanctuary, Tier 1. Damon dumped 1,000 gold coins to the panel to start with. He also dumped 100 mana cores he had obtained from the Twilight Dungeon and 100 mana cores he had obtained from the elite monkeys from the Zone event. It wasn't the whole amount, but it was a big chunk. Just like he expected, changes started to happen to the Blood Hall almost immediately. The blood orb flared crimson, and small runes started slowly appearing on the cave walls. It looked like it was going to take some time, so Damon decided to check out his status screen. After farming for so long, he had amassed a lot of skills and stat points, and he still hadn't checked out his current growth and progress. Since he finally had a minute to sit down, he opened his status screen. Blood God. Class, Primordial Awakening, class path unavailable. Species, Bloodborne. Race, Blood Initiate, variant. Bloodline, Fragmented Ancestral Bloodline. Status effect, Bloodline Instability, 30 days. Soul weapon, Blood Rain, locked. Titles, Rabbit Killer, Banana Reaper, First Awakener, Brawlamond Slayer, Solo Reaper. Level 30, Faction, Dark. Health, 11,500. Mana, 13,400. Vitality, 65. Stamina, 61. Strength, 73, plus 10. Intelligence, 64. Agility, 52, plus 10. Constitution, 48. Luck, 10. Available stat points, 20. Damon blinked in disbelief. Was this really the status screen of a level 30? It was simply unimaginable. He had to be at least as strong as a level 50, and he wasn't even grinding stats on purpose. Not only that, he had gained a new stat, luck, which was incredibly hard to gain. This meant that some player had lucked out with a luck skill, and he managed to grab it from them. He must have pulled it from one of the elite players he drained during the chaos of the stone-skinned monkey event. Some poor fool probably had a rare passive like Child of Fortune or Favored by Fate, and now that ability, or a fraction of it, was embedded somewhere deep in his bloodline. Damon's gaze then shifted to the list of his extracted skills. His eyes went as wide as saucers.
Skill list. Bloodline skills. Primordial senses, SSS rank active. Primordial hunger, SSS rank passive. Vampiric skills, Blood Cleave, D rank active. Blood Lance, D rank active. Lesser Blood Magic, C rank passive. Blood Archive, C rank passive. General skills. Minor Agility Boost, Max, F rank passive. Minor Strength Boost, F rank passive. Minor Poison Resistance, Max, F rank passive. Berserk Instinct, F rank passive. Rage Boost, F rank passive. Eagle Shot, F rank active. Mana Siphon, C rank active. Tracker's Instincts, F rank passive. Blink, D rank active. Innate Enhancement, B rank active. Howl of Dread, E rank active. Tame Beast, F rank active. Shadow Element skills, Shadow Step, D rank active. Stalk, D rank active. Shadow Clone, C rank active. Shadow Meld, D rank active. Stealth, D rank active. Shadow Cloak, D rank active. Shadow Devourer, C rank active. Mage skills, Fireball, F rank active. Water Bullet, F rank active. Lightning Bolt, F rank active. Chaos Bolt, F rank active. Earthquake, D rank active. Rock Bomb, E rank active. Earthen Armor, E rank active. Weapon Mastery skills, Lesser Sword Mastery, F rank passive. Lesser Spear Mastery, F rank passive. Lesser Bow Mastery, F rank passive. Lesser Dagger Mastery, F rank passive. Lesser Axe Mastery, F rank passive. Lesser Shield Mastery, F rank passive. Lesser Chain Mastery, F rank passive. Lesser Gun Mastery, F rank passive. Crafting skills, Alchemy, F rank passive. Cooking, F rank passive. Blacksmithing, F rank passive. Fishing, F rank passive. Damon was completely stupefied. He had always known how ridiculously overpowered his bloodline extraction ability was, but to see everything with his own eyes, it was a very surreal feeling. It still knocked the breath out of him. Each category of skills, normally something players would spend weeks or months grinding for, sat there, organized and neatly labeled like they were pulled out of some sort of cheat sheet. This wasn't just versatility, this was dominance in every path available. Melee, magic, stealth, crafting, even beast taming and ranged combat were covered. Damon's lips curled into a slow smirk. What others saw as chaos, he saw as convergence. Most players built their characters along one clear line: mage, warrior, rogue, archer. They followed quest chains, hunted skill books, and maybe re-rolled to get a better affinity. But Damon? He simply took what he needed from the blood of others. A vampire's curse, turned into a god-tier farming method. And this list wasn't even final. He still had unspent stat points, still had loot, still had that damned legendary skill roll token burning a hole in his inventory. He chuckled softly. Let's see how far this rabbit hole goes. He looked at the list again, and his gaze landed on fishing. He knew a good fishing starter quest that had an amazing reward. It was deemed an impossible quest in his last lifetime. Maybe if he tried, he could succeed. No, focus. You need the blood from the elf and the divine blood for the body tempering. Let's get that first. He immediately checked the quest log, and the drop of divine blood was already taken care of. This was one of the reasons he triggered that event zone after all. But there was no such luck for elven blood. It looks like I have to go for that NPC. There was simply no other way. Damon sighed. He made a tentative plan in his mind and prepared to leave for the teleportation portals in the city when suddenly a new quest popped up on his system screen. Ding! PvP event zone triggered. Alert! Excessive amount of light faction players detected near vampire base. Zone status: Blood Hall under siege. New quest unlocked: Defend the Blood Hall. Quest type: Zone defense, faction reputation. Description: a coordinated strike by light faction guilds has begun. Their objective: destroy the Blood Hall before it reaches Tier 1 and prevent the rise of the Dark Faction's new pillar. Objective: eliminate invading light players, 0/100. Defend the core orb for 15 minutes. Optional: slay the Paladin Vanguard, Sir Elias Dorn. Rewards: 2500 Dark Faction reputation, +1 tier to Blood Hall restoration, +1 rank A skill scroll. Penalty for failure: Blood Hall construction reset to crumbling ruins. Reputation loss with Dark Faction. Vampire base becomes unusable, and vampires cannot set foot in the Era City for the foreseeable future. Damon narrowed his eyes. What the hell? How did this quest pop up now? He stared at the quest silently for a moment before he realized that he was the very reason this quest had popped up. The many priest and paladin players who were behind him and had come to Niera City to hunt him down had indirectly triggered a faction quest line that is not supposed to pop up for another 6 months at the least. Damon let out a low, incredulous laugh, shaking his head. He hadn't even intended to speedrun this part of the faction storyline, and yet it had happened. He cracked his knuckles and revealed a big grin. It was time to test his new skills and abilities. Grinding players seemed to be a lot more lucrative, so why not go at it? He quickly activated Shadow Meld and reached the entrance to the vampire base, the small well. He crouched behind the crumbling stone lip of the well that led into the Blood Hall. He could already hear movements and chatter. It looked like the enemy had found out their base location and was already at their doorstep. The quest had inadvertently revealed the fact that there were vampires in the game. Or did it? He quickly opened the local chat to check, and a second was enough to confirm what he needed. Interestingly, the quest had only revealed the presence of a dark faction. It looked like the existence of vampires was still a secret. It would remain so if he stopped the siege and would be exposed to everyone if he lost this siege. However, there was no way Damon was going to lose in this massive PvP gala. There was going to be a bloodbath, and no one can stop it. That stupid well is a base of dark faction? I've been roaming here for several hours and didn't find a single thing odd about it. Is the quest even correct? Shut up. Look, our Queen Aurora is headed for the well. She knows everything. We just need to follow her. Holy butterfly, did you guys hear? That villain, Blood God, shot up in rankings because of a zone event exactly like this. No, our event is a lot better. This should definitely push our Golden Lotus Guild to the top. Let's go, Golden Lotus! Golden Lotus! All the players started chanting. Rallying these many players in 3 days should have been impossible, but the impossible becomes possible when a common villain emerges. Aurora walked with a determined expression in front of the crowd. Her emerald eyes shone with confidence, and her golden hair sparkled in the sunlight. Even in the middle of the crowd, she clearly stood out, a strong aura spilling out of her. Standing next to her was a tall and handsome paladin, his silver armor gleaming under the afternoon sun. His jaw was square, his eyes steel gray, and his presence in the guild unmistakably strong. Bertram, the vice guild leader of Golden Lotus. His paladin matched Aurora's priest, and the two of them seemed to be a match made in heaven. Healer SSS, stop trying to steal my boyfriend! Holy girl, Kia! Bertram is so handsome, I wish he would reply to my messages already. Light Witch, you both bitches need to back off of my husband. Holy Zero, shut up, you idiotic women, and focus on the event. Light Witch, you shut up. You are just jealous of my Bertram. You can't even stand next to him without looking like a pig. Since all the bigwigs of the guild were present today, the crowd was going completely wild. However, the main roster of the guild was indifferent to these types of chatter and had a completely different attitude. The group of Elite 10 stood at the front along with Aurora and Bertram. And there was also another middle-aged man with them. The holy symbol of the Radiant Church glowed on his breastplate, pulsing with faint energy. This was Sir Elias Dorn, the Paladin Vanguard, and one of the few named NPCs strong enough to lead a faction event this early in the game. Sir Elias Dorn didn't speak much, but his silent presence was like a mountain. He surveyed the chanting crowd without emotion, eyes fixed on the well ahead, as if he could already see the darkness writhing beneath it. While the players buzzed with excitement, Elias remained perfectly still, fingers resting on the hilt of his glowing longsword. Soon they arrived closer to the well, and the event counted down. An invisible barrier stopped them from approaching further. Bertram raised a hand, and instantly the chanting died down. His voice rang out, crisp and clear. This is our moment. The Blood God has humiliated us, broken our pride, and stolen from all of us healer-class players. Today, we return the favor. That rat is somewhere here, hiding among the sewers. Today, we will kill the rat and purify the city of filth. Dark faction players are scum who have dishonorable intentions in their mind. They are the players who steal, rob, and kill and make innocent people experience unbearable pain. Many dark faction players are real-life scums. They are the thugs because of whom our women cannot walk on the streets safely. Heck, they can't even play the game safely. It is a great honor that we, the Golden Lotus Guild, have grabbed this opportunity to erase the dark faction players from the game. Let's kill the scum and the filth. Leave no one alive. Today, we will emerge victorious. Bertram's words hit like fire, echoing through the tense silence that followed. The crowd, previously rowdy and playful, shifted. Their posture changed. Faces grew grim. The aura turned militant. What started as a PvP raid had morphed, on Bertram's tongue, into a crusade. Adding to his words, Aurora nodded, her staff rising high, casting a gentle golden light over the crowd. Immediately, everyone's natural health regeneration within the area increased by 5%. "Let the radiance guide our blades," she said softly, "and may no darkness escape judgment." "Golden Lotus!" Bertram roared again, his sword pointed toward the well. Behind them, Sir Elias Dorn remained still, but his blade slowly slid free from its sheath. Its edge shimmered faintly with light elemental magic, and the moment it left the scabbard, a notification popped up for every player in the zone. Ding! The siege war begins! The next moment, the barrier dropped outside the well dropped, and the dozens of Golden Lotus Guild players charged forward. There were at least 100 or 200 players in the area. They were all mostly priest or paladin-type players. Though they had all joined Golden Lotus Guild temporarily for the sake of hunting down the villainous blood god, they had some sort of teamwork. The pure healing-type players stayed back, while the paladins and the mixed combat heals charged forward. The NPC Elias did not make a move at the moment, but no one cared about this since the opposite side seemed completely deserted and empty. Where did all the Dark Faction players go? At this rate, many wondered if they were going to get a free win. It was too easy, too quiet. Aurora had a frown on her face. What is happening? Where is the enemy? Bertram snorted in disdain. I think the Dark Faction players saw our numbers and logged out. Aurora nodded, but there was clearly doubt on her face. The next second, her eyes widened as she saw a figure emerge from the well, completely shrouded in darkness. He was visible barely for a second before disappearing. Suddenly, a healer from the backline collapsed, clutching his throat. Ding! Player Holy Moly has died! Ding! Dark Faction +1 point! Ding! Player Holy Moly has died! Ding! Dark Faction +1 point! The event just started? Someone died already? How could this be possible? A player shouted. When everybody turned back to look, a black shadow disappeared from the scene of the crime. Before they could think about this, another notification popped up. Ding! Player Heals for You has died. Ding! Dark Faction +1 point. The entire guild was left completely speechless. The well in front of them looked as deserted as always. No one had even seen the enemy yet. How could their side players be dying before the battle even began? Screams erupted from the rear ranks as panic spread. The tightly packed formation of priests began to fray. Some turned to look for the attacker, others instinctively cast healing spells into the air, confused and terrified. Aurora's voice rang out, urgent but steady. Stay calm. Formation. Stay in formation. Paladins, spread out and form a screen. Where the hell is he? Bertram growled, spinning with his blade drawn. Wait! There! I saw something! Moonbeam shrieked, pointing toward a tree. But by the time others looked, there was only a flicker of darkness melting into nothingness. Ding! Player Tender Grace has died. Ding! Player Angel Touch has died. Ding! Dark Faction +2 points. The entire guild was left completely speechless. The well in front of them looked as deserted as always. No one had even seen the enemy yet. How could their side players be dying before the battle even began? Screams erupted from the rear ranks as panic spread. The tightly packed formation of priests began to fray. Some turned to look for the attacker, others instinctively cast healing spells into the air, confused and terrified. Aurora's voice rang out, urgent but steady. Stay calm. Formation. Stay in formation. Paladins, spread out and form a screen. Where the hell is he? Bertram growled, spinning with his blade drawn. Wait! There! I saw something! Moonbeam shrieked, pointing toward a tree. But by the time others looked, there was only a flicker of darkness melting into nothingness. Ding! Player Tender Grace has died. Ding! Player Angel Touch has died. Ding! Dark Faction +2 points. The entire guild was left completely speechless. The well in front of them looked as deserted as always. No one had even seen the enemy yet. How could their side players be dying before the battle even began? Screams erupted from the rear ranks as panic spread.
The tightly packed formation of priests began to fray. Some turned to look for the attacker, others instinctively cast healing spells into the air, confused and terrified. Aurora's voice rang out, urgent but steady. Stay calm. Formation, stay in formation. Paladins, spread out and form a screen. Where the hell is he? Bertram growled, spinning with his blade drawn. Wait! There! I saw something! Moonbeam shrieked, pointing toward a tree. But by the time others looked, there was only a flicker of darkness melting into nothingness. Ding! Player Tender Grace has died. Ding! Player Angel Touch has died. Ding! Dark Faction, plus 2 points. The entire guild was left completely speechless. The well in front of them looked as deserted as always. No one had even seen the enemy yet. How could their side players be dying before the battle even began? Screams erupted from the rear ranks as panic spread. The tightly packed formation of priests began to fray. Some turned to look for the attacker, others instinctively cast healing spells into the air, confused and terrified. Aurora's voice rang out, urgent but steady. Stay calm. Formation, stay in formation. Paladins, spread out and form a screen. Where the hell is he? Bertram growled, spinning with his blade drawn. Wait! There! I saw something! Moonbeam shrieked, pointing toward a tree. But by the time others looked, there was only a flicker of darkness melting into nothingness. Ding! Player Tender Grace has died. Ding! Player Angel Touch has died. Ding! Dark Faction, plus 2 points. The entire guild was left completely speechless. The well in front of them looked as deserted as always. No one had even seen the enemy yet. How could their side players be dying before the battle even began? Screams erupted from the rear ranks as panic spread. The tightly packed formation of priests began to fray. Some turned to look for the attacker, others instinctively cast healing spells into the air, confused and terrified. Aurora's voice rang out, urgent but steady. Stay calm. Formation, stay in formation. Paladins, spread out and form a screen. Where the hell is he? Bertram growled, spinning with his blade drawn. Wait! There! I saw something! Moonbeam shrieked, pointing toward a tree. But by the time others looked, there was only a flicker of darkness melting into nothingness. Ding! Player Tender Grace has died. Ding! Player Angel Touch has died. Ding! Dark Faction, plus 2 points. The entire guild was left completely speechless. The well in front of them looked as deserted as always. No one had even seen the enemy yet. How could their side players be dying before the battle even began? Screams erupted from the rear ranks as panic spread. The tightly packed formation of priests began to fray. Some turned to look for the attacker, others instinctively cast healing spells into the air, confused and terrified. Aurora's voice rang out, urgent but steady. Stay calm. Formation, stay in formation. Paladins, spread out and form a screen. Where the hell is he? Bertram growled, spinning with his blade drawn. Wait! There! I saw something! Moonbeam shrieked, pointing toward a tree. But by the time others looked, there was only a flicker of darkness melting into nothingness. Ding! Player Tender Grace has died. Ding! Player Angel Touch has died. Ding! Dark Faction, plus 2 points. The entire guild was left completely speechless. The well in front of them looked as deserted as always. No one had even seen the enemy yet. How could their side players be dying before the battle even began? Screams erupted from the rear ranks as panic spread. The tightly packed formation of priests began to fray. Some turned to look for the attacker, others instinctively cast healing spells into the air, confused and terrified. Aurora's voice rang out, urgent but steady. Stay calm. Formation, stay in formation. Paladins, spread out and form a screen. Where the hell is he? Bertram growled, spinning with his blade drawn. "Wait! There! I saw something!" Moonbeam shrieked, pointing toward a tree. But by the time others looked, there was only a flicker of darkness melting into nothingness. Ding! Player Tender Grace has died. Ding! Player Angel Touch has died. Ding! Dark Faction, plus 2 points. The entire guild was left completely speechless. The well in front of them looked as deserted as always. No one had even seen the enemy yet. How could their side players be dying before the battle even began? Screams erupted from the rear ranks as panic spread. The tightly packed formation of priests began to fray. Some turned to look for the attacker. Others instinctively cast healing spells into the air, confused and terrified. Aurora's voice rang out, urgent but steady. Stay calm. Formation, stay in formation. Paladins, spread out and form a screen. "Where the hell is he?" Bertram growled, spinning with his blade drawn. "Wait! There! I saw something!" Moonbeam shrieked, pointing toward a tree. But by the time others looked, there was only a flicker of darkness melting into nothingness. Ding! Player Tender Grace has died. Ding! Player Angel Touch has died. Ding! Dark Faction, plus 2 points. The entire guild was left completely speechless. The well in front of them looked as deserted as always. No one had even seen the enemy yet. How could their side players be dying before the battle even began? Screams erupted from the rear ranks as panic spread. The tightly packed formation of priests began to fray. Some turned to look for the attacker. Others instinctively cast healing spells into the air, confused and terrified. Aurora's voice rang out, urgent but steady. Stay calm. Formation, stay in formation. Paladins, spread out and form a screen. "Where the hell is he?" Bertram growled, spinning with his blade drawn. "Wait! There! I saw something!" Moonbeam shrieked, pointing toward a tree. But by the time others looked, there was only a flicker of darkness melting into nothingness. Ding! Player Tender Grace has died. Ding! Player Angel Touch has died. Ding! Dark Faction, plus 2 points. The entire guild was left completely speechless. The well in front of them.
Before Aurora could think, something sharp slit her throat and she felt a cold hand on her neck. Then, without any warning, the man grabbed her with a force and grip that made her pant. "Blood God!" she gasped. He was sucking something out of her that made her feel dizzy. At the same time, a slight tingling sensation welled up in her stomach and lower abdomen. Her eyes widened further in shock as the emerald eyes stared into the demon's predatory eyes. Unexpectedly, a splash of crimson appeared on her cheeks before the last bit of her life drained away. Was she blushing and aroused right now as this maniac held her and killed her slowly? That was the last thought that appeared in her mind as her lifeless body hit the ground. Ding! Player Aurora has died. Ding! Dark Faction, plus 1 point. The entire Golden Lotus stared dumbfounded at the system notification flashing in front of them. Their guild leader was dead? The woman whose skills had made them submit to a new guild in 3 days was already dead? No, that's impossible! She was the guild leader. She had full divine shields. How did he even get through all that? Bertram's scream tore through the air like thunder. His eyes were locked on Damon, on the man who had just executed Aurora and humiliated their entire guild in front of the entire server. A single man versus hundreds. And yet the single man easily takes down the damned guild leader? Their entire guild became a joke in a single moment. Rage seethed from every pore of his body. "Blood God, you're dead!" The battlefield trembled. Holy and divine spells began lighting up the sky like a war had been declared from heaven itself. Bertram waved his broadsword and came at Damon at full speed, but it was already too late.
Damon once again disappeared and appeared next to another healer on the backline. Ding! Player Heal Me Senpai has died. Ding! Dark Faction +1 point. Bertram was livid. Blood God, get back here! If you are a man, stop running like a coward and fight me face to face. Then you will see who is the bigger man. Come on, stop hiding, you fucking bastard! Get the hell over here! Damon, on the other hand, completely ignored him and his taunts about his manhood. His general worked just fine. Thank you. There was no need to get into petty dick-measuring contests. Another scream, another flash of red. Ding! Player Blessing Beam has died. Ding! Dark Faction +1 point. Bertram's grip tightened around his sword hilt, his knuckles white with fury. He spun in place, divine energy wreathing his blade, but it was like trying to strike wind. Everywhere he looked, Blood God wasn't there, and someone else had fallen. At this point, it was clear to everyone that he was using Blink, or a skill similar to that. What they did not understand was how his mana reserves were this insane. His simple physical stats were so overwhelming. Blood God might be the current top player on the leaderboard, but many of their guild members were level 15 and above. Their attacks shouldn't be this weak and pathetic in front of him. It was simply illogical. The numbers didn't make sense. The math didn't add up. Even with coordination and good positioning, they were getting shredded, one by one. He was picking them off like mosquitoes. Healers were dying mid-chant. Paladins were turning only to find their targets already vanished. The sacred ground beneath their boots was supposed to protect them, and now it was just a golden stage for a massacre. Ding! Player Saintly Boop has died. Ding! Dark Faction +1 point. Ding! Player Light Touched has died. Ding! Dark Faction +1 point. Bertram knew that he couldn't allow things to continue like this any longer. He needed to do something drastic. Otherwise, their guild would never recover from a loss like this. His gaze immediately drifted to the NPC Elias, who was standing there like a mountain. This bastard! Bertram's face twitched. This asshole was one of the reasons they were sure of their victory in this siege, and they were yet to do anything. He was standing like a statue while Blood God was massacring them one by one. What kind of bullshit NPC was this? Bertram's voice cracked through the battlefield like lightning, raw and desperate. Sir Elias, please, do something! The Paladin Vanguard didn't move. His gleaming armor remained still under the golden light, sword still sheathed at his side. The sacred sigil on his breastplate pulsed faintly, almost mockingly, like the heartbeat of an uncaring god. Bertram's fists clenched. You're the one who issued this damn quest. How can you just stand there while our people are? Elias finally shifted, not much, just a tilt of the head. Conditions unmet, he said flatly. What? The NPC's eyes slowly turned toward him, silver irises glowing faintly with divine magic. The Blood Hall core has not been threatened. No defensive protocol has been triggered. You have not been overrun. What do you call this? Elias's tone didn't change. One man is not an army. Handle it. Bertram's rage spiked. Handle it! They were being dissected like cattle. Their guild leader was dead. Morale was shattered. And now this glowing tin can was giving him a tutorial response. This freaking lunatic was indeed a one-man army. Fuck this, he muttered, turning back to the battlefield just in time to see another notification ping across everyone's system screen. Ding! Player Heals Before Meals has died. Ding! Dark Faction +1 point. And Elias? He was back to watching, unmoving, uncaring. Bertram's knuckles turned white around his blade. He hissed, grinding his teeth. You want me to handle it? Fine, I'll handle it. Everyone, get in formation. Ignore Blood God. I repeat, ignore Blood God. Let's attack the base of their faction. Focus all your attacks on that fucking well." As Bertram's furious command echoed across the battlefield with arrogance and confidence, the scattered priests and paladins began regaining focus. The chaotic formation tightened, shields were raised, buffs were cast. Dozens of players turned their attention away from the villainous blood god and towards the lone suspicious well, the supposed entrance of the dark faction's stronghold. Numerous spells were cast, all targeted toward the single worn-out well. Bertram's eyes shone with coldness. "What are you going to do now, blood god? The victory will be ours." Meanwhile, Damon only grinned as he appeared behind yet another healer. With a single cleave, one more was dead, and he wasted no time in absorbing the tasty, delicious blood. Blood Rain was not wrong. Divine blood and holy blood was indeed the most delicious, but nothing could even come close to Aurora's blood. Damon grinned as he recalled the amazing skill he stole from her. Ding! Skill acquired, Radiant Benediction, C rank, passive. Converts 5% of incoming damage into health. Damon's grin widened. Radiant Benediction was normally a class-restricted passive, reserved for archbishops or advanced divine classes. The fact that he'd taken it from Aurora, the darling of the divine faction, made it that much sweeter. It was like stealing their goddess's blessing and twisting it into a vampire's feast. "Thanks, Aurora. I'll be sure to put it to good use." He continued his killing spree and moved to yet another healer. "Deng, you have extracted the ability Minor Heal. Deng, Minor Heal has been upgraded to level 2. Damon shook his head helplessly. Thanks to the many players with a similar character profile, all of his healing-type skills were getting upgraded by leaps and bounds. At this rate, he was going to be a better healer than most of these players. With one more skill extracted and tucked away in his arsenal, he casually continued hunting one player after another. The Field of Light had long since disappeared after the chaos from Aurora's death, so he was able to use his shadow clone again. It was too bad the clone couldn't use his bloodline extraction ability, but hey, the kill also helped. It was not like he could kill every single player out here. Or could he? Damon decided to take himself upon the challenge and get at least 90% of these players. He activated Innate Enhancement and redoubled his efforts to kill as many as he could. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the battle, Bertram and his men were confidently lobbing attacks at the well. A blinding explosion of holy energy struck the crumbling stone structure, shaking the earth beneath their feet. Light elemental particles exploded outward, forming a cascading aura of brilliance that should have reduced any evil sanctum to rubble. But the well didn't budge. The light faded, and what followed was not the crumbling of the Blood Hall entrance. No, it was a pulse. Ding! Blood Hall defensive protocol activated. Warning! Unauthorized factional aggression detected. Response: activate defense shield. Bertram's eyes widened in shock. He stared at the thick red barrier surrounding the well. All their attacks seemed to be futile in front of that barrier. Damn it! He cursed their bad luck. One of his underlings, standing near him, opened his mouth. "Bertram, maybe Blood God is controlling this barrier too?" Bertram snapped to look at the guy with a threatening glare. "Shut up and fight. We can take out a damn barrier on our own." He looked at the NPC Elias, who still showed no intentions of making a move, and gritted his teeth. "Fuck it. I will go all out this time." He pinged someone in his friend list and sent a message. The next second, a scroll appeared in his hand. "Ding! You have acquired a rare-rated Serpent Fire Scroll. Ding! Rare item equipped. Serpent Fire Scroll. One-time use. Area of Effect Magic. Effect. Deals 2,000 base fire damage to all units within a 20-meter radius. Ignores terrain and most barriers. Damage is doubled against undead and shadow-aligned entities. As the message appeared on his screen, Bertram's lips curled into a savage snarl. "Let's see you get through this, blood god." He raised the scroll high above his head. Flaming serpent runes burst into the air like a blooming lotus of fire, coiling and twisting with malicious elegance. Players around him instinctively backed away from the brightness. The sky above them turned crimson. Heat surged through the battlefield. Even Damon, busy executing yet another healer, paused. His eyes flickered toward the front lines and the scroll in Bertram's hands. "This guy's loaded." Damon bitterly smiled. Of course, it only took him a moment to recognize what was happening. The scroll in Bertram's hand was a limited-use cash shop item, one of those overpriced pay-to-win bombs that most free players would never even see, let alone hold. It cost a whopping 10,000 gold coins, and the spell scroll had a damning amount of attack power, especially at this stage of the game, when everyone was around level 15 and level 20. This bastard actually dropped $1 million on a single-use consumable. Some people were just born with a golden spoon. Damon could only envy the super whales swimming all around him as he blinked and returned to the base defense. While the scroll itself wasn't all that much of a trouble, the real problem was the NPC Elias. No one knew when the damned guy would act and start attacking, so he left his clone to continue picking off the players one after another, and he came back to the battlefront to do some damage control. Maybe it was time to stop farming and put an end to this ridiculous event once and for all. Finishing the event before the timer ran out could also net him some brownie points. Damon immediately used Blink once more and appeared right next to the well. The next thing he did was touch the barrier and cast a spell.
When the Serpent Fire spell detonated, a huge eruption of emerald-tinted flame exploded outward from Bertram's position, racing like wildfire across the battlefield. It surged toward the well and everything around it, completely engulfing the protective red barrier and washing over any unlucky players too slow to retreat. One serpent after another emerged from this sea of flames and started attacking the barrier repeatedly. Every time they struck, the serpents did a significant damage on the barrier. If it continued like this, then the barrier was going to collapse in no time. However, Damon had no plans of something like that happening. He directly placed his hand on the barrier and started erecting multiple divine shields one after the other. Bertram's jaw dropped to the ground when he saw what was happening. How can divine shields be popping up around the barrier, soaking in the damage of the flame serpents? Was someone from their guild betraying them? But one person shouldn't be able to erect so many barriers. What was going on? Unfortunately for him, the serpents continued to crash and burn against the divine shields, not even touching the actual barrier. The integrity of the barrier remained well above 70%. Bertram went livid. He had thrown $1 million at this siege already, and it still was not enough? How was he going to explain that $1 million to his father? He started shouting at the NPC, filled with panic and anxiety. "Do something, damn it! He's killing everyone!" Completely oblivious to his plight, Sir Elias remained unmoved. Bertram did not know what to do anymore. The serpent fire died out just like that, barely making a dent in the barrier. More and more players continued to fall.
Several other players had arrived at the scene right now, but there was a whole barrier around the battlefield, preventing the outsiders from joining. Not that anyone was complaining, no one wanted to join this bloodbath. Finally, Bertram completely lost it. What am I supposed to do now? What can I do to make you fight that bastard? Tell me. I will do anything. Fuck you, you high and mighty piece of shit. You talked so much nonsense about being a knight and a goddamn part of Light Faction. Now why aren't you doing anything? Why don't you just kill him already? The NPC was visibly annoyed by Bertram's words, with Bertram's reputation, no doubt, taking a nosedive. However, the NPC did answer his question. Unless the integrity of the barrier falls below 50% or the leadership of one side dies, I cannot enter the battlefield. Bertram's eyes shone. The man's words gave him an idea. Killing Blood God looked like an impossible task at the moment, but he was not the only leadership in this event. Aurora was already dead, which only left Bertram on the scene. What if he committed suicide on his own? Then the NPC would have no choice except to enter the battlefield. Bertram gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. Even if I die, I will make sure to take you down with me. I will be the one winning in the end. I will be the one having the last laugh. An expression of utter craze and madness appeared on his face. Damon looked at him for a moment, and he could immediately guess what he was going to do. Heck, this was precisely why he hadn't touched Bertram or any of the elites of the Golden Lotus Guild until now. But it looked like the other party finally figured out the trick to get the NPC involved. He clicked his tongue. Since there was nothing he could do right now to stop this, he activated Blink and appeared in front of Bertram. Can you stop being edgy and saying cheesy lines like some sort of third-rate villain? I guess you are a third-rate villain, so kudos to you. His palm blocked the wound, and within a few seconds, lesser blood magic helped him move the blood energy and completely absorb it. Bertram's lifeless body fell down with a thud, a look of shock and anger etched on his face even as he died. Ding! Player Bertram has died. Ding! Dark Faction +1 point. However, Damon did not look pleased. He had to fight with Elias, a level 100 NPC. This was not going to go well. Elias finally made a move. The knight got into his stance. The glowing holy emblem on his chest pulsed once, then again, before settling into a steady golden light. His hand rose. In one fluid motion, he drew his long sword. A soft metallic chime followed, far too gentle for what it heralded. The blade was simple in shape, yet its surface shimmered with layers of enchantments. Divine light ran along the edge like water, humming with barely contained energy. Ding! Zone update. Elite named NPC Sir Elias Dorn has entered the battlefield. Across the field, players who had survived thus far stared in stunned silence. Elias's presence changed the atmosphere entirely. The level 100 NPC was going to fight for them. Finally, there was some justice in this world. Everyone waited in bated breath for the damned villain blood god to die. Elias raised his sword toward Damon. "Darkness shall fall today," he said in a voice that echoed across the battlefield, and everyone cheered. The sword was already swinging. A beam of light shot toward Damon like a cannon blast, burning through the ground in a straight line. Damon leapt to the side, but even in dodging, he could feel the heat singe the edges of his cloak. "Yeah," he muttered, blinking behind a nearby rock. "This is going to be very annoying." The beam curved mid-air. The attack hadn't died just yet, Damon had less than a second to respond. He gritted his teeth, activated Shadow Step, and vanished once more just as the divine light vaporized the stone he had taken cover behind. A moment later, he reappeared near the corpse of one of the fallen healers, eyes locked on Elias. From the sidelines, no one moved. The surviving players, now reduced to a fraction of the original crowd, watched with a mix of awe, fear, and grim fascination. None dared interfere. This was no longer a siege event. This was a clash of monsters.
Damon immediately added whatever stat points he was saving into his agility, not that it was going to help. The guy was a monster. As a level 100 Holy Knight, he was already completely awakened, probably had a fully developed pseudo-mana core, and to top it off, should have undergone 2 rounds of evolution, one at level 25 and the other at level 75. Just like how Damon's first race evolution had given him a big bump in stats, human beings also had their own race evolutions. Most of the races had a similar evolutionary tree, which basically prevented any one class from being superpowered. With 2 rounds of evolution and an A-rank class, this guy's stats were no joke. He was, after all, a whole 70 levels above Damon. It was almost impossible for Damon to defeat him, maybe if he had more time. However, Damon was not too worried. He was never planning to defeat him. That would be a fool's errand. He simply kited the monster's attack and made sure there was plenty of friendly fire. Damon revealed a wicked grin as the knight's next attack landed smack dab in the middle of a dozen players, sending them all to the respawn point in a single brilliant flash of light. Ding! Player Heals from Heaven has died. Ding! Player Brightblade 27 has died. Ding! Player Purity Shield has died. Ding! Player Revive Please has died. Ding! Light Faction -4 points. Naturally, Dark Faction did not gain any points from these kills, but the Light Faction did lose some points they did not have in the first place. The scoreboard looked ridiculous at the moment, one side with 42 points and the other with -4 points. And the battle wasn't nearly over. Screams echoed across the battlefield as half a squad of light-aligned players got vaporized by their own champion. Damon didn't even bother hiding his laughter. He darted out from the shadows, barely dodging another white swing of Elias's glowing blade. "Careful there, holy boy! You're supposed to protect your flock, not barbecue them." Damon continued to taunt him, to make sure the aggro was on him and not on the defensive barrier. If the NPC decided to take care of the barrier instead of him, then it was probably game over for the siege event. "I am bored of your ugly-ass mom already. I think I will be targeting your holy daughter today." "Oh, come on, don't get angry now. I did not mean your daughter, I meant your holy daughter, the daughter of the main bastard who leads the church." "Wait, is your daughter prettier? Okay then, maybe I will do her first and then have a go at the holy daughter. I am extremely fair when it comes to women. I show no partiality." Damon's words echoed across the battlefield as he used Howl of Dread in combination with it. All the players heard him shout vulgar obscenities, and the local chat and world chat were going crazy. Jamaican beauty. This blood god has finally revealed his true colors. This guy is a total psycho and a pervert. Break. This guy is shameless to the max. He's using the NPC to clear out the battlefield. Isn't that like cheating? He needs to be reported. Jojo. Look at the things he's shouting. He must have raped some women inside the game. What a bloody pervert. Now his actual character is coming out. Mango. Blood God is scum, trash, and ultimate evil. He needs to be killed or kept imprisoned. Troll Queen. Nah, y'all mad 'cause your goddess got clapped like a side character. Genghis Khan. What? Aurora is dead? The forums exploded. Screenshots of Damon's taunts were already trending. Streamers had started rerunning clips of his one-liners with titles like "Blood God goes too far" again.
And is this the most toxic player in Earth Online? Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Damon was mid-sprint, leaving a trail of dead healers in his wake. His laughter echoed like a war drum. The system pinged again. Ding! Player Purity Angel has died. Ding! Player Lightheart 19 has died. Ding! Dark Faction plus 2 points. Current score: Dark Faction 48, Light Faction minus 26. Damon barely glanced at the numbers. "Come on," he muttered, licking blood from the edge of his blade. "Let's hit 50 before Elias even lands a clean hit on me. Sir Holy Knight, don't go easy on me now. I definitely will not go easy on your holy daughter."
"Oh my, you really do have such a potty mouth." Blood Rain giggled nonstop in Damon's head as he continued to kite the knight around like some oversized raid boss. The weapon spirit was clearly having the time of her life. "Isn't there any way you could be useful right now? Just think about that," Damon growled back under his breath, not slowing down for even a second. On the outside, he looked calm and confident, casually dodging attacks and taunting the enemy like none of this was a big deal. But inside, he was pushing himself to the absolute limit. One wrong step, one small mistake, and his head would be rolling, and with it, the entire siege would be lost. He was the only thing standing between victory and total collapse. The seconds crawled by. Slowly, the battlefield emptied. Only a handful of players remained. The siege timer was nearly up, and the glowing red barriers around the zone were starting to fade into transparency. Streams across the net were flooded with live footage of the fight. Damon stayed sharp. With so many eyes on him, now wasn't the time to reveal any trump cards. He debated dismissing his shadow clone to conserve mana and keep a secret. But the very next attack from Elias shaved off 20% of his health in one clean arc. Winning came first. Damon grit his teeth and popped a minor heal, the warm pulse of light immediately clashing with the shadow energy wrapped around him. It felt weird, like pouring holy water over a demon's skin, but the health bar ticked up all the same. He had no idea how he was able to use minor heal when he did not have an ounce of divine or holy energy. Elias charged again. Damon dodged with a tight shadow step, barely clearing the knight's sword as it gouged a trench in the stone beside him. Pebbles rained down around him as he reappeared behind a broken wall. Then the system message came. Ding! Final phase triggered. Siege war. 1 minute remaining. Damon's eyes narrowed. 1 minute. He just had to survive 1 more minute. But Elias wasn't going to make that easy. The Holy Knight raised his blade to the sky. A pillar of divine light shot down, wrapping around his body in burning gold. Damon cursed. Shit, he's buffing. Warning! NPC Elias Dorn has activated Sanctified Wrath. All attacks deal double damage. Armor penetration increased by 60%. Cooldown 5 minutes. Damon dashed out from cover, ducking a slash that would have torn him in two, and started sprinting toward the last pocket of surviving light players. The group of players started scampering, running towards the knight. By now, everyone was painfully aware of the strategy Damon was using, and yet there was little they could do about it. It was like they were playing dodgeball, and death was coming for them, but they simply couldn't do anything about it. However, the few survivors were a little more skilled than the others. They quickly changed their positions and stood behind the knight. They have survived until now following a strategy, and were not about to change it now. "You cannot kill us, blood god!" one shouted. They were right behind the Golden Knight, and if Damon used Shadow Step to sneak attack, then he would get caught in the trap first. They were also buffing Elias. The situation was a win-win. There was no way for Blood God to end this siege in under a minute. Maybe they could even try for a draw. At this point, a draw felt a huge win. The few players stood with unwavering determination. They got this.
However, right at that moment, the player standing on the right dropped dead, his health plummeting to 0 and his body going up in flames. Elias immediately changed direction and charged at Damon, who was now standing in the other direction away from the group. The remaining 9 players couldn't keep up with the knight's speed and fell back. The shadow clone used this opportunity and took out 1, and Damon also appeared to take out another 2 in rapid succession. In a matter of seconds, only 6 more players remained. But there was only 30 seconds left in the timer. Okay, I need to speed this up. Without hesitation, Damon activated Earthquake and then pushed his innate enhancement to the maximum. Elias was once again charging towards him at high speed, but Damon's speed was nothing to joke about. He used mana wildly without any concern and threw daggers at 2 of the players while personally taking care of 2 more of them. One tried to run away to make himself a difficult target, but the shadow clone appeared and took care of that player. With just 5 seconds remaining and the Golden Knight's sword almost hanging over his head, Damon finally ended the life of that last player. Ding ding! Player Bright Crusader has died. Ding ding! Player Mana Muffin has died. Dark Faction plus 2 points. Fuck yeah! Damon shouted. The knight froze. Ding ding! Faction Siege event completed. Result: Dark Faction victory. Participants MVP, Blood God, 63 player kills, zone defense success. The glowing red barrier around the battlefield cracked and vanished into thin air, followed by a moment of dead silence. Then came the roar of the system notifications flooding every player's screen across Earth Online. Ding ding! System-wide announcement. The Dark Faction has successfully defended. Ding ding! System-wide announcement. Blood God of the Dark Faction has claimed victory against overwhelming odds. Ding ding! System-wide announcement. Blood God has been rewarded the king of PvP and won against many. Ding ding! System-wide announcement. Blood God has been rewarded 1,000 fame and 1,000 notoriety. Ding ding! System-wide announcement. Blood God has been rewarded 1,000 gold coins. Ding ding! System-wide announcement. Blood God has been rewarded a golden tier guild token. Ding ding! System-wide announcement. Blood God has been rewarded 10,000 experience points. Crowds across Earth Online's forums and live streams exploded the moment the announcements hit. The chat was a chaotic stream of disbelief, rage, admiration, and memes. One man had held back 100. One man had beaten the system, and that man was now at the center of every conversation. Just the sheer number of system-wide announcements made everyone's heart ache. The 3rd day of the game's launch was coming to an end, but somehow it felt surreal. Did all of this happen in only 3 days? Just what the hell was going on in this game? The single-player Blood God was setting the pace of the whole game, and he was playing as if he had doped himself full of steroids. The bastard was simply grabbing every single system announcement and every single special event. Since the game started, he had already participated in and won the rewards from 2 special events, 1 world boss and 1 dungeon record. What sort of absurdity was this? The forums were melting, streamers were quitting mid-broadcast, top guilds were arguing in public threads, players were canceling their dungeon runs just to rewatch clips of the siege from every angle. All anyone could talk about was one name: Blood God. Even veteran players who had dominated other games were starting to question everything. Some accused him of hacking, others of being a developer plant. But deep down, everyone knew the truth. They were just outplayed, outpaced, outclassed. Blood God wasn't just ahead, he was defining the meta before it even existed. 3 days, that was all it took. 3 days for one player to turn Earth Online into his personal playground. And for everyone else, it was a wake-up call. The age of casual grinding was over. Blood God had arrived, and he wasn't playing the game. They were all playing his game. As the barrier around the battlefield crumbled, Elias's eyes shone with hatred as he turned towards Damon. "You are not getting away from me, scum! Today you will receive the divine judgment!" All the players surrounding the siege event took a step back in alarm. It looked like the fight was still not over. Maybe Blood God was screwed after all. "That asshole deserves this. I bet he bribed the NPC to kill all the Golden Lotus Guild players. Bah ha ha ha! There is justice in this world. Even after winning, this guy is going to be killed like a dog in the end. Fuck yeah, you bastards, piss off. I call dibs on Blood God's loot. That bitch definitely has some legendary item to fight like this. Your mother! I am already waiting to grab the loot here. Who are you to call dibs now?" "Bitches, Daddy Brutal is here. Golden dragons have claimed this loot. Anyone who comes in our path would be killed without mercy. Get out if you don't want to get slaughtered." Quickly, many groups started to cluster around the border, already planning to plunder the loot after Damon's death. Seeing this, Damon could only laugh. These idiots. Did they really think that the Dark faction had no one except for me? When the Light faction had NPCs, why wouldn't the Dark faction have similar NPCs? Before Elias could attack him, a figure flew up from the old well. The next second, a blood-red field spread in all directions. "Who dares to threaten my initiate?" Varnix shot forward as a red blur and landed squarely in between Damon and Elias. The moment Varnix landed, the entire battlefield shook. The blood-red aura swirling around him pulsed like a heartbeat, oppressive and ancient. Even Elias, clad in divine light, took a measured step back, his sword lowering slightly as he assessed this new opponent. "You have overstepped. This is no longer your battlefield, holy dog. Run back to your master and tell him that the Blood Clan has decided to take a stake in this city. This is not over." Before anyone could react, the next second a blood spiral erupted, a huge blood spiral that completely covered even the Golden Knight. Everything happened in an instant. Surprisingly, the blood spiral appeared and disappeared just as fast. When it disappeared, Damon, Varnix, and the old well vanished together, leaving nothing behind. Only Elias was on the ground, bleeding and panting. Damon wanted to grab the blood of the Golden Knight quickly, but Varnix had already teleported them. When Damon opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the middle of something rotten and disgusting. Metallic pipes ran everywhere, and the air around them was stale and suffocating. Damon blinked. They were in the underground sewers right below the Naira city? Varnix snorted coldly. "Prepare yourself, blood initiate. In a week's time, we will be assaulting the human city above. We will show the cattle their place in the power hierarchy. We will loot, plunder, and pillage the city, leaving behind nothing. Their men, women, and children will become our blood slaves. Their coffers will become our war fund. Their temples will burn, and their gods will weep. Their city shall fall, and ours shall rise." Damon nodded. He had won the siege. He had survived the Golden Knight. But now, things were changing. It looked like the siege had triggered another set of events that weren't supposed to happen for a long time. This was not that good for him. These faction war events were ripe with rewards, and he needed more time to prepare to win the damn thing. If the events in the game changed so much, then his knowledge about the past would become obsolete. He needed to play his cards carefully here. If there was any chance he could postpone this. While Damon was deep in thought, the game shutdown notice appeared. There was only 5 minutes of game time left for the day. Of course, there was also the other huge announcement. Just as the countdown of the game shutdown began, a new system-wide announcement popped up. Ding ding! System-wide announcement. In-game currency exchange is now available. Please check the local city bank for more details. Damon woke up back in his room, completely and utterly exhausted. Today had been a hell of a day, starting with bringing Kate back and turning Mark into a vampire, and ending with a goddamn mini-faction war. He removed his helmet and placed it on the table and looked at his two friends. They seemed to be peacefully sleeping with their chests rising and falling. They showed absolutely no signs of movement at all. They are not logging out? Damon scratched his chin, staring at them for a couple of seconds. He silently walked over to the coffee machine and brewed himself a fresh cup. He looked at the two again as he sipped his drink, and still no movement. "Impossible," Damon muttered. This could only mean that both Mark and Kate were still inside the game, probably still participating in that special trial for vampire bloodlings with a noble heritage. Damon narrowed his eyes at the two sleeping figures on the couch. Kate's fingers twitched slightly, but her breathing was deep and even, completely still apart from that. Mark looked like a statue, head tilted back, lips slightly parted, utterly unresponsive. Their VR headsets sat snug against their temples, lights glowing a steady blue. "That trial must be way more intense than I thought," Damon muttered, lowering the coffee mug. He had assumed that their trial was probably something similar to the body tempering trial he had undergone with the multiple waves of ghouls attacking him, not a full-blown special trial that demanded this much time. But then again, nothing about this game was simple, not anymore. He had never before thought that there would be special exceptions to players logging out routinely every single day. It looked like there had always been more connections between the real world and the game world, which he never knew about. As he took another sip of the coffee, an obvious thought popped into his mind. If Kate and Mark underwent these trials because they had received special blessings, then what about the others? If what he had hypothesized so far was correct, there was a whole slew of players going to enter the game with the so-called God-tier blessing. These wouldn't be ordinary players, they were the top politicians and bigwigs of the real world who held the world's economy in their hands. Not just God-tier blessing, they would be entering with also a significant financial backing to step up footholds in the game, becoming the Super 10 guilds of the game. Damon had always wondered who the actual players behind the Super 10 was, and now he could finally think about some things. Did these Super 10 players already know about the game world and the real world slowly merging? If they also had God-tier blessing, then they too would probably undergo trials like Kate and Mark in their race and get another round of buffs. Now he understood why these people were ridiculously strong. If the world was simple, his rebirth would have been all about getting revenge on the bastard who backstabbed him. But now everything was different. More than being petty about that revenge, which he would never forget, he needed strength. If he needed to stand in league with these people behind the Super 10, he needed all the strength the game could offer, and then some more. He needed to plan things better and not get caught with whatever the system tosses his way. Fighting with NPC had already revealed many of his strengths and weaknesses. Damon made a tentative plan in his head as he finished his cup of coffee, locked the main door, and laid on the floor to take a long nap. He was so very tired that he fell asleep almost immediately. When he woke up, he found the two still hooked into their helmets. Damon checked the time, and it was already 4 in the evening. There was only 1 more hour until the game opened again. He decided to use this time to get a good hour of exercise in. Damon stretched, cracking his back with a wince as he got up from the floor. His muscles were stiff, and his body still carried the weight of everything that had happened. But physical weariness wasn't the problem. His mind was buzzing with thoughts he couldn't shake. Kate and Mark were still logged in. It had been nearly 12 hours. He spared them another glance, still motionless, still breathing steadily, still deep in the game. It was a sobering reminder that Earth Online wasn't just a game anymore. It was a second reality, a proving ground, a battlefield, a trap, and an opportunity all rolled into one. And the lines between it and the real world were blurring faster than anyone could have predicted. Damon threw on a hoodie and headed for the building's small gym downstairs. He then changed his mind and decided to go for a run. The gym was not going to cut it anymore with his improved body. The run felt a lot better. Thinking about many things, he ran for a while, and just like that he had run all the way to the coastal area. The wind whipped through Damon's hair as he stood at the rocky edge of the coast, sweat beating down his temple, heart thudding in a steady rhythm. The run had helped. His blood was pumping, his breath sharp in his chest, and most importantly, his thoughts were clear. Out in the distance he could see the faint silhouettes of the island homes, tiny dots nestled among green foliage and surrounded by blue. Secluded, private, safe, a perfect hideaway. He crouched down, resting his hands on his knees as he gazed out at them. Most people would see nothing but waves and mist. But Damon's vision, enhanced ever since his in-game awakening, pierced the haze. He could make out the shape of a dock, the slight glint of a solar panel, even a wind turbine lazily spinning on one rooftop. If things keep escalating like this, I'm going to need a real-world base just as badly as a virtual one, Damon muttered, standing back up. The game wasn't just bleeding into real life anymore. It was carving deep roots. And if he was being hunted inside Earth Online, it wouldn't be long before people started looking for Blood God outside of it. He turned away from the coast and started jogging back home, mind racing with plans. Secluded real estate, burner identities, backups for everything. If he was going to be the apex predator in this new world, then he needed to be untouchable, both in-game and out. Damon returned to his apartment, and he was half an hour late to log back into the game. Mark and Kate were still inside. He checked their condition and placed his helmet back on. It was time to get cracking on some of his to-do list items. The world around him blurred, and within moments he was back in the sewers. Except this time, they were no longer the sewers. The exact replica of the Blood Hall had somehow appeared in this new location, and Varnix was standing right there, in front of the sacred blood pool and the altar.
Varnix turned to give Damon a look and nodded in approval. You did well in defending the Blood Hall. He turned back to the altar in deep thought, not wanting to continue the conversation. Damon didn't care too much about it and casually walked to the new exit. He already had 2 pending quests with the vampire, which was probably why he was getting the cold shoulder. Rare quests did have this effect on the NPCs. If a player completed a higher rarity quest, then the rewards would be exceptional. On the other hand, if the player takes his time and fails to finish the quest, the penalties would be equally troublesome. Either ways, Damon did not plan to prolong these quests any more than he had to. His plan today was to catch up on grinding and farming for mana cores. This would help him finish rebuilding the Blood Hall quest and, at the same time, help him farm more attribute points and skills, stabilizing his foundation a bit more. The new exit was a pipeline that led to a back alley behind one of Nyera City's abandoned buildings, a place even the beggars didn't frequent. The pipe was rusted, damp, and barely wide enough to crawl through, but it was clearly a system-approved exit because the moment Damon stepped near it, a prompt appeared. Ding! You have discovered a hidden passage, Blood Hall sewer route. Ding! Travel time 20 seconds. Destination, Nyera City, Slum District, Back Alley. Damon smirked. Hidden passages were always useful for bypassing checkpoints or ambushes, especially now that half the Light faction probably wanted his head mounted on a wall. Without hesitation, he crouched and entered the pipe. The interior was slick, smelled of rust and stale water, but it didn't matter since he activated Shadow Step and arrived at the other end in a fraction of a second.
The slums of Nyera City were located at the far end of the city gates, its exit opening into a dangerous level 40 zone. Many players wouldn't know this yet, but this place was a gold mine for rogue class and thief class players, and also for illegal activities like gambling and unofficial bounty requests. Not all cities had these zones. Only 1 in 5 cities probably had a specialized zone for the underworld to thrive, places where the NPC law enforcement rarely patrolled. In his previous life, Bloodhall had no connections to this place, but now his meddling has changed everything. Damon couldn't help but wonder what sort of consequences such a big change could be. Just what sort of quest did he trigger? Putting the thoughts out of his mind, he slipped through the city gates that were locked and mostly unguarded. Well, only for players who used stealth or shadow stalk. Only rogue class skills can get one across this particular gate. Damon did not have any issue and found himself back in the dense forest surrounding the city. As soon as he stepped out, a roar sounded nearby, and a level 41 devil horn cougar charged at him. "I guess we are starting already." Damon grinned and conjured his blood lance. His spear skills were a lot better now that he had acquired basic spear mastery. In his last life, he mainly relied on blood magic, ignoring weapon mastery, which in the end became one of his biggest weaknesses. He was not going to repeat the same mistake again. The devil horn cougar pounced at lightning speed, flexing its muscles, but Damon was faster. He sidestepped at the last second and thrust his blood lance directly into the cougar's exposed side. A burst of crimson energy exploded on impact, staggering the beast and sending it crashing into a tree with a sharp whimper. Ding! Critical hit. Devil horn cougar. 820 damage dealt. Ding! Status effect applied. Bleeding. Damon didn't let up. He blinked forward and followed with a downward slash, carving a deep gash across the creature's back before it could recover. It let out another roar, but by now its movements were already sluggish. The bleeding debuff from Blood Lance was doing its work. With another clean thrust through the eye, the beast's health dropped drastically, and Damon finished it off by fully absorbing its blood essence with his palm over a wound. Blood energy thrummed in excitement, responding to his call. The energy rushed into him, satiating him and replenishing his reserves. He had almost fully emptied out his blood archive thanks to the mini-siege war, and today he would be building it all back up. Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target: Devil Horn Cougar. Tier 1 Beast. Ding! You have extracted the ability Mana Boost. Mana Boost, F rank, active, consumes 10 mana per second to temporarily increase strength and agility by 5%, duration 15 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Ding! You have slain Devil Horn Cougar level 41. Ding! You have gained experience points. Not a bad skill. Damon closed the notifications. He had a similar skill innate enhancement, which was better, so he probably wouldn't be using this particular skill a lot. He summoned his shadow clone, who neatly dug out the mana core from the corpse. The corpse then disappeared, leaving behind the thick hide of the cougar and a silver coin. Damon pocketed the loot and continued to move through the forest. Not long after, another cougar sniffed him out and charged at him. Damon indifferently dealt with the beast and kept going. His first target today was the Twilight Hollows dungeon. Though he had already run this dungeon before, he wanted to grind his shadow skills some more, and the dungeon was located conveniently close to his current location, so before leaving the territory, he decided to have another go at the dungeon. Damon happily whistled and slaughtered his way to the dungeon, very pleased that Nyera City had once again become sparsely populated like it should be in the first few days of the game launch. All of his stalkers were busy dealing with the 5-hour respawn cooldown that followed a siege event. Finally, some peace and quiet. Within a few minutes, he reached the dungeon portal, but just as he was about to enter, Damon's face changed. He suddenly ducked down, and the faint glimmer of a dagger revealed itself in the spot where his head previously was. Damon did not hesitate. His body acted on instinct as he activated Blink and tried to get into the dungeon. But before he could move, dark chains appeared out of the shadows on the ground and bound him from all sides. Damon's eyes widened further. The first shock was that the person attacking him had somehow managed to hide even from his heightened senses. The second shock was that this person was able to match his speed and agility and use the skills of the game very naturally, as if he was born with it. Earth Online was a very combat-intensive game, and it involved moving one's actual body and fighting as if one fought in real life. Normal players and common people would not be able to achieve this level of combat technique in a mere 3-day time. Now, he was dealing with someone else entirely. Damon's mind spun. The rogue-like attack techniques and the shadow skill mastery, these two things immediately reminded him of someone. Ghost, the #1 rogue player in the game. In his previous life, this single player was the terror of many top guilds and even Super 10. He was a living nightmare whose name was whispered in every war meeting, every strategy forum, and every blacklist across Earth Online. He didn't lead a guild. He didn't need to. Ghost was a one-man faction. He never announced his presence, never posted on forums, never streamed, and yet his presence was felt everywhere. Guild leaders offered bounties just for sightings. Rumors said he once assassinated a high-ranking NPC, derailing an entire faction quest line. Others claimed he'd solo-cleared a 50-man raid boss. His achievements were all unbelievable. He alone held the undefeated record in the PvP hall. At the same time, there was also another thing the rogue was notoriously famous for. The man liked to visit brothels. The only place anyone ever saw him was in the famous red light district of Janai City, which was renowned for its mixed-race brothels. At first, these were just disregarded as mere rumors, but eventually more and more reports popped up, and everyone was very confused by the man's enigmatic, ruthless combat style and his notoriety for spending several hours in pleasure houses. However, in the end, when it came to combat, the guy was an absolute monster. There was no doubt about it. What puzzled Damon the most about this legend was his sudden disappearance from the game after 2 years. He was standing at the peak, completely dominating many leaderboards, raking in several achievements, but all of a sudden one day, he disappeared from the whole scene. After that, no one had heard from him or seen him. There was no news about him at all. His name eventually disappeared from the leaderboard, and he was not to be seen anywhere, even in the internet news and discussions. It was as if the guy never existed. Damon had always wondered what had happened to him, and now someone like that could possibly be standing right in front of him, purposefully attacking him and starting a fight with him. Even though he was very curious about this man's abilities and how he was able to match him in combat, he also felt very excited at the moment. After all, he was facing Ghost, one of the top fighters in the game. Damon wanted to see just how far he could push himself when his opponent was this madman. The chains tightened around Damon's limbs like constricting vipers, holding him down and pulling him back. But it lasted only a moment. Damon immediately activated Shadow Meld and disappeared into the shadows, no longer being able to hold him back. However, this time he did not exactly rush into the dungeon. This was a rare opportunity to come face to face with such an expert. He did not want to miss it. Ghost's voice floated through the trees, low and unhurried. Smart. Most players panic when they're caught like that. They wouldn't be able to use the shadow skill so smoothly either. Damon stepped out of the shadows, blood lance in one hand, fingers crackling faintly with dark energy. And you're not like most players. A short silence, then Ghost dropped down from a nearby tree, landing with the silence of a falling feather. He stood tall now, though not bulky, lean, dangerous, and coiled like a predator. His face remained half covered by the signature black mask, but Damon could see the corner of his mouth curl up slightly beneath it. No introductions needed, I see. Of course not. Who doesn't know the one and only Ghost? A flicker of surprise passed by the man's eyes. How do you know my name? Damon smiled. I do know your name, and I know you've been following me all the way from Nyera City. May I know the reason for this special attention?" As he spoke, Damon disappeared and appeared right behind Ghost, his lance already digging into the man's body. But the next second, the ghost's body disappeared into a puff of smoke, and he reappeared in another spot. "Do I need another reason? It is fun to play our little game of running and catching." Ghost laughed loudly. The next second, numerous shadow tendrils sprang up from the ground, and Ghost was AWOL. Damon tightened his grip on the lance. He had a feeling that this was not going to be easy. Before he could finish the thought, all of a sudden, shadow tendrils started randomly lashing out at him from every direction like the limbs of a furious beast. Damon moved instinctively, ducking, flipping, blinking, using shadow step to dodge. Still, one tendril caught the edge of his shoulder, and even that glancing hit drained a chunk of his health. "So it's like that now," Damon muttered, as his body twisted mid-air as another tendril nearly pierced his thigh. From within the dancing forest of shadows, Ghost's voice echoed again. "Just saying hello to my new best friend." Damon smiled. "Let me return the greeting then." The next second, he unleashed a loud ass howl of terror with every ounce of power he had. Damon's howl of terror tore through the air like a sonic boom laced with malice, flooding the area in a wave of fear-infused energy. Ghost gritted his teeth and in the end resisted the fear effect, not fully succumbing to it like a newbie, but the split-second gap was all Damon needed. He instantly arrived behind Ghost, his claws digging deep into the man's neck. Then, without hesitation, he ruthlessly slashed the assassin's throat, drawing blood energy from the madman himself. In his final moments, Ghost stared at Damon with a face full of shock and astonishment, as the life drained out of his eyes. His lips moved, trying to speak, but no sound came out, only a quiet gurgle of disbelief. Damon held his gaze the entire time, watching the light fade from Ghost's eyes. That same unstoppable legend reduced to a bleeding corpse in under 30 seconds. Even the impossible was possible with right skill set. A couple of seconds later, Ghost's body went limp and daggers clattered from his hands, both vanishing into shadow before they could even hit the ground. Then a slew of notifications popped up. Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target, a creature of the shadows. Ding! You have extracted the ability, Umbra's Lesser Shadow Magic. Ding! Notoriety plus 300. Ding! Shadow Affinity plus 1. Ding! You have gained experience points. Damon stood motionless, letting the notifications wash over him like a wave. Umbra? It was his turn to be shocked. Wasn't Umbra the name of one of the greater gods? He had come across this name from the lore for one of the quests. Umbra was the Shadow Sovereign whose followers were wiped out in the first great Cataclysmus cycle, and whose power had been sealed by the Golden League of Greater Gods. This was the only tidbit of information available, and now Ghost had a skill that was termed Umbra's Lesser Shadow Magic. Just like Damon, that guy might have also unlocked some ancient legacy, or worse, considering how he was no longer a human being and was classified as a creature of the shadow by the game system. Ghost, the rogue everyone thought was just a freakishly skilled player, might have been something else entirely. A hidden follower, a direct vessel, or maybe even a fragment of Umbra's will walking around in player form. Damon had debated quite a bit about killing Ghost. The guy was a powerful recluse, and common sense would call for him to build a strong relationship with him. But at the same time, someone like Ghost could not be controlled. The guy breathed and lived for himself, and only for himself. Besides, he had a feeling Ghost would appreciate this form of treatment more. And just like he thought, Damon received a message the next second. He had no idea how Ghost managed to bypass the respawn time, but from the looks of it, The guy was already out and about. "Thanks for the lesson, mate. You did me a favor and showed me a flaw. I owe you one, blood god. Until next time." It was a short message, and there was a friend invitation attached to it. He did not probe any of Damon's secrets, and neither did he reveal any of his own. Damon chuckled. He had guessed it right. This guy's temperament was weird indeed. Anyone else would have been pissed about getting killed and would have been on and on about getting revenge. But Ghost was clearly different. Damon accepted the friend request without hesitation, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. Still, the bigger question lingered like smoke in his mind. Umbra. Was this the reason why Ghost had completely disappeared in the future? It looked like overpowered legacies had their own price to pay. If so, what price was he going to pay in the future? Damon took a deep breath and shook it off. There was no point in worrying about possibilities and assumptions. The road to power is in front of him, and for now it was all about how far he could walk on that road. He looked at the dungeon portal in front of him. With lesser shadow magic in his grasp, he could potentially grind out a lot more skills and perhaps even improve the proficiency level of many shadow element skills. Without any more hesitation, he stepped into the portal. The plan for the day was to grind some skills, attribute points, and mana cores. Meanwhile, players started spawning one after the other in the local graveyard. The first one to spawn was Aurora. Her emerald eyes looked absent-minded as she silently started walking away from the spawn point. The next one to spawn, Bertram, ran behind her, trying to catch up to her. "Aurora, wait!" Aurora didn't stop walking. Her back straightened, and for a moment Bertram thought she would turn around and say something. She didn't. Instead, she spoke in a cold, quiet voice that seemed to echo in the graveyard fog. "We lost because we were arrogant. We lost because he was just that good." Her hand inexorably reached her neck and rubbed the spot where Damon had held her with a slight blush on her cheeks. She once again started absent-mindedly walking away. "Aurora, what about our guild? What are we doing now? Can you give some sort of statement?" Bertram shouted after her, only to get nothing back. "Fucking bitch," he muttered angrily under his breath. "Let's see how long you are acting so arrogant and cocky. Once we get married, the first thing I will do is put you in place. Fucking bitch. I will raw dog you like a cheap whore and throw you to my friends and underlings, you sanctimonious fake cunt." Damon got out of the dungeon after thoroughly farming each and every mob inside. His level did not increase much, but overall he had gained 10 extra stat points, 3 in intelligence, 4 in agility, and 3 in strength. It turned out that beasts lower than his level gave him fewer stat points on bloodline extraction. His plan of farming level 5 wolves for bonus stat points went right out the window, but the dungeon grind was worth it nevertheless. He had a much better understanding of shadow element skills and execution, and he had gained a couple of new skills to boot. He also managed to level up 3 shadow element skills. Last but not least, he scored about 45 mana cores. Overall, the trip was productive, but he needed more of all of those, so Damon continued going. His next target was a dungeon an hour away. The city was still quite peaceful, and Damon cruised through the forest casually. On the way, he checked the local chat, and just like he had expected, some things had finally come out. Many players had started guessing certain things, one important thing being the existence of vampires in the game. Thanks to Varnix's exaggerated show back in the battlefield, many players had seen the blood field and the pure crimson aura wafting off him. It was not difficult to put 2 and 2 together from there, considering the vivid imagination certain talented gossipers had. Of course, his name, Blood God, also added fuel to the fire. With a name like that, he might as well have added "I am a vampire" to his tag. Though Damon wanted to keep this piece of information to himself as long as possible, he did not mind trading it in for the spoils of the little siege war. Besides, no one knew how to convert to the vampire race just yet, so they might be able to guess his race, but there was little anyone could do about it. Another interesting development Damon noticed was 2 additional system-wide notifications that had popped in while he was in the dungeon. One was a dungeon record set by the guild, Celestial Bastion, and the other was a world boss clear set by the guild Black Valor. Both the guilds were famous guilds from Damon's last life. Though these 2 were not part of the Super 10, they were still top-tier guilds. It was comforting to know some things were still the way they were meant to be. If he altered the timeline too much, the new variables beyond his control might rise up without his knowledge. Well, it was already too late to worry about this, so Damon let that go and continued reading. Soon his lips tugged upwards into a grin. It looked like his stalkers had suffered a terrible fate. The Golden Lotus drama was funny to watch. As more and more Golden Lotus Guild members respawned, they began to quit the guild and move on to other cities. Local chat was filled with players mocking them mercilessly. Their members had started quitting in droves. Even the guild elites were leaving demoralized after getting flattened repeatedly during the siege. Word was spreading. The infamous Blood God questline was a death sentence. The cherry on top? People had started calling Golden Lotus the Day 3 Wonder, a guild that soared to fame in one day and imploded the next. Aurora's sudden death right in the beginning of the battle also didn't help. The bonding and camaraderie in the guild was a joke to begin with, as it had only been 3 days into the game. As such, the Golden Lotus Guild became a big joke. Aurora's death had shattered what little cohesion the group had. With no loyalty, no strategy, no leadership, the guild that once boasted elite aspirations had become a laughingstock. 3-day wonder, huh? Damon couldn't help but smile. He was pretty sure there were still some players with Aurora, but at least his city should be free and clear now without holy and divine platers swarming everywhere. Not that he minded farming them for more skills. A roar sounded in front of him, and Damon quickly closed the system screen and focused on the beast in front of him. He was now in saber-tooth territory, and the big cat was already crouched low in the bushes, its amber eyes fixed on him like he was dinner delivered on a silver platter. Naturally, he had already sensed the beast a mile away thanks to his heightened senses. "Easy there, kitty," Damon muttered, cracking his neck as he conjured a shadow dagger. Umbra's lesser shadow magic gave him a lot more control over the shadow element than he had expected. He wanted to give this method a try. Ding! You have learned a new skill! Umbra's shadow dagger. Description: conjure a dagger made from condensed shadow energy. Costs 30 mana per use. Deals 200% weapon damage plus 10% bonus per shadow affinity point. If used from stealth or shadow meld, deals an additional 50% bonus damage and applies shadow wound for 10 seconds, reducing healing received by 25%. Damon's eyes gleamed as the shadow dagger shimmered into existence in his hand, sleek, black as void, and humming faintly with power. He spun it once between his fingers, testing its weight. Light as air, but the pressure in the air said otherwise. "Can I do 2?" He tried making another one, and immediately another shadow dagger materialized in his left hand. Damon had never really tried double weapon combat before, but now that he had the dagger mastery skill, he had a general idea of how to use 2 daggers to attack. If he leveled up the skill, he should get a better idea of the combat skill. "Thanks for waiting, kitty. Let's go." The level 45 Sabretooth, who was threateningly prowling all this time, revealed an angry expression hearing his remark. How dare this human treat him as a joke? The beast roared and pounced the next second. The Sabretooth lunged, claws outstretched, fangs gleaming with saliva. It was fast, but Damon was faster. He vanished mid-step using Blink, reappearing behind the beast in a crouch. Both shadow daggers slashed out in an X formation, cutting across the monster's hind legs just as it landed. A spray of blood and shadow burst into the air. Ding ding ding, critical hit, Sabretooth, 1090 damage dealt. Ding ding ding, shadow wound applied. The beast shrieked and twisted, swiping its tail like a whip to knock him away, but Damon ducked low and slipped under it, his daggers dancing across its underbelly in a flurry of shadowy arcs. The hits could be better, but they were good enough to get the job done. The saber-tooth tried leaping back to reset the fight using its wind affinity and increasing its speed, but Damon activated Shadow Step and reappeared mid-air above the beast, both daggers pointed down. Not happening. He plunged the blades deep into its spine as he dropped down, driving it into the dirt with a crunch. Shadow energy rippled through the impact zone, coating the earth in writhing tendrils of darkness. Damon ended the beast and absorbed all of the blood energy he could get his hands on. Ding ding, bloodline extraction initiated. Target, saber-tooth mauler. Ding ding ding, you have extracted the ability Wind Zone. Ding ding ding, you have killed the saber-tooth mauler. Ding ding ding, you have gained experience points. Damon shoved the loot into his ring and tested the new skill, Wind Zone. Wind Zone, E rank, active, creates a localized area of turbulent wind around the user, expanding up to 10 meters in radius. All enemies within the zone have their movement speed reduced by 20%, while the user's speed increases by 30%. Duration 12 seconds, mana cost 60, cooldown 90 seconds. Damon raised an eyebrow as he read the description. Now that's interesting. He activated the skill, and in an instant, the air around him burst into motion. Leaves and dust swirled in a tight circle, forming a low roaring cyclone around his body. The wind wrapped around him like a living cloak, making his hair whip wildly and his clothes flutter. He darted forward, testing the effect, and sure enough, he felt lighter, quicker. Each step had a spring to it, and his acceleration was noticeably sharper. Damn, this pairs beautifully with Blink and Shadow Step. The swirling zone persisted as Damon moved, following him like an aura, and he imagined it in a crowded battlefield, slowing enemies down while he zipped through them like a blade in a storm. It was a mobility spell and a disruption field rolled into one. Definitely keeping this. He deactivated the skill and let the winds die out, the world returning to stillness once more. He checked the friend list, and it was still grayed out. Damon did not like this. He clenched his fists and pumped up his speed yet again, as he started farming more saber-tooth maulers. "Why does it have to be these cute kitties?" Blood Rain whined, but Damon did not answer. After Shadow Element, he decided to farm some Wind Element skills, as these could really complement his current combat style. Shadow for stealth and burst, Wind for speed and control, and Blood for power. It was an absurdly lethal combo if he could master it properly. The next saber-tooth didn't even get a proper roar out before Damon zipped in with Wind Zone activated, chaining Blink into Shadow Step and carving a spiral of cuts across its flanks. Blood Rain cooed, "Oh, I do love when you're quiet and deadly. So focused, so cold. Are you mad, darling?" Damon did not answer. The saber-tooth fell, then another, and another. Damon farmed like a storm given form, wind swirling at his heels, shadow dancing at his fingertips. The forest began to quiet, the local predators thinned out, their mana cores claimed, their blood harvested. Ding ding, you have extracted the ability Wind Blade. Ding ding, you have extracted the ability Swift Step. Ding ding ding, dexterity +1. Ding ding ding, wind affinity +1. Soon Damon hit level 35, and he stopped farming. He did not want to increase his level any further without finishing the special body tempering quest. He checked the quest details again. A drop of elven blood and a drop of divine blood. He already had the drop of divine blood, and now for the elven blood. Damon decided that randomly farming players hoping that someone would be of elven descent was a fool's errand. He needed a proper plan of action. These past couple of days, he had thought about this, and the best strategy he could come up with was to target the half-elven princess of the Valuin dynasty, Princess Liera Silveris. The king had an affair with an elf, and the result was Liera. Though publicly acknowledged as his adopted niece, everyone who mattered in the royal court knew her true identity. Her existence was a political powder keg, neither fully elven nor fully human, but possessing the bloodline of both royal houses. It was also why she was quietly assigned to a remote outpost near the Emerald Vale, far from the capital's attention. In Damon's last life, she had only become relevant to players much later, during the Forest War arc, when high-level quests revealed her bloodline and strategic value. She had actually died as a part of that quest, and many players lamented her death as one of the great tragedies of the game, considering how alarmingly beautiful she was. Damon did not want to touch this part of the storyline just yet, because there were several treasure chests and other drops to be farmed here. If he messed up with anything, then he might lose a lot more. But now he did not want to wait any longer. With the sword still hanging over his neck and his execution date set at the end of the month, he was risking a lot more by not taking this shot. Damon packed up his hunt in the Sabertooth territory and started making his way back to the Niera City teleportation portals. It was time to go to Valuan Dynasty, the neighboring kingdom. The teleportation plaza was still lightly populated, most players either out grinding or licking their wounds after the recent siege. Damon approached the shimmering teleportation gate and selected his destination. He paid the fee, and the portal shimmered brighter. A heartbeat later, he stepped into a new landscape. Lush emerald woodlands stretched into the horizon, the sunlight filtering through thick canopies, dappling the moss-covered stone paths with golden veins. Since he was taking the portal from a neighboring kingdom, he was teleported outside the kingdom territory, and not in the middle of a city. Let's hope the outpost is still untouched. I'm not in the mood for side quests today. The trip to the Elenthel outpost from the main city was about 10 hours, and Damon wasn't even all that familiar with the territory, which made it even more time-consuming for him. He was only halfway through when he had to log out again. He reached the actual outpost the next day after again traveling for about 6 hours. This better work out. Damon cursed at the massive waste of time. But if it had to be done, it had to be done. The outer perimeter of Elenthel Outpost was quiet. Damon arrived just as the early morning mist still clung to the roots of the trees, drifting like lazy spirits. The outpost did not look like much at first glance. It was just a couple of buildings, mostly made from wood. Damon exhaled and stepped through the main archway. Immediately, a system notification greeted him. Ding! You have entered a special region, Elenthel Outpost. Warning! Reputation required to access faction quests and nobles' trust. Current reputation unknown. Damon nodded. He expected as much. He made his way to the central plaza where a crystalline spring bubbled gently at the base of a moon blossom tree. Standing near it was a single woman. Damon paused. Even among the elegant NPCs, she was different. Lerae Silvaris. Her silver-white hair shimmered like a stream of starlight, cascading down the back of her embroidered green robe. Her ears were slightly longer than those of the other humans, and her eyes, bright blue, intense, were locked on a flock of white birds that circled overhead, graceful, beautiful, and unmistakably dangerous. Damon narrowed his eyes. So that's her. Bloodrain purred inside his mind. Oh, she smells like old magic. I want her blood. Yeah, Damon whispered, a wry smile touching his lips. Yeah, me too. But let's start with a hello first. Damon took another step and, immediately, Lerae's eyes flicked toward him. You're far from the bloodland, stranger, she said softly, but there was a coldness in her eyes. Shit! She knew I was a vampire? How? What about Blood Rain's concealment? Damon immediately prepared himself, as there was only one fate for a dark faction member discovered in Light Faction: death sentence, or worse, imprisonment. Damon's original plan was to get close to her to get some quest, or talk to her for some time, figure out her level, and then make a plan to land a surprise attack on her. All he needed was a drop of blood, after all. But now everything changed. Things became a lot more complicated. His mind spun, already activating Blink, at the same time calculating where the other NPCs were stationed. If he was going to be hunted, he needed to determine the best direction to run to. However, even before he could activate Blink completely, Lorray spoke again with a laugh. "You don't have to run. I don't bite." Damon froze mid-spell. The mana weaving around him dispersed like mist in sunlight. However, he wasn't convinced. This situation was way too dangerous. Imprisonment in this game meant waking up in the same jail cells every time you log into the game. One might as well just quit playing the game. Seeing his nervousness, Lorray laughed again. "You don't have to worry so much. I am an outsider here too, like you. Come, walk with me." Damon nodded and followed her as she walked through the small outpost. On their way, he saw other humans, but none looked their way. They did not greet the princess with the respect she deserved. Instead, they were more like ignoring her. They also did not react to Damon's presence. Some of them gave him a glance but quickly looked away and minded their own business. "They don't know you are a blood drinker," Lorray explained. "You are safe. Only I know who you are." That didn't make Damon feel much better. In fact, it made him feel like a rabbit calmly strolling beside a fox that just promised not to eat him for now. He kept his expression neutral, but every instinct was on edge. "How did you know?" Damon probed. "How did you see through it? The concealment should have fooled even high-level soldiers." He hoped he could get the answer because this was important. This meant that he couldn't really go in front of high-ranking NPCs and had to be extra careful inside any city. Lorray smiled. Her footsteps were quiet against the soft ground, but her words rang with clarity. "Because I wasn't looking with sight, I was listening, and your blood hums like an old song, one I haven't heard in a very long time." She glanced sideways at him. "You possess a strong, powerful bloodline, don't you?" Damon froze. He was once again shocked to see that the woman was still peeling away layers of his identity, as if she could see right through him. He tried not to let it show on his face, but the chill crawling up his spine was hard to ignore. This woman was very dangerous. "So tell me, blood drinker, why have you come to see me? And don't lie, because I can sense when you are." Lorray smiled, a soft and innocent smile. I awkwardly returned her smile. Naturally, he was still planning to fucking lie. Well, at least tell her the half-truth. "Princess Lorray," he slightly bowed. "I came here because I heard that you needed help and you might have something valuable to offer me." Did it work?
Nope, it did not work. Human greed, it doesn't change even if you turn into a blood drinker. Lorray smiled, but Damon could tell that the elven woman had become slightly colder towards him. If she was neutral before, she was now definitely leaning towards hostile. "Look at me, what could I possibly have to give to you?" Lorray continued walking. "I am not the princess you have come looking for. If you need something, you should go and look for the king's other daughters. I'm afraid I have absolutely nothing to give you." Damon quickly tried to salvage the situation. "My lady, please forgive me. I did not mean it like that. I only meant I was here to help you if you needed any assistance. It would be my greatest honor to lend you my strength." "There is nothing I need. Not from you, not from anyone else." Lorray smiled again,
But it was clear that no matter what Damon told her now, it was going to be impossible to gain her favor back. In fact, she wasn't even talking to him properly. Damon had never seen a noble NPC behave so informally. It was as if she simply did not care about anything. What the hell was he supposed to do now? Just attack her and gamble on getting a drop of her blood? All he needed was a drop, so even if he managed to land one attack... "Oh, they're coming! They're coming!" Suddenly a soldier loudly shouted and ran towards the small outpost. The sudden cry shattered the silence like glass underfoot. Damon turned instantly, instinct kicking in. The soldier, a young man with barely any armor and a sword drawn in panic, was sprinting full speed towards the outpost gates, his face pale, eyes wild. "They're breaking through the ward line!" he shouted again. "The undead! They're coming! Ah!" An invisible force slammed into him mid-sentence, lifting him off his feet and throwing him like a rag doll against a tree. He didn't move again. Damon immediately conjured 2 shadow daggers. Bloodrain throbbed in his mind, growling with anticipation. Something wicked stirs. Oh, Damon, this might get fun. The ground beyond the trees began to tremble. Branches cracked, shadows stretched where light should have remained, and then they emerged. Tall, twisted figures with bone-thin limbs, hollow eyes, and armor made from bark and rusted steel. Undead creatures. Almost 20 of them. The system chimed again. Zone alert. Ellenthil outpost. Emergency event triggered. Objective: defend the outpost. Optional: protect Princess Lyrie, high-value NPC. Failure penalty: severe reputation loss, possible Ellenthil lockdown. Damon's jaw clenched. Of course this would happen the moment he stepped foot here. He had triggered the damned quest line. He glanced sideways. Lyrie hadn't moved. Her face remained calm, but her eyes burned now with something wild and unspoken. Her fingers twitched at her side, faint green threads of mana gathering there. Still, she made no move to flee. "I told them the wards wouldn't hold, but the court never listens, not to me. Get away from here, blood drinker. This is not your fight. This burden is mine and mine alone to carry." Unlike the others, Lyrie did not panic at all. She looked calm and composed, almost as if she had already expected this to happen. There was a look of melancholy on her face that spoke volumes. Damon let out a sigh and examined the group of undead first. They were between level 50 and level 60. I should be able to handle this much, he made the decision. The level difference was not something he was worried about, considering that he had amassed a decent amount of stat points. The main problem was the number of undead. There were 20 of them coming in at the same time, which might make things a little tricky. Also, he wouldn't be able to get any blood from them. Farming them was not the best use of his time. However, Damon was not planning to leave. This could work in his favor. While the undead attacked the outpost and the princess, he could sneakily steal a drop of blood and get the hell out of here. All he had to do was somehow survive until then. Let them come, he thought. Let them focus on her or the outpost. All I need is a single moment of distraction, just one cut. Bloodrain snickered in his mind, as if reading his intent. Can't you act heroic for once and save the damsel in the distress? Who knows, maybe you could get some hidden rewards. Damon nodded. That is the plan, but gotta get that drop of blood first. The quest and the chain quest come later. They are not my priority. Soon the first of the undead reached the range of the outpost. A few soldiers stationed at the top started releasing arrows to attack the pack from a distance. Lyrie also floated to the top of the outpost and started releasing mana arrows at the undead. The battle began and everyone's level became visible to Damon. Damon immediately clicked his tongue. Shit, this is worse than I expected. The soldiers and the other outpost attendants were barely level 30, and the princess herself was only level 32. How were they going to face level 50 and above undead? Maybe my arrival here had triggered this quest way too early. In my last life, the defense of this outpost included multiple rounds of beast hordes, and one of the big guilds managed to clear the waves until the 15th attack, when the outpost finally collapsed. But now, instead of beast hordes, there were undead, and the NPC who was supposed to be level 100 or so was only level 32. Personally, it was good for him because he would be able to get the drop of blood one way or the other. The quest, and the chain quest on the other hand, Damon did not bother with the long range and took the fight right to the undead. The rewards were probably dependent on how many NPCs he could save, and if he was going to attempt this quest, then he might as well go for the max rewards. Damon lunged into the horde like a man possessed. His feet pounded the earth as he crashed straight into the thickest cluster of undead, shadow daggers flashing like twin stars. The air exploded in a mess of ichor and twisted bone. One slash to the throat, spin, backstep, blink, elbow to the jaw, follow-up stab through the eye socket. Combo chain extended X7. Aggro redirection successful, plus 15 morale to nearby NPCs. He was a storm, not a defender, not a savior. Something darker, something hungry. Wait! Why am I using shadow attacks? Damon grinned as he started to switch to the skills he had robbed from the priest and the paladin players. His body tingled as the mana that coursed through his body fueled the divine and holy skills. Minor heal, blessed heal, touch of light. He started throwing all of the new skills in his repertoire. He stabbed one undead through the chest with a shadow dagger, then immediately followed it with a glowing palm pressed to the creature's rotted forehead. Touch of light erupted outward in a flash of radiant energy, disintegrating it on the spot and searing two more that got too close. Divine damage X2, effective bonus, undead type. Yep, even though I cannot bring out the full potential of the skill without any divine or light affinity, it's still making the fight a lot faster. Damon quickly took out a bunch of items he had farmed from the siege and switched out his shadow affinity gear with the holy and divine items. This further packed a punch in his attacks. Divine shield! Damon swung his sword in one hand and used a radiant shield in the other hand to hold back a particularly large undead. Behind him, the outpost guards, barely level 30, watched wide-eyed as Damon tore through enemies twice his level like paper. A few of them rallied, emboldened by the carnage. They pushed forward, joining the fight instead of cowering behind. More and more arrows and projectiles started raining down on the undead. Even though their damage power wasn't much, the chip damage was quickly adding up. More importantly, the NPC death counter in the corner of Damon's interface remained blessedly still. Good. That meant the rewards were still in play. He had no idea what tier this questline was, but if it was anything like the ones he remembered from his past life, the more outpost members he saved, the higher the bonus and the more likely the next phase would unlock. A rare skill, a hidden title, a unique trait, even a faction-specific quest chain. All of that was possible. The battlefield pulsed with chaos and light, and at its center, Damon moved like a paradox given form, holy energy radiating from a vampire cloaked in blood and shadow. His divine shield clashed with a skeletal warhammer, golden sparks flying as the shield held strong. He kicked off the stunned creature and launched a blessed heal at another undead closing in on him. Yet another one threatened to stab him in the back, but Damon did not have to make a move to take care of it. A chunky fireball landed on the undead, blasting it into scorched fragments mid-lunge. Lear was helping him. Damon smiled and continued his onslaught. With the help of the outpost squad, taking down these guys was simpler than he expected. Each undead should be giving plenty of XP points, but since all the rewards were shared between the whole outpost, he was barely getting any. This was fine by him, as he did not want to level up all that much right now before doing his body tempering ritual. The fight continued, and soon the undead numbers had already been reduced by half. They were, however, dangerously getting close to the outpost. Damon unleashed an earthquake, slowing down their advance a little more. Lear's eyes shone as she followed his cue and cast her earthen element spell. A forest of stone thorns erupted from the ground ahead of the horde, perfectly timed with Damon's earthquake. The combined effect disrupted the undead formation, sending several crashing into the sharpened rocks while others stumbled in the quaking earth. Damon flicked his eyes toward her, an elf who was a dual mage. Not bad at all. Their eyes met and Lear nodded at him. That hollow disinterest from earlier was gone, and now replaced by camaraderie. Damon surged forward, capitalizing on the wave of momentum. With swift, divine aura-enhanced sword slashes, he brought down 2 more of the undead casually. The undead never stood a chance. Damon's blades flashed through rotting torsos and shattered skulls. One moment he was stabbing with divine precision using touch of light, the next he was casting Shadow Meld mid-roll to evade a Death Knight's cleaving strike. His hybrid style wasn't just efficient, it was terrifying. Morale surge triggered. Nearby NPCs gained 20% attack speed. Damon grinned. He ducked a flailing bone mace, countered with Blessed Heal on a nearby heavy hitter, then yanked the enemy before directly slamming it on the ground and sending bone fragments everywhere. Arrows rained from the walls. One after another, powerful fireballs took down more and more of the undead. Soon only a couple more of the undead were left. Then came the roar. A hulking undead lumbered through the broken tree line, stitches of blackened vine holding its many limbs together, its chest cavity glowing with cursed embers. Level 70, the tag read. Mini-boss, and there was also an unmistakable shine at the center of the undead, which could only mean that the undead had a mana core with it. This fight was going to be a lot more difficult than the other ones. As soon as the huge undead appeared, the other soldiers started hurtling their attacks at it, but this time around, the chip damage did not matter at all. The damage numbers that popped out of the attacks were extremely negligible. -1, -2, -1. What is happening? The attacks are not working? The soldiers started panicking. Lorraine's expression turned serious. She glanced at the soldiers next to her who were already pissing their pants in fear. She shook her head and then turned to Damon. "Blood Drinker, I can take down that monster in a single attack, but I need a minute to prepare the attack. Can you hold on for a minute?" "You better hurry," Damon nodded. "I will do my best," Lorraine answered with sincerity. Damon was actually talking to the shadow clone since he had almost forgotten about the drop of blood he needed. The horde of the undead was also taken care of, and Lorraine had spent the whole time fighting from the back. This did not give him any chance to get the blood. But now that this boss had shown up, it finally gave him the perfect chance. All he needed to do was... Damon intentionally did not go all out with the undead abomination, and only sparingly used his divine and holy skills. He kept parrying and blocking the attack from the undead boss as he slowly inched backwards, getting closer and closer to the outpost main barricade where Lorraine stood with the soldiers. "Hurry up!" Damon shouted again, and Lorraine quickly regained her composure. She gritted her teeth and began casting. Soon, a huge ball of fire appeared in front of her. However, it was nothing like an ordinary fireball. The intensity of the raging flames was akin to a sun, and it threatened to burn the very air around it. Lorraine lifted both hands toward the swirling inferno, her lips moving in an ancient incantation that didn't match any known elemental chant Damon had ever heard. Her aura flared wildly, gold and white embers rising like feathers caught in a solar wind. Soldiers nearby instinctively stepped back, shielding their eyes from the searing brilliance. The orb of fire pulsed once, twice, then began condensing, shrinking in size, but growing impossibly dense, as if she were compressing a star into the palm of her hand. This was clearly the most difficult step of the attack. And it was exactly at this time that the undead came shockingly close to the outpost. Lorraine grit her teeth to keep her focus when a shadow clone silently materialized next to her, rising from her shadow. While everyone's focus was fixated on the hulking abomination, the shadow clone swiftly made a small scratch at the back of Lorraine's neck on her milky white skin. Damon immediately blinked right next to Lorraine and casted a divine shield, preventing any damage from reaching her. Without missing a beat, he absorbed the drop of blood smoothly. Damon's grin was hidden behind the golden light of his divine shield, which shimmered protectively around both him and Lorraine. Perfectly timed, perfectly clean. The clone had already melted into the ground. No trace, no alert. Lorraine didn't even flinch, her focus locked onto the miniature sun now hovering over her hands, compressed and trembling with barely contained destruction. But blood rain was purring inside Damon's mind, nearly drunk with delight. I am dizzy from just the scent of her blood. Sunfire blood. She has a great heritage. Sunfire blood. Let's drink it all to the last drop. Damon ignored the bloodthirsty weapon spirit and continued his fight with the undead abomination. He no longer had to hold back, so he unleashed his full power, quickly bringing down the abomination. When its health dropped to 50%, the abomination suddenly let out a horrifying shriek, and a swirl of nether erupted out of it. The air around them became bleak and corrupted, and the nether was contaminating everything. The grass became ashen in an instant, shriveling and crumbling to dust. The stones under Damon's feet cracked with black veins. Even the wooden barricades behind him began to rot and warp from the touch of the nether. Soldiers nearby gasped, stumbling back as the debuff notifications hit them. Everyone's stats instantly became halved by 50%. Lorraine could no longer hold her massive attack. She had no choice but to release it. The big ball of intense fire shuddered as her concentration wavered, then launched with a thunderous boom, tearing through the corrupted sky like a falling comet. It wasn't elegant anymore. It wasn't precise. It was pure, desperate annihilation. The orb exploded into a massive wave of fire mid-air, raw, uncontrolled, and roaring with fury as it descended onto the undead abomination. Even with the corruption smothering the surroundings, the heat from the impact seared the battlefield, turning the very air to flame. But the abomination survived. Barely. Its front half was charred, molten bones fused into grotesque armor, and its core flickered like a dying star, erratic, unstable, but still pulsing. It opened its mouth and screamed, a wail that made even the strongest of the soldiers drop to their knees. Status effect, fear shock, duration, 10 seconds. Corruption surge, all healing disabled. Howling in rage, the abomination charged towards the outpost, straight at Lorraine, its hollow eyes fixed on her. The elven woman trembled in fear. She had no strength left after using everything in the Sunfire attack. She had no choice but to die. She knew that no one was coming for her. "Father, I'm going to die. Are you still angry with me? Will you still not look at me?" The abomination raised its club, ready to smash her into a meat pizza, but the blow never landed. When Lorraine opened her eyes to see, she saw the hulking abomination staggering, and the club in its hand knocked out. Damon swung his sword again, landing attack after attack non-stop at the mini-boss. It was a grind, but he swiftly whittled down the last of the undead's health. "You are not dying on my watch, princess," he chuckled. None of the nether debuffs affected him, so he was happily able to continue slaughtering the abomination. Finally, after a last roar of defiance, the abomination collapsed backwards with a sickening crunch, its corrupted monocore shattering into a mist of black and violet particles. Ding! You have killed the level 70 undead abomination. Ding! You have gained experience points. Ding! Quest updated. Elenthiel Outpost Defense. Status: complete. Optional objective: complete. Princess Lorraine survived. While Damon was going through the notifications, Bloodrain quickly called out in his mind. "Blood God, now, act like you are weak and wounded. Maybe the elf will offer you some blood." While Damon was going through the notifications, Bloodrain quickly called out in his mind. "Blood God, now! Act like you are weak and wounded. Maybe the elf will offer you some blood." What an evil weapon spirit. Always plotting and scheming, always giving me underhanded methods and unscrupulous ideas. Damon shot back, but he nevertheless feigned weakness and acted as if he was struggling to breathe. So shameless, Bloodrain pouted in his mind. Damon ignored her and continued putting on an act. He was almost certain it was not going to work, but the next second, Lorraine rushed to his side, tears still falling from her eyes. She dropped to her knees beside him without hesitation, her trembling hands hovering uncertainly over his chest, then his face, then his arms, like she didn't know where to start. "Blood drinker, you're hurt. Gods, you shouldn't have pushed yourself so far. Why did you risk your life for someone like me?" Her voice cracked with emotion, still raw from nearly being crushed to death moments ago. Her eyes were wide, haunted, and brimming with more than just gratitude. Guilt, grief, something deeper. Damon gave her a weak smile and forced a cough, just enough to add a tremble to his shoulders. I'll be fine. You should be the one resting, not fussing over me." She shook her head violently. "No! You saved me! You saved all of us!" Your fingers brushed lightly against his arm, uncertain but warm. "And I have no way to repay you. I have no healing left. I have nothing to ever repay you. I am nothing. I am no one. You should not have risked your life for a nobody like me." Bloodrain practically vibrated in glee in his mind. "Say it! Say the line! There is one way you can help me!" Damon sighed internally. So dramatic. He was in no way going to do that. That would undo all of his hard work and bring his reputation with her back to zero. It would be better to just wait for the next chain quest. "You're not going to say it?" Bloodrain whispered, scandalized. Damon ignored her entirely, tilting his head toward Lorraine with a soft, exhausted smile. "You're wrong," he said, quietly. "You are not nothing. You held the line. You stood your ground when everyone else would have run." Lorraine shook her head violently, her silver hair spilling over her shoulder like liquid moonlight. "Only because you were here. Only because you fought." "And you still stood," Damon replied, voice firm despite the act. "That's more than most nobles would have done. You're not nobody. You're Lorraine Selvaris, the only one who didn't run." His words hung in the air like a balm, and for the first time the wild guilt in her eyes gave way to stillness. She stared at him for a moment, searching for something in his gaze. Then, slowly, her expression softened. "Thank you," she whispered, the words almost reverent. Damon nodded and looked away, letting silence speak for him. Bloodrain, of course, couldn't leave it alone. "Ugh, that was honorable. I feel itchy. You're sure you're the notorious blood god?" Lorraine eventually stood, gently helping Damon to his feet. The other soldiers were cheering in the distance. "Let me help you rest a little." She brought him over to one of the wooden buildings and closed the door behind them. "Please sit here." "Okay." Damon expectantly sat. This should be the breadcrumb of the next quest. He was sure of it. He sat on a simple wooden bench that creaked under his weight. Lorraine didn't speak right away. Instead, she sat down beside him, brushing ash off his shoulder, her touch light, almost reverent. "I don't know how things work in your world," she said at last, "but I remember those who stood between death and the helpless, even if they wore black, even if they bore fangs." "I've never seen anyone fight like that," she murmured. "Not even my sisters, and they were trained by the spell guard themselves." He tilted his head slightly, listening with patience. Lorraine looked at him again, and for once there was no distance in her gaze. "You're not like the stories say about blood drinkers, about the dark faction." She paused. "You saved me, and didn't ask for anything in return." "Yet," Bloodrain whispered, smugly, in his mind. Damon chuckled faintly. "Maybe I'm just not very good at being bad." That made her smile, just a little. Lorray took a small wooden flask from a side shelf and placed it in front of him. "I don't have healing potions left, but I do have this. It's moonroot elixir. Not much, but it should help with the fatigue." He accepted the bottle but didn't drink, not yet. He watched her, studied her. She hesitated again, then added, "And if there ever is anything else I can do to help, just say it. You don't even have to ask." Damon frowned internally. Why was she still not offering it up? Had he not buttered her enough? He slowly took a sip from the bottle, thinking about what to do next, when a wave of warm nourishment swept past his body and mind. It was as if the fog covering his mind was lifted. Mental clarity buff applied, plus 10% spell precision. Duration, 30 minutes. Nice. Unexpected, but nice. Sitting beside him, Lorray was still watching him quietly. There was something unguarded about her now that wasn't there earlier when she wore the indifference of a noble cast aside. Damon immediately knew what to say to her. He set the flask down gently and leaned forward, not too much, just enough for her to meet his eyes. "I think you're wrong about one thing," he said softly. She blinked. "About what?" "You said you're no one, that you're nothing." He smiled. "It's fine if others do not recognize you. It's okay to feel alone and helpless. As long as you know who you are, that's all that matters. Time will slowly heal everything." Lorray lowered her gaze, the silver of her lashes fluttering. She then unexpectedly leaned forward, her face right next to Damon's, her warm breath on his face. The next second, her lips touched his cheek. Damon stilled. The contact was brief, soft, uncertain, like she was testing a boundary she hadn't meant to cross. Lorray lingered for a second longer than she needed to, then slowly pulled back, her pale cheeks now dusted with the faintest rose hue. Damon didn't move, didn't speak, just let the silence settle between them, warm and strange. Bloodrain was predictably screaming with glee in his mind. "She kissed you! She kissed you! Oh, how scandalous! She wants to offer more blood! I can taste it! You are not feeling too weak now, huh? Maybe I should ask you about some important things. Hey, Little Red, how about you tell me how to stabilize my bloodline?" Damon shot back to the weapon spirit mentally. Instant silence. Damon sighed inwardly. He looked at Lorray again. The half-elf blushed as she looked down. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. What was he supposed to do now? Damon scratched his head. Sing more words of flattery? Kiss her again? Women would always be his weak point. At least he already had the drop of blood. Otherwise he might get kicked out or something for misspeaking in this situation. "Thank you," he smiled awkwardly. "I have received a bigger reward than I expected." He threw some more flattery in just to be safe. Lorray's blush deepened at his words, and she looked away, the corners of her lips twitching into a half-smile that she couldn't quite suppress. "Don't say things like that," she murmured, voice quiet but steady. "Not unless you mean them." Damon winced internally. Crap! Had I laid it on too thick? His flattery reflex was strong, but this wasn't a tavern flirtation with a random NPC. This was a named character, an event chain trigger, possibly even the future faction leader. He needed to tread carefully. In order to get the next quest or possibly even a follower recruitment quest, he needed to think before speaking each and every single word. Just as he was rummaging his brain to think about what to say next, the elf unexpectedly made the next move again. As she was fidgeting with her fingers nervously, she suddenly turned to look at him and blurted out, I wish to be your betrothed." Damon froze. His mind, already running tactical simulations for quest triggers and reputation flags, crashed completely at this unexpected development. Did she just say what I think she said? Blood Rain didn't scream this time. She howled. "Yes! Yes! Marry her! Climb her! A blood save and a sex slave all rolled into one! Also think of the quest chain, a royal wedding, a forbidden love, the political fallout. Oh, it's delicious!" Damon blinked. His mouth opened, then closed, then opened again, as if trying to reboot his social protocol systems. Lorraine, to her credit, looked just as shocked by her own words. Her eyes widened in horror the moment the sentence escaped her, like it had bypassed every filter between brain and mouth. I didn't mean to. I mean, I did, but not like that. Not right now. She looked like she wanted to sink through the floor. Damon raised a hand gently to stop her. "Wait, just wait. You said betrothed." She nodded slowly, face crimson, voice barely audible. "I know how it sounds, but I'm not saying it as a romantic fool. It's not about love, it's about loyalty. I owe you a life debt. And my family, what remains of it, still honors the old customs. If a Silveris swears themselves to someone who saves them, especially in a time of death, we don't take that lightly." At the same time, Damon's system pinged. Ding! Trigger event detected. Royal Oath of Blood and Sunfire. Ding! You have received a unique marriage proposal. Ding! Accepting will bind Lorraine Silveris as a companion class NPC. You are allowed to have multiple companion class NPCs. Ding! Bonus, plus fame in Elven territories, plus new quest line unlocked, plus title opportunity. Ding! Warning, refusal will affect future Ellenthil political alignment. Damon was shocked. He had never heard of a quest like this before, even in his last life. No one had managed to unlock something like this, even though another guild had attempted this same Ellenthil Outpost defense quest. Was it because Lorraine was too young and inexperienced now? Was it because he had tapped into this quest before several other things could happen? He had no idea. But this was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that he couldn't afford to miss. Lorraine took his silence as a rejection. She quickly stood, her hands clenched tightly. "I'm sorry, that was foolish. Please forget I said anything." Damon stood too. "No, don't apologize. I was just surprised that you would speak the thoughts in my mind." He continued with a smile. "I didn't think you would feel this way about a blood drinker." Lorraine stood frozen, lips parted slightly, her flushed cheeks still glowing in the dim light. Do you mean it?" Damon had seen enough movies to know what to do next. Without wasting any time, he got down on one knee and took out a ring from his storage space. He had no clue which Light Faction player had dropped it, but it looked beautiful without any special added effects. Probably some idiot spent money on it for its looks and purchased it from an NPC. Thanks to that idiot, he now had a wedding engagement ring. Damon held the ring up toward her, silver band glinting faintly in the lantern light, its gem a soft amber that mirrored the dying sunlight outside. Lorraine's breath hitched. Slowly, she reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed his. "Yes," she whispered, "I would." The system reacted instantly. Ding! Quest updated. Royal Oath of Blood and Sunfire. Stage complete. Ding! Lorraine Silveris has been officially bound to you as a companion class NPC, fiancé. Ding! New title acquired. Bound by fire and blood. Ding! Unique trait unlocked. Elven court influence. Ding! Relationship status. Betrothed. Affection rating high. Damon slid the ring onto her finger. Lyrae blinked rapidly, biting her lip, a smile struggling to break through her shock. "Then it's done," she whispered. Damon stood up and he saw the woman look at him expectantly. He knew what he had to do now. He gulped and placed his hands on her shoulder, leaning forward to take her lips. Lyray's eyes widened, breath catching for a heartbeat, but she didn't pull away. As Damon's lips met hers, soft and deliberate, she let herself be entranced in the moment. She closed her eyes, melded into the kiss, and the blush across her cheeks deepened. Meanwhile, Damon's brain was in a fritz. Should he go for the tongue? Too soon? His fingers itched for a little bit of action, and his little general was alarmingly very erect. What was he supposed to do when a peerless beauty threw herself at him? He was not a fucking saint or eunuch. Thankfully, before any part of him could lose control, the kiss sort of ended in a natural way as the two of them pulled away. Lyray's eyes fluttered open first, still glossy from the moment, her breath slow and uneven. Damon stepped back, just a half step, enough to give her space. He could feel the heat still lingering on his lips, the softness of hers vivid in his memory. "I suppose we're betrothed now," she smiled, her cheeks still flushed. Damon opened his mouth to reply when a new notification chimed in. Ding! Affection level +1. If he kissed her again, then the affection rate goes up again. What if they did the deed? Damon let out a sigh. It looked like his dick was still going the thinking. He really needed to calm down. He was about to say something when his heightened senses picked up movement nearby. At the same time, Lyrae looked a little panicked and spoke, "My beloved, you need to leave now. My father's men would reach the outpost soon, and that is not safe for you. If he finds out what happened here today, I am afraid he would not take it well." Damon nodded. "But what about you? I'm not leaving you here alone." Lyrae shook her head. "Please forgive me, my beloved. I cannot come with you just yet. I have some unfinished business back in the king's castle. I cannot come to you before I resolve it," she whispered, her fingers brushing against Damon's. "But why do you have to face it alone? I can help you. I can become stronger." Lyrae firmly shook her head. "This is something that I need to do by myself. Please trust me." She reached out and grabbed his wrist. "Take this." She handed him a small token etched with ancient elven script. The crest of her broken house gleamed faintly, half sun and half flame. "Ding, you have acquired Sylvaris Token of Vow. Ding, can be used to summon Lyrae as a companion, limit once per day. Ding, grants a temporary faction disguise in the elven territories." "I don't know what path you walk, blood drinker," Lyrae said softly, "but now part of me walks it too. Soon we will be together for all eternity." She leaned forward to give another tight hug and then looked at Damon pleadingly. "Please leave now." "Then until we meet again, my betrothed." Their eyes met one final time before Damon activated Shadow Meld and Shadow Step, vanishing into the deepening dusk just as armored riders burst through the tree line in the distance. If the quest required him to get the hell out of there, then Damon did not take it lightly. He continued running even as the outpost and the scene of battle faded. Not until he reached the edge of a crumbling ruin far outside the patrol radius did he finally stop to catch his breath. He leaned against a tree, token still clutched in one hand. He slumped down with his hands on his head as an idiotic grin crept up on his face. What the hell just happened? "So," Blood Rain whispered, breaking the silence, "you neither got sex nor got blood. You missed such a golden opportunity. You should have claimed her properly." Damon rolled his eyes. He ignored the lecherous weapon spirit and placed the token in his spatial ring. Then he took out a shining mana core and examined it. This was the mana core of level 70 undead abomination. Naturally, he did not waste the opportunity and had his shadow clone pick up the loot right after the abomination went down. This seems bigger for a level 70 guy. Damon examined it. The next second, another set of notifications popped up. Ding, you have successfully acquired a drop of elven blood. Ding, you have successfully acquired a drop of divine blood. Ding, you have successfully acquired a D-rank mana core. Damon whistled in excitement. It was no wonder the mana core looked too strong for the undead's level. Someone had used a higher-grade mana core to forge the thing. They probably weren't very talented at forging an undead. Otherwise, something a lot stronger would have popped out. Well, whatever. In the end, it was his gain. He was now ready to turn in his quest and finish the body tempering ritual. Time to upgrade his physical body. Damon quickly headed back to the nearby city to use the teleportation portals again, but he stopped as he suddenly remembered something. The city he was standing in right now, Kilaris City, was actually quite popular in his last life. One of the more famous guilds, Phantom Heroes, originated from this city, and if he was not mistaken, then they should have run into some sort of opportunity in this city that gave them the leverage to compete shoulder to shoulder with the Super 10 guilds. Looking around, Damon couldn't help but wonder what that opportunity could possibly be. Perhaps it was worth spending an hour or two in the city investigating and trying to jog his memory instead of returning to Niera immediately. After wandering the streets for some time, Damon sat down at one of the local taverns to hear the gossip from the players. Perhaps something he hears could jog his memory. He tried to drink some beer, but it tasted like piss. He ordered some coffee instead and slowly sipped it, thinking about various things and eavesdropping. Soon, almost an entire hour went by, and he had nothing to show. Just as he was preparing to leave, a new message from his friend list popped up. Huh, from that little alchemist Arya? Damon raised a brow. The timid girl had sent him a message asking him for some help. She needed help with the dungeon Venomous Fangs. It was only a level 30 dungeon, but the difficulty of the dungeon was insane. Even in his last life, this particular dungeon was uncrackable for the first few weeks, until poison resistance potions went for sale in the auction house. No wonder she is asking for my help. Damon chuckled. Well, I guess I can help her out. Probably will not take a lot of time and will get the first clear bonus and a couple of titles. Might come in handy down the line. But that would have to wait. He replied to her saying he would help her in a day. He closed the message and prepared to leave the city when he suddenly remembered something. Kilaris City actually had an alchemist who was very popular. He did not know if that alchemist was connected to Phantom Heroes or not, but maybe it was worth checking out before leaving. Thanks, little alchemist. You might have helped me out here. Damon took another lap around the city, especially the Alchemy District. Talking with a bunch of NPCs, he finally ran into a quest that he instantly knew was going to pay in dividends. The quest didn't start with a golden glow or a flashy title screen. It began quietly, with a coughing old man hunched over a stall selling failed concoctions in mismatched flasks. Damon almost walked past him. The man's table was tucked in the shadow of a larger apothecary, one that bustled with business and bright signage, but something about the strange symbol etched into the side of the wooden stall caught Damon's eye. It was a broken cauldron surrounded by 3 snakes eating each other's tails, the Ouroboros triad. It was very similar to the one that famous alchemist had used. Right. His name was also Ouroboros. "Good evening," Damon said casually as he approached. The old man looked up, his eyes clouded. "Do you want some potions, young man? I suggest you buy from someone else, as they say my potions do not work at all." "Doesn't work?" Damon raised a brow. The table in front of him looked like junk, just a pile of bubbling vials and cracked flasks with faint labels like Vitality Draft, Failed Batch 37, or Stamina Surge, Do Not Inhale. I refuse to believe that a master like you can create failed products. Please let me buy some and try. I don't have a lot of money, but I am in dire need of some potions. Damon had a feeling that he needed to act pitiful in front of the guy, and did it. After spending so much time in Earth Online, he couldn't help but develop this sort of intuition. In fact, many players could point out which NPCs needed what attitude. This might seem like a small thing, but it definitely gave an edge. The old man let out a sigh. "A beggar asking help from a fool," he laughed, and then wandered inside to bring out a batch of potions. Damon's eyes instantly went wide. He could immediately see what was wrong with these potions and why these so-called potions did not work. The 4 health potion vials that were in the batch were a bright purple in color instead of the regular healthy red. If a player right now drank this purple potion, he would not experience even a single uptick in health. It was only natural for everyone to think that the potion was a failed concoction, and this guy, who looked like an idiot, was actually an idiot. But Damon knew something others didn't know. This purple potion was not a failure at all. In fact, this was a potion that could only be used by Tier 1 players who had all evolved from their Tier 0 physique and were now above level 40. In other words, the purple health potion was a higher-grade health potion, something that advanced players would kill for. While the low-level red health potion only healed 200 points of health at a time, the purple potions healed for about 2,000 to 4,000 health points at a time depending on the quality of the potion. And something told Damon that this guy was pretty good at making potions if he could concoct this type of high-grade potion even in his current mental condition. There was definitely a hidden quest here. He could smell it. "Great Master, thank you so much for helping me in my need. Your potions might be less effective, but they are more than enough when used in the right way. I will never forget your kindness." The old man laughed. "You don't have to butter me up. These potions just cost a copper coin each. Do you want me to further reduce the price for you?" The kindness in his eyes was unmistakably genuine. What a nice person, Damon thought inwardly, extremely impressed by the man. Real world or virtual world, it was rare to see this sort of kindness. The next second, with a straight face, he shamelessly asked, "Great Master, can I buy all the potions you currently have in stock? Others are treating you too poorly, Great Master. I can pay 2 copper coins each," Damon said with the most solemn, righteous expression anyone had ever seen. "Damon, you—" Bloodrain was too shocked this time to even get out words.
The old man blinked, clearly caught off guard by Damon's sudden, dramatic declaration. "You want all of this old man's stock? Are you sure?" "Yes, Great Master," Damon replied solemnly, folding his hands with exaggerated reverence. "This one may not have much, but I know treasure when I see it. These potions, they just need a little time." The old man squinted at him, lips twitching in amusement. "You're a strange one, boy. Most Blairs would call me a fraud and walk away laughing." Damon gave a faint smile. "I am not most players, Great Master." That earned a low chuckle. "A fool calling another fool Great Master. Go inside and take whatever you want." Damon politely nodded. He then climbed into the old shack and went inside to take a look. The floor was creaky and the whole shop was poorly maintained. There was dust and cobwebs everywhere. He coughed a little and looked around when suddenly he froze like a statue from head to toe. Inside the small cramped place, lined on shelf after shelf, were rows and rows of potions. Some were cloudy, some glowing faintly, and some had strange motes swirling within them like drifting stardust.
The colors ranged from sickly greens to radiant silvers, from pitch black to blinding gold. It was a chaotic alchemical rainbow. And Damon recognized each and every one of these potions. They were all high-tier potions, and they went for at least 10 gold a pop. This rate was after 2 years of the game. Right now, potions like this should technically be invaluable. Damon slowly exhaled. Unbelievable. He was looking at the future economy of Earth Online, a supply chain before anyone even realized there was a market. The purple potions were just the tip of the iceberg. Some of these vials could warp mechanics, alter resistances, or bypass limitations entirely. One flask even had a familiar swirling rune he recognized, from a legendary world boss resistance potion, something that hadn't been discovered until year 3 of the game. And now it was here, for copper coins, unclaimed, forgotten. No alchemist should be able to concoct these potions yet. Only someone with rich alchemical expertise would even be able to attempt to make these potions, and even then, their success rate would be abysmal. To get these potions on day 5 of the game, it was an absolute game changer. If he wanted, he could even sell these potions for 100 gold a pop, and they would still sell like hotcakes. This shop was a fucking gold mine in all sense of the word. He had truly struck it rich this time around. Damon did not waste any time and immediately started swiping anything and everything into his spatial ring, not leaving even a single empty vial. Like a greedy wolf, he gobbled up everything in sight. Ding! Acquired Elixir of Arcane Conduction, grade A. Ding! Acquired Elixir of Health Regeneration, grade A. Ding! Acquired Elixir of Mana Regeneration, grade A. Ding! Acquired Elixir of Invisibility, grade A, and so on. He grinned harder with each ding, like a dragon hoarding gold. 1,025 potion vials, Damon gasped in the end. If he sold them all right now, he could actually neck 100,000 to even 500,000 gold coins. With each gold coin currently going for $50, 100,000 gold coins was a whopping 5 million in value. Naturally, Damon had no plans to sell these invaluable potions. He continued amassing as much as he could. Then, as he moved a cracked crate aside, he noticed a worn book wedged beneath it. He pulled it out. It was handwritten in some sort of shorthand, mixed in with the language of this world. But Damon could tell that it was a personal research journal. Experiments, failures, forbidden recipes. There was even a half-torn page titled Soul Brew Theory, Vessels of Immortality. Ding! You have acquired Journal of Ouroboros, Volume 1. Ding! New hidden quest line unlocked, Legacy of the Lost Alchemist. Damon stood still for a long moment. Then he grinned. I knew coming here was the right call. He quickly opened the quest details and studied them. Ding! Legacy of the Lost Alchemist. You have discovered the hidden legacy of the forgotten master alchemist known only as Ouroboros. Thought mad and long erased from public records, he once tried to break the limits of alchemy, body, and soul. Buried across the continent are 3 volumes of his lost journals. Each contains experimental notes, forbidden formulas, and unfinished breakthroughs. They detail a world-shaking theory. Through alchemy, a vessel may surpass mortality. Through soul brew, immortality itself may be brewed. Those who can uncover and comprehend all 3 volumes will not only inherit Ouroboros' techniques, they will inherit his unfinished legacy. Volume 1, discovered in Kilaris City, Alchemy District, Old Shack. Volume 2, location unknown, rumored to be hidden beneath a corrupted alchemy lab lost in a forest dungeon. Volume 3, Location unknown, possibly sealed in a royal archive or noble vault. Ding! Quest rewards upon completion. Legacy skill, soul brew alchemy. Craft potions that affect soul attributes, class awakenings, or affinities. Title, Hair of Ouroboros. Unlocks unique alchemy subclass options. Artifact reward, unknown. Rumored to be a Philosopher's Stone variant. Damon gasped once again after reading the quest in detail. This was the first time he was seeing a quest with such juicy rewards. Not only does it give the legacy techniques and the full teachings of such a master alchemist, but it also gives a Philosopher's Stone variant. This was an amazing quest. The difficulty also doesn't seem to all that high. He could possibly map out all the dungeons and try and see which dungeon has a corrupted alchemy lab. He already had a couple of guesses. As for the next volume, he had an in with the royal family now. Perhaps he could use that to finish the quest. Damon walked out with a big smile on his face. Now all that remained was the last part of his plan.
What more could you possibly want from this guy after looting everything the poor old man had? Blood Rain curiously chimed in his mind. Damon did not answer her, and instead handed over a chunky pouch to the old man. "Thank you, great master. Please take these gold coins. I happened to come across this treasure by accident, but instead of staying with someone useless like me, these coins should be with someone great like you." The old man accepted the 200 gold coins and looked at Damon with a weird expression. Wasn't this just the payment for the stock purchase? Then Damon came to the main agenda. "If I may please trouble the great master to make a few more potions for me?" The old man arched a brow, his clouded eyes narrowing slightly, as if peering through Damon's courteous mask. "So that's what this is about," he muttered, not unkindly. "You want me to make more of those failed potions, eh?" Damon kept his expression respectful but firm. "They were not failures, great master. They were simply misunderstood by the unworthy. But to me, they are invaluable." There was a long pause. Then the old man let out a rasping chuckle, his shoulders shaking. "You've got a silver tongue, boy. All right, this old man has nothing else to do anyway. If I don't concoct potions every day, I will lose whatever sanity I have left. But I'm going to need more herbs." Damon smiled and nodded. "Of course. I will bring as many herbs as you need. Thank you, great master. Thank you." The old man tossed Damon a battered leather satchel reinforced with arcane stitching. "That'll keep the good stuff from spoiling. Now get going. My hands are itching to brew again." Damon caught the bag with a grin. "Thank you, great master," he said, slipping it into his ring. As he stepped out into the dusk, Blood Rain gave a low hum. "You are amazing, my liege. I am proud to be your soul-bound weapon spirit." "Mm-hmm," Damon hummed. Now he understood how that fucker Ouroboros had become so famous. He even ended up taking the same name as that old guy. Well, the task he had come here for was now completed splendidly, so he made his way to the teleportation portals. Damon walked a few feet when he suddenly turned to look back at the small shop. "What is it?" Blood Rain asked, her curiosity piqued. Damon shook his head. "Nothing." He then continued walking. Meanwhile, back in the shop, the old man let out a soft, almost inaudible sigh. What a tricky little blood drinker. The old man's eyes suddenly seemed to have cleared up, and instead ancient wisdom shone within them. "Tricky or not, your vessel, this time it is going to be a perfect vessel. Trying to scam me, you little weasel? You are walking right into my trap." The air inside the old shack grew thick with latent mana as the old man slowly stood, the wheezing cough gone, the stoop in his back straightening with a series of faint bone pops. His cracked fingernails curled slightly around a chipped glass vial, and the shadow of a grin played across his lips. Damon took the teleportation portal and reached near a city in a jiffy.
He barely stepped out of the teleportation portal when out of nowhere a woman blocked his path. "Stop! I know you are Blood God and you are a vampire." "Huh?" Damon raised a brow. "So?" The woman bit her lips and continued. "Look, I just need to talk to you. Because of you, my friend is in a lot of danger at the moment. The least you can do is help us a little." Damon grinned. "I don't think so. If he stopped to help every Tom, Dick, and Harry, his rebirth would only go to shit, wasted on babysitting a bunch of useless noobs. You're a monster, you know that? Can't you even be a little sympathetic? Do you know how much trouble she is in? It's not just about the game. Her family is forcing her to marry that psychopath in real life. I'll explain everything. Can you give me just 5 minutes? We really need your help." Damon paused a little, but in the end he still shook his head. "I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about or who you're talking about, but I'm really in a rush." This woman had no idea that there was a death sentence waiting for him. Calling him a monster? Sure, he had been called a lot worse. Damon did not wait any longer and started walking away. The woman finally couldn't bear it and shouted after him, "We'll pay you! We are ready to pay you! Please, no matter how much you want, we can pay you!" Damon paused again, but this time he did turn back. Why don't you send a friend request? Give me a couple of days to think about it. Don't get your hopes up, but in case I need the money, I might take you up on that offer." The woman looked completely furious and shocked at the same time, not even knowing how to react to this. By now, a few nearby players noticed them. "Hey, is that the fire goddess?" "Yes, that is the Red Queen, fire goddess. Wow, she looks even more beautiful in person. What is the fire goddess doing in Nira City? Is there some special event going to happen? Maybe she figured out where the vampires are." The mage woman was indeed very beautiful, and she was starting to draw a lot of attention to them. Damon quickly turned and continued to walk away. He did not want to fuck around inside the city limits too much. If anything, he had learned that even Blood Rain's camouflage has a limit to it. He quickly slipped into the shadows and disappeared.
"You did good, Blood Initiate. You took your time, but you have indeed prepared everything I asked for." Varnix accepted the 2 drops of blood and the mana core with a polite nod. "All right, I need some time now to make the other preparations. Meanwhile, it would be best if you finish rebuilding the Blood Hall. With an upgraded Blood Hall, the ritual would go a lot smoother." The vampire then rushed away hastily without even finishing the conversation. Damon could only let out a sigh. The old vampire was truly a taskmaster. The after effects of that damned siege event was clearly unfolding. This guy was prepping for war, and hence his attitude was completely different from how it was before. This was a huge headache. Damon needed a lot more preparations before he would be ready for a full-blown faction war contesting for a city. If he did not make it in time, instead of being a general in the war, he would become a mere spectator for the other NPCs. He wouldn't get any rewards either. He opened up the Blood Hall rebuilding panel to take a look at what was still remaining, when suddenly he snapped to turn and look behind. "My lord, my lady, please come this way." Varnix was respectfully leading 2 familiar figures. Damon's jaw almost dropped to the ground as he saw the visible changes his friends had undergone. Mark's thin, fragile frame was no longer there. In his place stood a towering figure, carved from dusk and storm. He was tall, with broad shoulders and limbs thick with dense, corded muscle. His skin had darkened to a dusky gray, like storm-forged granite, and faint golden-red runes pulsed faintly beneath the surface, snaking down his arms like living veins of magma. His jaw was more angular now, his features sharpened with an almost statuesque symmetry. Even standing still, he radiated restrained power, like a mountain choosing not to move. Damon could feel the mana pressure leaking from his body, not wild or chaotic, but deep, grounded, and immense,
the kind of power that shattered battlefields through sheer presence alone. Standing beside him was Kate, whose short hair was no longer wild and untamed. Instead, she now had a blood-tinged, long black hair, and her eyes were deep crimson. 6 globes of blood were swirling around her, and she held a long staff in her hand that was at least epic grade. Her body had also completely changed now. Her tomboyish appearance was fully erased, and in its stead was the figure of a beautiful, mature woman, whose alluring figure alone was enough to send countless men into a daze. If she could be called beautiful before, now she was absolutely divine. There was a wild elegance to her bearing, a blood-born majesty that no clothing or weapon could fake. The way she walked, graceful, composed, deadly, reminded Damon of the ancient vampire queens from the lore books. Beautiful enough to entrance kings, powerful enough to end them. "Take a good look, Damon." Kate grinned, fully satisfied with the stupid expression on Damon's face. Damon blinked once, twice. You look terrifying," he finally managed, a grin breaking across his face. Kate laughed, the sound surprisingly light despite the heavy aura swirling around her. She twirled her staff once, and the blood orbs spinning around her pulsed with matching amusement. "But I'll take terrifying." Mark gave a low grunt. "I'm right here, little sis." "So what?" Kate raised a brow. Mark then helplessly shook his head at Damon. "I tried, dude." Damon chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. "I'm glad you both are all right. You were in that trial for a long time." The 3 of them then discussed the details of the trial, while Damon led them to a particular dungeon he had in mind. "A 30-player raid dungeon, huh?" Mark smiled. "Why? Are you worried?" "No, on the contrary, I'm happy to show you my new transformation and my skills." Mark's smile widened. Kate remained silent, but she also had a confident smile on her face. Damon couldn't help but wonder how much exactly these 2 had powered up. Perhaps starting a faction war at the moment wasn't a bad idea after all. He was deep in his thoughts and walking when suddenly he stopped several feet away from the dungeon. "There are other players here?" Damon was surprised. They were headed to a level 40, 30-player dungeon, so it was really interesting that there were other players here. It was definitely a guild. Question was, which guild? Damon only had to take a few more steps towards the dungeon portal, and he could already see the bright blue tabard with a serpent on it. Azure Serpents, a Tier 2 guild from his last life. They had been a big deal in the beginning, but then kind of fizzled off later on with many of their talented players poached off by the others. "Should we stop?" Mark asked, also sensing the crowd ahead. Damon shook his head. "It should be fine. They'll probably mind their own business." Kate tilted her head slightly, the orbs around her beginning to hum with latent mana. "And if they don't?" Damon grinned faintly. "Then feel free to go wild." The 3 of them stepped forward, the pressure of their combined presence washing over the gathered Azure Serpent players like a silent tidal wave. A few of the guild members turned to look when one guy immediately blurted out, "Hey, isn't that Blood God?" "No way! That's him? Who are the other 2 with him? Are they also vampires? Damn it, they look so cool! I also want to change my race to vampire. Why couldn't they make it one of the default races? This is so unfair." Right at this time, a loud voice cut through, catching everyone's attention. "Don't worry, the method to become a vampire is being published in the guild database as we speak."
Don't worry, the method to become a vampire is being published in the guild database as we speak. Every head turned in unison toward the source of that voice. Striding confidently from the center of the Azure Serpent's formation was a tall man clad in a silver-blue robe, threaded with scales. His gaze was sharp, his smile smug, and his aura unmistakably refined. Clearly someone used to command. His player tag flickered into view. LV-25, Thorn, Azure Serpent Vice Guildmaster. Damon raised a brow. He remembered this guy. Thorn was one of the original theory crafters who specialized in class evolutions and racial transformations. A decent PvPer, but an even better loudmouth. In his last life, he eventually joined a top-tier guild as a strategist after abandoning Azure Serpents. Thorn walked up, arms spread like he was about to welcome Damon to a tea party. "Blood God, it's an honor, truly. You've made quite the waves lately." He gave a mock bow. "And your companions look intimidating. I assume you're here for the dungeon?" Kate crossed her arms, the blood orbs spinning tighter around her like a silent warning. Mark said nothing, but his eyes said it all. His gaze was cold and threatening. Damon gave a nonchalant shrug. "We were planning to take a look, thought we'd have some fun." Thorn laughed. 3 people for a 30-player raid. Bold. But hey, I get it. PR stunt, content farming, show of force. I respect the hustle. His eyes gleamed, lips curling slightly. "But since you're here, how about a friendly competition? We both run it, separate teams, see who clears it faster." A quiet hush fell over the clearing. The Azure Serpents began murmuring again. Some grinned, others looked worried. Damon tilted his head and smirked. "You want a race?" He did not understand why the guy would pick such an odd confrontation. He expected him to straight up start trying to kill the 3 of them, but now this. Thorn clasped his hands together. "Why not? Friendly wager. If we win, you tell us the vampire transformation method directly. If you win, I'll give you exclusive access to one of our hidden quest chains in the southern marshes. We've got the NPC on lock." Kate arched a brow. "You're that confident?" Thorn shrugged. "I'm a betting man, honey. And we've been preparing for this run for 2 days. You 3 just walked in. Unless you're not sure you can win." His eyes lingered on Kate for a moment longer before they shifted to Damon. Damon obviously noticed it. "Deal," he calmly answered. Thorn blinked. He clearly hadn't expected Damon to accept so easily, without bluster, without hesitation. For just a second, his cocky veneer cracked, but only for a second. "Excellent," he said, clapping his hands. "Then let the game begin." Behind him, the Azure Serpents erupted into movement. Players quickly formed into ranks, buffing up, checking formations, coordinating class roles and cooldowns. A few of them shot glances toward Damon's group, nervous and uncertain. Damon, on the other hand, didn't even move. Thorn's confident expression faltered ever so slightly as he looked at Damon's face, calm, unbothered, and utterly assured. There was no uncertainty, no doubt, only inevitability. "All right," Damon said, stepping forward. "We are going in first." He paused, then glanced at Thorn. "And don't worry about finding me after the dungeon run. I will come find you to get the secret quest details." The Azure Serpents fell completely silent. Thorn's face darkened. It was clear that Damon was not giving him any sort of respect. Thorn chuckled tightly, his smirk stretched a little too wide. "I wouldn't expect anything less from the blood god himself." Damon gave a brief nod, already turning away. He did not waste another word.
Kate fell into step beside him, her eyes sharp with anticipation, while Mark followed with the quiet weight of a moving mountain. Behind them, murmurs broke out again. Are they seriously going in first? Just the three of them? This dungeon wrecked a 20-man test group yesterday. Look at them. They don't even look nervous. Who are those people? Thorn raised a hand to quiet his guildmates. Let them have their head start, he said smoothly. More entertaining that way when we pass them up later. But his voice didn't carry the same confidence it did moments ago. Not quite. Damon and his group stepped into the portal. The blue light swallowed them whole. Thorn smirked at the sight. Cocky motherfucker. Let me see how you are dealing with that damned dungeon. Then he turned to look at his guildmates. Are you guys ready with your fire resistance potions? Without these, anyone who walks inside that dungeon will only face one ending. Everyone quietly nodded, gulping down the fire resistance potion as they stepped into the dungeon portal one after the other, in formation. Thorn was one of the last few still standing outside. He did not enter the dungeon just yet. Instead, he made a call. He is here. You better come prepared this time. Chances are he will run out of the dungeon with critical health. You can pick him up real easy and fast. And by the way, there is a woman with him. I want her. Save her for me. Otherwise, I will break off all our dealings. Thorn ended the call with a snap of his fingers, his expression sharpening as he stepped toward the portal. Let's see how long your legend holds, blood god, he muttered. Inside the dungeon, the air changed immediately. Flames danced along the stone walls of the Fire Lord's temple, casting distorted shadows across molten rivers that cracked the ground like veins. Hot gas hissed from vents in the earth, and oppressive heat wrapped around the guild group like a physical force. Thorn only laughed at this unholy environment. We should have the only fire resistance potions in the entire game world. Let's see how he clears this dungeon without the potions. Damon, Kate, and Mark appeared inside the dungeon. The moment the blue dungeon portal swirls vanished behind them, they were met by searing waves of heat and a system message. Dungeon activated. Temple of the Flame Lords, 30-player raid. Environmental hazard, extreme heat. Warning, number of players insufficient. Damon casually swiped the notifications away and looked at the two next to him. How are you guys doing? Mark nodded. No problem? Kate as well seemed relaxed as she looked around. Damon smirked. All right then, no complaints, no excuses. He stepped forward, his boots crunching against the scorched stone floor. Let's get going, maybe we can set a record. Without another word, he dashed forward into the temple ruins. The first wave of enemies emerged almost instantly. Magma hounds, their bodies pulsing with embers, eyes burning like coals. There were at least a dozen of them, each dripping liquid fire from their jaws. A normal party would have fanned out, formed ranks and prepared for a drawn-out clash. Damon didn't bother. In the next instant, he appeared in the center of the pack, cloak fluttering. With a savage spin, he cast Blood Lance and impaled 3 hounds in a single explosive arc, each one erupting in a geyser of scalding blood and vaporized magma. Before they dropped dead, he immediately activated Lesser Blood Magic and quickly absorbed their blood essence. Immediately 3 notifications popped up. Ding! You have gained a new skill, Fire Resistance, D rank passive. Effect, reduces fire-based damage by 5%. Duration, permanent. Can evolve with continued exposure. Ding! You have gained +1 fire affinity. Damon grinned. Perfect. Behind him, Mark leaped into the fray like a living siege engine. His fist collided with the ground, and a pulse of concussive force exploded outward, launching magma hounds into the air like ragdolls. The runes on his arms blazed like fire-forged circuits as each of his movements turned into a shockwave of destruction. The beasts that dared get close were flattened instantly, their bodies caving like brittle clay under his strikes. Damon's face twitched. "You're still level 1, aren't you?" Kate followed at a calm walk, as if she had all the time in the world. The 6 globes around her spun into position above her head. With a flick of her fingers, she channeled blood nova, and the orbs burst outward into rings of crimson light. Wherever they touched the magma hounds, flesh hissed and sizzled as the beasts screeched and turned to ash. Their essence swirled back into her, feeding her passive regeneration and spell power reservoir. Within moments, the hallway fell silent again. Damon could only laugh bitterly at this. He was worried that the 30-player raid dungeon might be a bit too much for the 2 beginners, but it looked like he was overthinking for no reason. "You both are truly monsters," he laughed and wiped the sweat off his face. The heat was getting to him. "Okay, looks like we can crank up our speed a lot more. We need to bum rush this bitch. Let's do the run as fast as possible. I'm leaving you guys on your own. All good?" Kate gave a slow, satisfied smirk as she adjusted her grip on the staff. "All good on my side," she said. "But are you fine? You look like you're sweating a bit too much. Just don't complain later when you can't keep up." Damon's face twitched, but he ignored her teasing. Mark rolled his shoulders with a sound like boulders grinding together. "Go, we'll catch up, or clean up after you." Damon grinned. "Copy that." Without another word, he surged ahead, vanishing into the hallway in a blur of shadow step. There were 3 paths ahead of them, and Damon took the most difficult and most time-consuming central path, which also had the most number of mobs. Behind him, Mark took the rightmost path, and Kate took the leftmost path. There were some tricks to this path, but Damon did not warn the 2 beforehand. If he wanted to train them properly in combat, then it was important for them to go through these things without a lot of help. Otherwise, they would just be brainless, overpowered noobs. Sometimes helping too much was also harmful. The moment Damon turned the first corner in his path, 3 massive flame-born berserkers rose from molten runes carved into the stone floor, each of them towering twice his height, wielding axes that dripped fire like venom. Ding! Elite Encounter, Flame-born Triad. Warning: Aggro range enhanced in heat zones. Let's dance. With a pulse of mana, Shadow Clone activated, creating a flickering double that immediately zipped to flank the leftmost berserker. Damon launched himself forward as Blink propelled him behind the center enemy mid-swing. Blood Cleave tore across the berserker's back, and in the same breath he ducked under a cleaving counterattack, plunging both hands into the berserker's body and activating Lesser Blood Magic. Crimson threads erupted from his fingers, sucking the essence directly from its body. Naturally, it did not have much effect on the Flameborns. These guys needed pure strength and perhaps a little of earth and water element type attacks. Damon's skill repertoire in water element was very poor. He did have a couple of decent earth element attacks, but they were also mostly lacking. In the end, it looked like he would have to simply rely on his raw strength to end this fight. With a sharp exhale, Damon activated Innate Enhancement, his body pulsing with raw power as his muscles surged and his speed spiked. The berserker on the left swung a molten great axe toward his head, but Damon ducked low, shadows rippling off his cloak as he surged forward. Shadow step again. He appeared above the center berserker mid-air, twisting in a tight spin as he punched forward. The sheer force sent the massive creature staggering backward, its armored boots dragging molten furrows into the scorched stone. On the other side, Damon's health dropped a chunk. A layer of blood energy covered his hands to protect them, but it was no use. The direct contact with the flaming molten body was punishing to say the least.
Damon quickly dipped into the blood archive to refill his health and continued exchanging blows with the berserker. Handling the footwork to avoid the molten fire spillage, constantly maintaining the mana supply to regenerate his health from blood energy, and also circulating blood energy, mana, and keeping his innate strength active at the same time. Doing all these things at the same time was mentally taxing, but Damon kept at it. The physical damage resistance of the berserkers was also quite impressive. In the end, it took him 10 blows to bring down the health of the monster. At the last 5%, another surprise was waiting. The berserker started spewing out magma randomly, but Damon was already prepared for it. He simply activated a mana shield and focused on the second one, starting to get its health down as well. The entire fight became a bloody brawl rumble, and after a whole 5 minutes, Damon successfully dealt with the problematic trio. At a weaker state, they were barely able to move, wobbling around, and he easily absorbed their blood energy. The result was well worth the trouble. Ding ding, your fire resistance has been upgraded. Ding ding, your fire resistance has been upgraded. Ding ding, your fire resistance has been upgraded. Ding, you have gained +1 fire affinity. Ding ding, you have gained +1 fire affinity. Ding ding, you have gained +1 fire affinity. All 3 fire-born berserkers had given him both a bump in fire resistance and fire affinity. Damon grinned and continued going. After the 3 elites, he met 2 more packs of magma hounds, which once again gave him plenty of upgrades. The flames still licking at the cracked stone tiles around him seemed less intense now, as if the dungeon's inferno no longer bit quite as hard. Damon exhaled slowly, steam rising off his skin, his blood energy stabilizing into a warm pulse beneath his flesh. The upgrades were kicking in fast. Fire resistance, C rank, passive. Effect, reduces fire-based damage by 15%. Duration, permanent, can evolve with continued exposure. Fire affinity, +6. Effect, slight increase in effectiveness of fire-based spells, enables learning of intermediate-tier fire magic. Damon wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand and cracked his neck. Not bad at all. The dungeon's oppressive heat had become more bearable. He was evolving and adapting, and this was just the start. He took off again, his footsteps sharp and light against the scorched floor. The next corridor was a gauntlet of flame traps, jets of fire erupting from the walls and the floor cracks. With his upgraded resistance, he didn't even slow down. He dashed through, the heat curling around him like mist, barely burning through his mana shield. He also knew which traps he needed to avoid so as not to set off the worst of the traps. Up ahead, the distant sound of a crumbling pillar and a deep, rumbling growl echoed from the right corridor. "That's probably Mark," Damon chuckled to himself. Another explosion echoed faintly from the left, followed by a chain of even bigger explosions. "And that's definitely Kate," he grinned wider. "Hope they're not having too much fun without me." The final stretch of the central path loomed ahead, massive iron gates warped by heat, pulsing with runes. Behind them, the mini-boss chamber. Before he could reach the massive gates, there was a huge pack of magma hounds prowling the courtyard. This pack was extremely troublesome, and there were many guides in my last life about how to successfully avoid these courtyard hounds. Damon knew of a sure-shot method, but he did not plan to let go of such a good opportunity to further bump up his fire resistance and fire affinity. Damon licked his lips. 37 of you, huh?" he whispered to himself as he counted the magma hounds slinking through the courtyard, each one radiating heat like a living forge. Their bodies shimmered in the molten haze, lava drooling from their fangs, claws glowing hot white from constant contact with the searing ground.
He could have easily bypassed the whole pack. There was a hidden wall seam behind one of the flame statues that led to the mini-boss gates. It was how most elite players cheesed this encounter in my last life. But that was them. This was him. And he had blood to earn. Without warning, he surged forward, his cloak snapping like a whip behind him as Blink launched him into the thick of the beasts. Bloodlance appeared in his hand as he began carving a path through the chaos. His movement was a blur, fluid, violent, precise. The moment he landed, he swept his arm in a wide arc, Bloodlance tearing through 4 magma hounds in a single swing. Their molten blood sprayed like a miniature eruption, but Damon was already on the move. Shadow step. He vanished from the snapping jaws of the nearest beast and reappeared behind another, driving the lance straight through its back and into the throat of a second that had lunged for him. Both howled and dissolved into puddles of scorched gore. But Damon made a quick work of absorbing every one of their blood essence. Ding ding, your fire resistance has been upgraded. Ding ding, you have gained +1 fire affinity. Ding ding, your fire resistance has been upgraded. Ding ding, you have gained +1 fire affinity. The alerts came one after the other, but Damon didn't even glance at them. The courtyard had become a crimson and gold slaughterhouse, the smell of burning fur and superheated blood thick in the air. The hounds began to respond. They circled tighter, faster, trying to cut off his angles. A dozen at once pounced. It made no difference to Damon. With the evasive manners of a rogue, build of a tank, and a huge reservoir of mana at his disposal, his figure appeared and disappeared at will as he took down more and more of the magma hounds, quickly absorbing every single one of their blood essence. Damon did not even let go of a single hound and thoroughly cleaned every one of them of their blood essence.
Damon barely finished killing the last magma hound when 2 figures walked over to him. Mark stood tall and silent, his massive frame slick with soot and ash, molten runes along his arms still faintly pulsing from the battle. Clearly, he hadn't even bothered to dodge half the time. Beside him, Kate twirled her staff once before tapping the butt of it against the scorched stone. The 6 orbs of blood floating around her glowed faintly, pulsing in sync with her heartbeat, saturated with essence from whatever monster she'd just annihilated. How did you beat us to the gate, Damon? Did you take a secret route?" Kate narrowed her eyes and looked at him suspiciously. "Nope, Scout's honor. Cleared everything in my path." Damon casually answered, "Do you need some time to heal?" Mark pointed at his injuries. Damon looked down at the faint cut across his ribs and chuckled. "Minor scratch. Got swarmed by a whole pack." The 3 of them did not wait around any longer, and Damon charged ahead at the closed gates. The instant his palm struck the iron gates, a deep rumble echoed through the chamber, like an ancient beast stirring from slumber. The runes etched into the metal flared a blistering crimson, and steam hissed outward from the seams as the gate slowly parted, grinding against the floor with the weight of centuries. A wave of scorching heat washed over them, far worse than anything they'd felt so far. Even with Damon's enhanced resistance, his skin prickled as though it were being scorched from the inside. Mini-boss room, Hall of the Flame Lords. Inside was a vast circular chamber. Lava canals crisscrossed the floor, glowing like veins in a living heart. At the center stood an armored figure kneeling in slumber, enshrouded in a mantle of fire. Its axe, taller than most players, was planted in the molten ground, heat waves rippling around it. Flame Lord Vakrath, level 35, mini-boss. Title, Herald of Cinders. Damon's eyes narrowed. He has a few tricks up his sleeve, so be careful. Kate's crimson eyes glowed brighter as she stepped into the chamber, her blood orbs slowly orbiting higher. "Don't hog all the fun this time, boys. I want to see how a fire-based boss handles blood-based suppression magic." Vakrath's axe twitched.
The slumbering giant slowly lifted its head, and fire roared to life beneath its visor. Runes along its armor pulsed like a beating heart, and the molten channels on the ground surged upward in jets of flame, forming a burning ring around the three intruders. Challenge initiated. Flame Lord Vakrath has awakened. Vakrath rose to his full, terrifying height, dragging the axe across the floor in a shriek of metal. He pointed it toward Damon like a judge passing sentence. "Die, you blasphemous pig!" Damon grinned. "That's Lord Blasphemous Pig to you." Vakrath answered with a roar, his entire body igniting in a blaze of living fire. The rune-lit canals surrounding the chamber flared, and columns of flame erupted like geysers as the ground shook under his wrath. The molten axe came down in a sweeping arc that should have split the entire chamber in half. But it met nothing but air. Damon had already shadow-stepped out of range, appearing behind a boss. Blood cleave! His claws lashed out, carving a line of crimson through Vakrath's back, but it barely pierced the armor, drawing only a flicker of molten blood. "Figures," Damon muttered as he retreated. "I'll soften him," Kate called out. The 6 blood orbs around her began spinning faster, compressing into narrow spikes mid-air. "Kill!" she declared, sending a spiraling crown of crimson lances straight into Vakrath's midsection. The magic struck true. Vakrath staggered, not from damage, but because the orbs had begun leeching his internal pressure, slowing his movements. His flames sputtered for just a moment. That was all Mark needed. He shot forward like a cannonball, runes along his arms flaring to full brightness. His right fist connected with Vakrath's chest in an explosion of force that sent cracked spiderwebbing across the floor and forced the fire giant back 2 full steps. Whistle! Vakrath let out a guttural scream, his entire body igniting in a new inferno. The cracks in the floor flared as columns of lava burst forth, some snaking like serpents. The room was about to become a hellstorm. Kate snapped her fingers, erecting a semi-transparent blood dome around herself. "What the heck is this heat? Is he going to make it harder and harder as the fight goes on?" Even Mark now had trouble adjusting to the heat and had to erect a blood shield around him. Meanwhile, Damon casually charged towards the boss, not wanting this chance to slip away. Both Mark and Kate stared at him in disbelief. Wasn't he just sweating for the normal dungeon temperature just a while ago? "How are you standing near him?" Kate grit her teeth and erected another blood shield as the last one corroded away. While Vakrath was summoning more flames, he aimed for his wounded midsection and started drawing more and more blood energy. Then he aimed for the cracks in the armor, especially his head, and started punching the armor with all the power he could muster. Within a few seconds, the armor crumbled. Damon followed it up with a howl of terror. Vakrath reeled backward, his roar faltering for a split second, as Damon's howl of terror exploded through the chamber like a shockwave of bloodlust. For just a heartbeat, the Flame Lord froze, his furnacing aura flickering. Both his physical armor and his magical armor was down. Damon didn't waste the moment. His clawed hand ignited with blood energy, and with a savage thrust, he drove it straight into the exposed gap in Vakrath's chest plate, right between the runes that pulsed with unstable mana fire. Kate and Mark took the hint, and the 3 of them went all out with their attacks. The boss couldn't handle it any longer, and the health started plummeting. Damon did the last finishing attack as the summoned extra-powerful blood lance and shoved it into the guy's chest without holding back. A deafening shockwave rolled through the hall as the blood lance pierced straight through Vakrath's core, exploding from his back in a splatter of molten blood. Damon hurriedly absorbed all of his blood essence. As the last of Vakrath's essence poured into Damon, the Flame Lord let out a final pitiful shriek, and his towering body crumbled inward, collapsing in a pile of scorched armor and dimmed embers. A burst of golden light signaled the mini-boss's defeat. Ding! Bloodline extraction successful. Ding! Skill acquired. Infernal Pulse. C rank active. Unleash a shockwave of heat and force from your core, dealing area of effect fire damage and knocking back enemies. Scales with fire affinity. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Ding, fire affinity, +2. Ding, fire resistance upgraded to B rank. Reduces fire-based damage by 25%. Ding, mini-boss defeated. Flame Lord Vakrath. Ding, you have gained experience points. Ding, you have leveled up. Ding, loot acquired. Flame Lord's Ember Core. Epic material. Rune-edged warplate. Heavy armor. Ember brand axe. Fire elemental weapon. The dungeon's heat slowly began to fade. Lava receded into the earth as the runes dimmed to a soft crimson. Silence fell once more. Ready for round 2? Damon winked. He tossed both the items to Mark, but Mark shook his head. Can't use it. Need fire affinity. Okay, then guess I will be taking them. You have fire affinity? Kate raised a brow. Yeah, a little, Damon briefly answered. The two still did not know just what sort of an ability he possessed. He decided to let them find out on their own. Damon checked the stats on the items. Item: Rune-etched warplate. Type: heavy armor. Grade: rare. Level requirement: 30. Defense: +120. Fire resistance: +15%. Set effect: 1-3. Reduces fire-based damage over time by 30%. Set effect: 2-3. Adds lava skin passive. Minor chance to reflect fire damage when struck. Durability: 90 out of 90. Description: replica of a warplate forged by the Flame Lords and carved with ancient ignition runes. The original was said to be worn by those who bathed in lava without flinching. Item: Ember brand axe. Type: two-handed axe. Grade: rare. Level requirement: 30. Attack power: +175. Fire damage bonus: +20%. On hit effect: 10% chance to ignite the target, dealing 50 fire damage per second for 5 seconds. Special active: Ashen Cleave, a sweeping fire-infused strike that deals bonus area of effect damage in a cone. Cooldown: 15 seconds. Durability: 80 out of 80. Description: an axe once wielded by the great Vakrath, the Flame Lord's lieutenant. Its edge glows with eternal embers. The moment Damon equipped the rune-etched warplate, a ripple of heat shimmered across his body like a second skin. His silhouette distorted briefly, and for a moment he looked like a figure wreathed in shimmering haze. The armor adjusted to his frame with a dull clunk, runes glowing faintly at the edges like sleeping embers awakened. When he gripped the Ember brand axe and swung it once in an arc, a sharp hiss tore through the air. The motion left behind a faint trail of fire that lingered a heartbeat longer than it should have. The weapon felt perfectly balanced in his hands, heavy but not sluggish. With a second swing, he triggered the passive effect by accident. The edge burst into flame, a glowing crescent slashing the air. The stone floor where the blade passed over now steamed, scorched black. Kate raised a brow. You were definitely not a fire build an hour ago. Damon just smiled. Evolution is a beautiful thing. Why are you acting mysterious for no reason? Kate pouted and punched Damon's chest. Mark simply looked around and did not participate in the bickering. Just then, the system chimed again. Main gate unlocked. Final boss room available. Objective updated. Defeat the Flame Sovereign to clear the Temple of the Flame Lords. The massive inner doors at the far end of the chamber creaked open, revealing a looming corridor bathed in ominous crimson glow. That should be a hidden boss. Damon gave the new axe one last twirl and rested it against his shoulder. Let's finish what we started. The next Flame Lord was a mage-type boss, Fire Witch Seraphine. Halfway through the fight, she summoned fire golems, which were quite sturdy and took a lot of effort to grind. After a certain point, Mark and Kate were once again only able to provide assistance from long range. Nearing the fire witch was impossible. Only Damon was still able to casually charge up close to the woman and finally finished her off by exchanging a few blows. She had much lesser physical armor than the first boss, and this fight ended faster. Ding. Bloodline extraction successful. Ding. Skill acquired. Blazing Witchfire. C rank active. Unleash a focused stream of cursed flame that ignores standard fire resistance and burns both mana and health over time. Causes enemies struck to suffer from Witchbrand, lowering their spell defense and regeneration for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Ding. Fire affinity, +3. Ding. Fire resistance has been upgraded. Ding. You have gained experience points. Ding. Loot acquired. Seraphine's Emberlace, Epic Robe, Mage. Scorchbrand Ring, Rare Accessory. Fragment of the Kinder Crown, Quest Item. Damon grinned as he read through the list of notifications. "Did you get something interesting?" Kate asked as she examined the items. Once again, all the items required fire affinity. Bah, this is bullshit. Hey, Tell, why are you grinning like an idiot? Damon hummed. I did get something good. You will see it soon enough. Kate narrowed her eyes at the guy who was still continuing to be mysterious, but she didn't bug him too much about it. Damon, do you think we'll be able to manage the next fight? Mark stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. You're the only one who could move up close by the end. It should be fine, as long as you guys are gaining a few levels, it's all good. Mark nodded. The group then proceeded to jog to the next chamber, but they were assaulted by another pack of magma hounds before that. Damon only smiled at the extra buff that was going to make the next fights easier.
After the magma hounds came the last mini-boss, the Flame Lord, Kalzeroth. The chamber he guarded was a vast, circular furnace buried in the heart of the dungeon. Walls pulsed with heat so intense that the very air shimmered, and veins of pure lava coursed like rivers across the ceiling, dripping molten droplets into a pit below. At the center stood Kalzeroth, no hulking brute like Vakrath, and no seductive caster like the Fire Witch. He was lithe and tall, draped in robes forged from flowing fire, and his limbs flickered like coiled serpents of living flame. Ding! Mini-boss encounter. Kalzeroth, Flame Lord of Rebirth, LV 38. Be careful, Damon said, eyes narrowing. This one comes back stronger after dying. Don't blow everything in Phase 1. Kate tilted her head. So, we kill him twice? Exactly, Damon muttered, already stepping forward. The Flame Lord raised a hand, and the ground responded violently. Fire geysers erupted, carving trenches into the battlefield and dividing it into isolated floating platforms of obsidian. Then he spoke, his voice layered with a dozen echoes. Only flame endures. Let me show you the meaning of rebirth. Damon smiled wryly at the irony. The Flame Lord vanished into smoke, reappearing mid-air to hurl a barrage of flame spears down on them. Mark intercepted with a punch that shattered 2 into sparks, while Kate's orbs flared to life, catching the rest mid-air with precise counterbursts of blood magic. Damon waited until Kalzeroth landed and then struck. He burst forward the moment Kalzeroth's feet touched the obsidian platform. His axe ignited mid-swing, flames trailing behind as Ashen Cleave erupted in a wide arc. The impact sent a shockwave through the stone, causing the platform to tremble. Kalzeroth deflected the strike with a motion so fluid it looked like dancing, his robe rippling as though it were flame itself. Your fire is borrowed, Kalzeroth hissed, and with a twist of his hand he unleashed a focused beam of pure flame.
Damon dove through it with Shadow Step, appearing above the Flame Lord and bringing the axe down in a spiraling strike. A direct hit. Kalzaroth flared in pain as a chunk of his shoulder exploded into embers. Below, Mark launched himself across a floating platform with a thundering leap, landing beside Damon just in time to punch Kalzaroth square in the gut, sending the Flame Lord skidding backward into a lava trench. At the same time, Kate raised both hands as her blood orbs converged. She sent all 6 of them at the Lord, aiming for this weakest moment. The boss's health plummeted below 10%, and the lava veins flared bright red. "It's coming!" Damon shouted. Kalzaroth laughed, a hollow, echoing sound. "Let the ashes remember my name." Then his body burst into flame, disintegrating into cinders. A molten phoenix-shaped flame erupted from the ashes, wings outstretched, and descended back into Kalzaroth's scorched outline. His body reformed, larger, brighter, hotter. Ding! Kalzaroth reborn. LV-42. Flame aura upgraded. All fire damage increased by 50%. Heat zones expanded. The reborn Kalzaroth emerged like a god forged from fury. His robes were gone, replaced by swirling fire that clung to him like living armor. Where his eyes once flickered, now twin vortexes of white-hot flame burned without mercy. Every breath he exhaled sent tongues of fire rippling across the platforms, and the entire chamber began to tremble with unstable energy. Kate wiped sweat from her brow, her blood shields visibly wilting under the rising heat. "This is insane! The floor's going to melt!" "Just bear with it for a couple of seconds." Damon charged forward without hesitation. This time, he activated Innate Enhancement. Kalzaroth was not the only one who had become stronger. Farming all the mobs until now, he had amassed a total of 15 stat points, which boosted his strength and intelligence quite a bit. His body pulsed with raw strength, and a swing of the axe sent a wave of blast outward, rippling through Kalzaroth's flame shell. The Flame Lord stumbled slightly, then Damon activated Shadow Step to appear right behind the Flame Lord. He swung the axe for a second time, aiming straight for a critical point. An insane damage number popped out. Ding! -50,000. Both Kate and Mark gasped in shock. Just a few minutes back, when they had started this dungeon, Damon was only dealing damage in 4 digits. Sure, during the course of the dungeon, he had probably leveled up once or twice. But what was this insane damage number? It just didn't make sense. Their plus 50 stat point buff was nothing when compared to this monstrous growth. Damon didn't let up. After that brutal attack, he followed up with 2 more similar attacks. Kate and Mark realized that if they didn't contribute, the boss's health would reach 0 in a couple of seconds, and the fight would actually end. They didn't want to leech off Damon. So Kate took the cue, channeling all 6 of her orbs into a condensed crimson comet. Ding! -5,000. Mark followed through with a brutal uppercut that sent the Flame Lord airborne. Ding! -6,400. Damon shadow stepped into the sky, appearing above him with the axe blazing brighter than ever before. He brought it down in a flaming execution arc. The blow landed. Ding! -43,000. Following it up, Damon sent a few more swings before the Flame Lord could no longer hold out. Damon dragged the Flame Lord to one of the remaining platforms and struck his claw into the man's open wound. This was the boss he was most excited about in this entire dungeon. If he could just somehow extract his rebirth ability. Ding! Kalzaroth defeated. Rebirth cycle interrupted. Ding! Bloodline extraction successful. Ding! Skill acquired. Flame Cloak, C rank, passive. Engulf your body in a thin veil of heat that slightly increases defense, passively damages melee attackers, and provides minor immunity to burn debuffs. Ding! Fire affinity +2. Ding! You have gained experience points. Ding! You have leveled up. Dungeon progress 100%. Final gate opening.